portions right now of Craig County. Allen's not too far from that. Aaron, can you put Allen on the line for us? Allen, if you're there, could you give us an update of what that storm looks like to your north? Do you see any lowering or anything going on with that? Yeah.
We really don't have much to look at here out to our north. It's been somewhat clear skies. We got lightning's decreased quite a bit. We do have still a little bit of residual, but nothing substantial we can see right now. We'll try and get a better view and see if we can find it. Right now, things are looking nice.
That's severe. Yeah, so that's a severe thunderstorm warning. They'll continue for just a little bit longer. That is moving to the northeast. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. So that's up to the north. And again, the other storms that were severe that had moved across portions of Labette and Cherokee counties has moved further to the north and east. So that's out of our area. So the only thing left is basically in Craig County, and that doesn't look too bad. Probably some chunks of hail falling out of that particular cell. Tulsa area for the next hour, we're in good shape. So again, if you have to go someplace, get some things done. I know that we're at 3 o'clock and Bixby had an early release this afternoon based on the severe weather potential. So they wanted to be safe rather than sorry or having to hold the kids over, which is always a big thing, especially when we're talking about tornadoes. But everything's going good per se for the metro area. Not so good just to the south. And as we mentioned just a little bit ago, that severe thunderstorm warning, this is going to be bulging northward here. And so the circulation features in here. And if we just do a broad circulation on shear right now and look what's happening, the strongest winds are in several locations. And so there's some winds that are coming up close to where Bob is, just south of Okemah. And so this is a very turbulent thunderstorm. And so there's a lot of energy right in this zone. So that's why the National Weather Service issued the severe thunderstorm warning up into Okfuskee and Okmulgee County. But this is where the action weather, or where the active weather is with the rotation with the supercell. And then also the secondary one continues just to be near Ada. All right, let's go to Station. She can give us a new updated storm track. Station.
I can, Trav. So with the storms, the severe storms that are going to potentially come up into the southern parts of Okfuskee County, we'll track that because there is some wind and some hail potential here right about Walika, south of where Bob is located. So that's going to move up again into, now it's in the southern portions of Okfuskee County, getting into southern Okmulgee County. So tracking that, and it's moving a little faster. That's going to go up to the northeast at about 55. So that will take it to Henrietta by 308, by Spelter City 310, Dewar by 311, Sunrise by 312. So again, that's wind and hail, heavy rain, but that's moving to the northeast. Then you have the circulation down in Hughes County that's right on the west side of Calvin, moved through Atwood, and now is headed up towards Crossroads and Highway 75 south of Horntown. That circulation's moving northeast at about 30, so that's just north of Sequoia now, and we'll roughly track that up towards Lamar. So that would be then in Lamar by 327, Horntown by 316. We hope that anyone who lives in the eastern side of Hughes County around Horntown and Crossroads, they're in their safe spot now. In the next half hour up towards Lamar, maybe even Carson after that. So that's what we're watching at this point in time. And again, the atmosphere is really conducive today to see tornadoes. So we're going to probably have a lot more activity going through the afternoon. We have another tornado warning down by Ada. The flashing red, Trav talked about this about 10-15 minutes ago, but that flashing red means it is a confirmed tornado. We saw debris being lofted into the air on radar. That helps confirm, hey, something is happening, tornado on the ground. So that then continues now to the west side of Calvin in Hughes County, potentially up to Dustin and Hannah. So if you live around the county line, Pittsburgh, McIntosh, Hughes County line, wants you to be getting ready to get in that safe spot. Dustin, Hannah, wants you guys to be ready to go. Around Walika in southern Okfuskee County, just south of Okemah, just south of I-40, that is some large hail potential and really heavy rain along with some strong winds. So Bob, Trav, looks like he is right on the northern edge of that storm right on I-40 there.
Yeah, that's looking pretty intense at this particular moment with that. And Sequoia's, boy, he's got quite the shot going on. So Sequoia's running into this at this particular moment. And so you see the features, and Stacia was showing us everything going on. So you can see where he's located just to the west of Calvin. All right, let's take Sequoia's shot right now. Sequoia, if you would, give us an update on what you're seeing.
Right now I have strong rotation right here, just literally right here in front of me, Travis. I keep waiting for to see something on the ground any time now. I mean, it's really, really wrapped up, sir.
Yes, it is.
I am trying to. It's right here behind these trees right now. I apologize for all the viewers. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll see if I can get up here and get a better shot in this driveway that's
okay.
tore up. Right here.
So we'll look at it.
Right there is the left edge of it. Right.
Okay. Oh, did we lose him? Did he bump off?
We just lost him, yeah. But he's back now.
Okay, he came back? Okay, good. Yeah, he's in a tough zone. All right, so it's just right in there. We're keeping an eye on. We did have an observed tornado just because of the debris signature that came in.
Right.
Also,
That area rotation off to your north now, so.
all right, tell Sequoia thanks if he's offline at this particular second. And Stacia, kind of a big deal going on there. So again, we'll go back and give us one more quick storm track update.
Yeah, and it looks like it may be trying to cycle. Kind of weaken a little bit right now, and then we'll see if it kind of ramps back up again right over Crossroads. So we're talking again, Hughes County, Highway 75, Horntown down to Calvin, talking a lot about this because it's moving northeast, and that would potentially then take it on a broad picture into the western side of McIntosh County. So we want folks to know, Hannah, Dustin, we're going to watch this storm, already seeing kind of its first cycle of the day. So right now, Sequoia, right where he is, just to his north is where we're watching that circulation. To the northeast at about 30 to 35. And so that will track across Highway 75 south of Horntown up towards Lamar. We're still talking about Lamar in this track, and Horntown wants those guys to be in their safe spot. If you know anybody that lives over in that area, give them a call. That would be by 326 for Lamar, and this is the half-hour track. If I extend it even further, let's go 45 minutes, and that would take it up to Carson by 335. Dustin also in the next 45 minutes. Hannah will be closer to about 50 minutes. So want folks in western Pittsburgh, western McIntosh County and far northwestern Pittsburgh County to really be watching this storm. Trav.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate that update as well as we try to keep everybody informed on what's happening. Jalen, also on our, is that our Facebook stream or is our News on 6 stream?
On Facebook.
Okay, and we're trying to keep you updated if you do have some questions, or they can get them over to us. So the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the area that's just to the north of that, Okmulgee County, and then also southeastern portions of Creek County, and then also Okmulgee County. Those are the ones that we're watching. Aaron, did you have something?
Sequoia's, the cells stuff is rough. Sequoia's lost his video, but he does have he is saying he sees something halfway to the ground.
Okay.
To his north.
Hopefully we can find his video. Yeah, I see it's in black right at this second. So, okay, we've, all right, so here's what we see at this particular moment. So the circulation feature right here, Sequoia's right by it. So it's halfway to the ground, but the video, if it comes back, we'll get a shot here in just a minute from you. So strong winds are about ready to hit him. You going to send him north, or are you going to send him east? You're going to send him north there? Okay. He's going to have to get going to get ahead of that thing. So that's moving back to the north. Also, wanted to go up to Bob for a second and get Bob's perspective of what he's just starting to get into some of the rain right now. Here's Bob over at Henrietta. Hey, there's some gusty winds along that leading edge. Bob, have you run into any of those winds or not?
No, have not run into the winds yet. We're just now getting into some of the rain. But I'll tell you, it's starting to look like the sun's gone down out here. So we're waiting for this to come up into the area. Back to you, Travis.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And just to give you an idea, also, while we're tracking that storm, we have a chunk of hail falling. Wow. That is a lot of hail. So that's just to the west of where Bob is located. So this is a core of some chunks of hail that have continued to build. And we can look at it in 3D maybe and see what that looks like as well. But this is southern portions of Okfuskee County. This is part of the warning. And one of the things that we're really concerned with, because the majority of us will have heavy rain and thunder and lightning. And then next percentage would be some people that get hail, and that's the last thing we really want to have. But tornadoes is the last thing. And so the wind and the rain and then hail chunks become part of that. So this is a look at the dynamics of what's going on with this. So this is a storm that has vertically developed very well, unfortunately. And so what you're seeing in there is a lot of hail that is held aloft And because of that, kind of a vaulting type of area looking to it, you have a tremendous amount of hail suspended up in here because of such a strong updraft. And of course, it's just warm and it's humid, and because of that, that's one of the reasons why. So that's what it is going on right now as that moves to the north. So you see the Tulsa area here, up here on the north side, but this is also part of the vertical look of what's happening with that particular cell. Further to the south, we have the tornado warning, but that's on the north side, and that's the one that has the hail associated with it. So if you are in those areas, this is going to be a little bit of, I wouldn't call it circulation, but some gusty winds in that. Our tightening of our circulation has dropped off in the particular part where Sequoia is located. Is he running into heavy rain right now? Kind of. It looks like he's probably getting overrun by rain at this particular moment in there, because that's starting to mow him over, so to speak. And embedded in there is still circulation feature that's going on, but it's not as impressive as it was. It's still there. So fortunately, that's knocked down just a tad bit. The one to the south might have a little bit of a different feel to it, but this gives you a pretty good idea that at least it's kind of steady state at this particular moment. We do think that as these storms continue to progress to the east and northeast, that additional severe storms, we're going to have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings from Pittsburgh County on back on up toward Muskogee County as we go through the evening hours. So we are going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 this afternoon for South Central Creek, Okmulgee, and Okfuskee counties. And that's part of that storm that has the hail chunks that are falling, more than likely. And so we'll see if that continues for a while. And again, hail is just as dangerous and can be causing so much damage. So that's what's going on right with that particular part of the storm. Tornadoes back to the south. So Stacia, you want to give us a track there?
Yeah, I just wanted to track that hail core because it seems like last couple of scans it's moved almost due north or slightly north-northeast, and that would take it on the west side of Okemah. And this could be large hail. This could be up to 2-inch hail, or maybe even larger than that around Clearview. So that's going to track right over the interstate as well. So I-40 just west of Okemah by a couple miles, getting pounded with hail now. And as the radar spins, this is even going to be probably at this point maybe a mile north of where we're kind of seeing it now. So it's expanding up to the north, slightly northeast, but really getting hit hard with hail, maybe up to Woodard Corner, and then continuing up into the eastern side of Okfuskee County, so maybe Haydenville. But just wanted to point out how close to Okemah. So if you're on the east or southeast side of Okemah, that is some really large hail coming down, Trav.
It is. In fact, I just got an update of 3-inch hail possible, and that's with radar detection. And that is saying that that's like baseball size. Baseball size hail is 2 3/4 inches, so that could be very, very damaging hail. But again, that's a radar estimate of what's aloft in the sky with that particular cell right in there. Hey, let's look at our live radar, if we could, on that particular cell and just see what we have going on right in there. So it's picking it up. Yeah, so there's the core now. It's just north of 40, and so that, yeah, so that's where it's located. So just west southwest of Sunrise, northeast of Okemah. Hopefully not too many people are having to endure that. Did you have something there?
Yeah, Bob said that he saw a group of bikers going west on I-40 out of Henrietta.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so they're going right towards that.
Okay, hopefully that gets through there before they get there. That would not be good. Could you imagine being on I-40 bikers? Oh, that would not
motorcycles.
Motorcycle. It's like,
No,
wait a minute, it's a bike? Okay, I'm not cool. Bikers. I got that now. Now I'm cool. All right. But it is serious, so hopefully, yeah, they're coming in behind it or can get, because you always see them kind of in a safer place. So Sequoia is underneath there right now. His video's back. Let's go back to Sequoia for a minute.
He's coming to Sequoia.
Sequoia, can you give me an update? What do you see? What's going on? Can't, you there, Sequoia? We can't hear you, if you are.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Go ahead.
I apologize. The cell service down here is not the best in the world. I have a tornado almost on the ground. I am trying to get you a good shot on the video. Here we go.
We do see it.
It's still raggedy, but it is still rotating. And it has been for quite a while now. And it's starting to, I believe it just cycled, Travis. And so for the viewers at home, basically the storm's kind of taking them breath. And so right now it's getting its act back together, and it's probably going to put another tornado down here just any moment, and hopefully we can bring that to you live on air.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you don't have to. That would be the first thing. That would be really nice.
That would be the best thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, but yeah, you
Definitely
have some
for sure.
scud down underneath it. So, all right, holler at Aaron if you see anything else. But that's that tornadic warned storm that we said in Hughes County at this particular moment. So you can see that's where moist air is getting sucked up into the base of this wall cloud at this particular moment. So that's what we're keeping an eye on at this particular time. And let's go back to radar and show you where he is. So he's literally looking back up into this at this moment. So that's the active part of this one. So we have a lot of wind. And so we brought down a little bit and look at where the wind shear is the strongest. This isn't as strong as it was, but it's still cycling. And because of that, then we're watching areas to the north, up around the Carson area. And then south of Holdenville, we have some strong winds as well. So further south we go. And then also up around Okfuskee County. So you see with the rain and thunder. So we've got basically 3 cells right now. So we have the one that's split up and is moving north and has really developed. Can you put that into a quick loop for me, just the last 15 minutes? Notice how this is splitting up and just moving due north. So now there's a huge hail core in this one as well. So that's out by Seminole. But what we're finding at this particular moment is up around the Okemah area. That's where that hail core went through. That's why the warning now. We'd really like not to see this move continue moving north toward the Tulsa area, but that is something that could happen. And then as well, we see and you see it on the left side here with what's going on. So this is Sequoia's video and what's happening there. So that kind of gives you a bird's eye view, so you can continue to see there. But we have 3 big cells. And so that's where the biggest concern is. And these are all moving northeast at this time. Speaking of moving northeast, let's go to Stacia and have a new storm track and what's going on, Stacia.
We can do that. So the first one we'll track is the one that kind of split off and is moving more north and bringing in the hail potential to eastern Okfuskee County and western Okmulgee County. So this is some strong wind, but it's hail up to the size of, as Trav mentioned, maybe baseball size hail here. And that's going to be in a pocket of far eastern Okfuskee County, northeast now of Okemah. And it's moving north-northeast at about 50-55, so that's pretty quick. That's going to track it up towards Beggs and the west side of Okmulgee. So here's the latest track. Morris by 316, Morse, not Morris. Oriental by 316 as well, and then Nuyaka by 325, Edna by 330. This is Edna, Oklahoma, not Edna, Kansas. Preston by 330, Beggs by 332. So this storm, as Trav was talking about, broke off and is moving north very quickly right now. So that large hail is headed up towards Little Chance. And if I turn on our live radar, you can see that hail core is pretty much in Little Chance now and on the southeast side. So from Little Chance back towards north 3840 Road, that's where you're going to find the largest hail. Also another pocket over by Sunrise that'll track up towards Okmulgee Lake, and then Park Wheeler Corner to Nuyaka. Hail core is headed right for you, so you might try to get those cars in really quickly. You already have the rain in Park Wheeler Corner, rain soon in Nuyaka, but hail is coming up next, and that's going to be some pretty large hail. So down to the south, where we're still tracking our circulation feature, that's in Hughes County. So you see where Sequoia is located, and that circulation feature is pretty much still on 75, Highway 75, south of Hornville, south of Wetumpka. That's moving northeast towards Dustin. That's moving northeast at about 30. The cell to the north in Okfuskee County kind of broke off from this storm. So this one is still going to have tornado potential here. The tornado warning continues. Doesn't look like we have anything on the ground as of now, but Lamar by 326, Carson by 332, Dustin by 343. So that's a slower movement of the circulation rather than the storm that's racing to the north across Okfuskee County. This is slower for that circulation, but this still could eventually get into western McIntosh County and have to watch it really closely. So as it gets up towards Highway 9 around Dustin and then into McIntosh County, we're going to watch that for you very, very closely. To the south, we still have a tornado warning for circulation down by Allen. But again, that's the big picture for now and what's going on. We're going to continue to see these storms. And what we're watching for the Tulsa Metro is the storm that's coming up out of Okfuskee County. So John Durkee's in Glenpool. He is headed south. So this storm here that is northeast of Okemah and it'll pass on the west-southwest side of Okmulgee, that's going to come up into north-central Okmulgee County. Trav may be watching this for Glenpool and Bixby and Mounds and Kiefer, because that could be coming up in its general direction. Oh my, yeah, and we still are indicating some hail sizes that are pretty chunky, 2 inches in diameter.
heading up in that direction. So that's kind of the biggest one. And the Seminole storm too are the ones that have the biggest hail chunks and the most potential for some damage. So that's why we want to make sure that you're just prepared as that moves to the north. So far around the Tulsa area, everything is okay. And because of that, we might try to take a quick little commercial break to take a look at what's going on. We'll do that possibly in a minute. I wanted to point out up to the north as well, severe weather has now ended across the north side. So you can see where Allen is located. And so those storms have continued to move up and out of the picture. We do have a tornado watch up to the north. Just in case you're leaving, it'd probably be advisable to understand that tornado watches go in effect all the way to Kansas City. And we do have a lot of severe weather going on right there at this point. Also, hey, Chloe, could you go back to, is it on links 2 with visible?
Links 2, yep.
Okay, let's go back there for 1 second. I want to point out what's going on along the dry line back to the south and west. These are just firing up. This is part of that dry line. We don't see anything else just to our west at this particular moment, so our eyes are focusing on what's going on just south of Tulsa. And if you're in this area, our eyes are on you as we continue to see this expansive area of clouds. This cloud shield is just amazing, the huge anvil that's taking place, because this is an explosion of a huge thunderstorm. And that's what was expected. As we've gone through the last hour or so, that continues to grow, and it's primarily because of 3 main cells that are in that part, and then these other cells which have exploded down to the south. So this will continue to grow and move northeast. We'll see if this dry line will do anything and cause any commotion for us up here, because these cells, as they develop, this is going to blossom and blow up into severe weather as well, just south of Oklahoma City. That could be hitting near Norman, and I know a lot of students are gone because it's now into the summer season, so to speak, and then we're going to watch further to the north as well. So that's just something I wanted to point out real quick. We do have also showing up, what is it, Stacia?
It's Oklahoma temperatures. I wanted you to see the 90s out west behind the dry line.
Oh, check that out. Yep, perfect. And so this is the dry air that's in place out to the west. And so that kind of helps to fuel the fire like around that dry line area. So that's why we're very consistent on trying to make sure that you know that we really think that there's a lot of energy available, especially in southeastern parts of our area. Here you notice we're in the 70s because we've had that rain and thunderstorm activity. And then you just get to the west by that dry line, all of a sudden blue. It just blows up big time. Back down to the storms for a minute. So again, if you're north and east, you're okay. If you're south from southern Okmulgee County, we're watching what's going on there. Bob is near that at this particular moment. Hey, Bob, if you would give me an update on what's going on. Obviously, you're missing the big hail, Bob, and so that's up to your north and west. So what do you have for us? That's just west of Okmulgee right now.
Yeah, that hail core, those poor motorcyclists hit it. Their timing would have been right on. Right now, we've had a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning down here in the Henrietta area, and the rain is kind of slacked off for a moment right now, so we're waiting on that cell that was tornado warned to come up here and get into this area. So we're right here in case it gets up here to 40. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it, Bob. So again, Sequoia's in the middle of some heavy rain. I'm not going to bother him, but I'm going to take his video for just a second. If you would give me his video. And so this is what he's driving through now. So we're trying to get him out of this so we can see a little bit more of what's going on. But if you get in this thunderstorm, it is just you can't see very much. So it's a heavy rain event and it's very intense. Okay, back to radar one more time. Then we're going to take a quick break. So here's the warning area, the warned area for this hail. And this is moving toward the Tulsa area. John Durkee will be watching that in a minute. And then as well, circulation features continue. Sequoia is kind of in the heavy rain, so you can't really see where that's going on. Let's go to velocity for a minute and take a look at base. And so the circulation is there. It's very turbulent. And then there's the one that's to the south, right around the Kelvin area. So this is the other, so there's like 2 of them that are close to one another, and so they're rotating and spinning as they move to the northeast. So that's the latest of what's happening right there. We're just going to take a quick 2-minute break here. You'll still see the radar in the corner of your screen, but we're going to take that break and get ready to see what else is happening. We'll have that information for you in just a few moments. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Car wreck? Here's a good reason to call the heavy hitters.
We take your calls. We answer your questions. You always know what's going on. Call the heavy hitters. We do more because you matter.
Call 728-8888.
Welcome to the Hollow Tree, where since the dawn of magic, we've baked EL fudge cookies deliciously the same.
No.
Well, fudge on a biscuit. That looks delicious. Introducing our new EL Fudge Choco Vanilla Cookie.
Don't let pain associated with neuropathy stop you from doing the things you love. You can live pain-free from neuropathy. The Neuropathy Treatment Clinic of Oklahoma is Oklahoma's most trusted neuropathy clinic. For nearly a decade, we've helped patients live pain and symptom-free without surgery, narcotics, or steroids. Get back to living with Oklahoma's best neuropathy clinic. Call now to schedule a consultation, 918-973-LIFE, or go to neuropathyok.com.
You can help make summer a time for fun, not hunger. Donate today.
You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
Car wreck? Here's a good reason to call the heavy hitters.
We take your calls. We answer your questions. You always know what's going on. Call the heavy hitters. We do more because you matter.
Call 728-8888.
This man right here, this cocky, crazy-eyed boy. Me? Your crazy eyes. I mean, look at your freaking eyes, Matt. They're like la 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 la. He said I'm so liked around the house. What? Oh yeah, I'm a people pleaser, and I'm that to a fault. I really just want to have fun with you guys, except for you. Don't talk to me.
See what everyone will be whispering about this summer when Big Brother returns July 10th on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
All right, welcome back to our severe weather coverage and giving us a chance to look at some additional information and data. We are watching one of the concerns, Stacia's just talking about this as well, this severe thunderstorm warning that's moving north, and then also the one that's down here around Seminole. Both of these are zooming toward the Tulsa area. We don't really want that happening because there's even that many more cars that hail can hit and target. So this is a hail core city right now is what we're still watching, because this is where biggest hail chunks are falling in this area. And so this is moving up now on Highway 16. So we should be getting maybe up to 2-inch diameter size hail with some of that. A little bit earlier, radar estimate, and again, radar estimate, I haven't seen anything that's been on the ground. Or Chloe or Jalen, have you guys seen any pictures coming in of any large chunks of hail from our south yet? Not yet. All right, but this gives you a pretty good idea how close it is. So here's the Tulsa area, and then Dell's moving south, and then John's just to the north of that. Is Dell there? Dell, if you are, give me an update just for what you're looking at as you're seeing that coming in.
Yes, Travis, right now the winds are really calm, but we're kind of waiting this hail, and it just has that, that feel. It feels like this air is just soupy right now, so I do anticipate we're going to get the hail. It looks like it's trended down just a little bit, but I anticipate that people in the Glenpool area and immediately north of that into Tulsa may be looking at some hail here very shortly within the next 20, 30 minutes. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Dell. We're going to find out if your estimates are accurate, because we're going to go over to Stacia with the latest update on the storm track and see what's going on there. Stacia, what do you have?
All right, we're going to track this into Tulsa. This will take it Mounds and Hectorville. That's up next. It's pretty much in Beggs, and then extending to Mounds here by 334. The track is fast. This is northeast at almost 60 miles per hour. This is really fast. This is coming in towards the Jinx area by 345. Glenpool, though, I want to mention you, and Bixby. That's 340. That's about 15 more minutes. Try to get those cars into a spot where they can be protected. So this is coming in for the Leonard area by 341. Hakey Creek Park, 344. Warren Theater, also about 344, along with Leisure Park, Jinx, and Jackson Park, just to name a few locations kind of around the south side of the Tulsa Metro. But Glenpool, Bixby, Jinx, Woodland Hills Mall, over towards potentially Broken Arrow, the Rose District, NSUBA, that's all in line for this hail coming in, Trav. And again, northeast at 60, that is fast, but here in the next half hour could be all the way up to the Broken Arrow Expressway.
And good point, because the National Weather Service also agrees with what you're saying, and we just have a new severe thunderstorm warning based on what's going on with the calculations of that particular cell. So that's one of the biggest issues that's happening at this moment, is just how much that is moving and how quickly. So a new severe thunderstorm warning now encompasses areas of Tulsa County. So this will be the warning that you see here, which is also going to be on northern portions of Okmulgee County. So that's for this hail core right here. And so that's moving due north. Stacia was just pointing this out. So here's the latest warning on what's going on with that. And you see the swath of hail that we've had so far. It would be nice if this diminished a little bit. It was the strongest when we were down around the Okemah area. Notice that more of the black colors, the magenta colors are not good, but it's better than these black colors. Black colors indicate fairly significant size hail, and and it's basically possible, and that becomes probable. And so black is probable, and it indicates some pretty intense stuff. And so now we have that warning going now right through the core of Tulsa. And I mentioned this on the radio today, and I've mentioned this before, but I've told a friend of mine that hail core was coming, so he hurried and ran outside, put his pickup in the garage, and he did it so fast that he tore off the fender off of his pickup, and then he blamed me for it because I made him nervous. So I'm trying not to make you nervous, but this hail core, as it moves to the north, if you're going to put your car in the garage, go slowly, is what I'm saying. Even if you don't have a pickup, go slowly. So this is probably a good idea if you ride at Beggs, because this is that hail core, so maybe 2-inch diameter size hail or larger. And if this is falling, which we do believe it is, we'll probably have some pictures coming in here in a few minutes. This is going to continue to just track right on up. And so we're at Highway 16 near New Yucca, getting the main hail core. See what live radar looks like right now, if you could for me. And that'll give us a pretty good, in fact, it's even now, it's live. And so that is on Highway 16 from Dentonville to Beggs and near Preston. So that's where the biggest chunks of hail would be falling at this particular moment. And probably that has a pretty good chance of just continuing and moving to the north. And so again, Mounds, Liberty, Winchester, Stacia's mentioned these places. You're in line for heavy rain. That hail core isn't super wide, but it's wide enough. All right, let's go back down. Tornado warning for a minute and show you what's going on. You can see where Sequoia is located. Bob's running into that right now. A lot of turbulence with this, so circulation features just near Sequoia at this particular moment. I'm looking at Sequoia's video, and he's got trees again all over. There's a lot of trees down here, but circulation feature right here and here. So we're looking at the potential for 2 circulation features coming in on Dustin at this moment. So it's no longer an observed tornado because it's picked back up. We don't see any debris lofted into the air. And so both of these are moving northeast. And we'll talk to Stacia about a storm track in just a minute. But as those continue to track northeast, we do think that we're going to have wind damage, if nothing else, in some of these. Is Sequoia available just to talk for a second? Sequoia, if you are, I know you got trees, so I'm not too worried about that. What are the winds doing now in that area?
Yeah, Travis, as you can see, the winds are still blowing pretty hard, around 35 miles an hour. We have 2 areas of circulation. We have one back to my south, and then the one that was here earlier that was stronger. It's just to the east of Wetumpka, southeast of Wetumpka right now. I've kind of stopped, and I think
we see
Lamar.
It? Yeah.
And I'm looking back to the south and the east, and you can see a rain-free cloud base coming in, and
nope.
On the far right side, if you can still hear me.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you, Travis.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We'll let you go back to radar for a minute, and then we'll talk to Stacia because this storm track here has, or we'll do a storm track here in just a moment, but it's around the Lamar area, and then also you see very, very turbulent right in here. So tremendous amount of things happening from Dustin back down to Lamar. So if you are in these areas, be advised because you could get a spin up very quickly in any of these areas because it's an actual tornado warning, and they're rotating. And so that's what we see there. We have the severe thunderstorm warnings in areas surrounding that. So that's the target zone for the worst storm. Again, this is down by I-40, well south of Tulsa. We have that hail core coming up into Tulsa here in just a minute. So let's get to Stacia and get a storm track on what's going on with the tornado, and then we'll take a look at the hail core in just a second.
Okay, Trav, I've tracked the first area of circulation that's coming up into Dustin now. And remember, there's 2 that we're watching down in eastern Hughes County, both tracking northeast. I have this one moving at about 40. That will take it up potentially to the south side of Henrietta. So we're going to watch that really closely for you. But if that happens, that's going to be by 3:53, so that's about 20 more minutes. Dewar by 4 o'clock, Gulftown by 4 o'clock as well, along with Dighton and Coletown. So again, a couple areas of rotation. I'm just tracking the first one here that's southwest of Dustin. There's another one, as Trav was pointing out, down by Sequoia, and that would kind of come up in line on the southern edge with kind of the storm as it tracks up into the western side of McIntosh County, southern Okmulgee County. Looks like it'll maybe stay out of Pittsburgh County and kind of impact more of western McIntosh and up into southern Okmulgee. Trav.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. And a look at the hail core that we're looking at to the north. There could be some strong winds. And so we have both John and Dal pretty close to one another. Are you going to split them up, or are you going to see if they're going to split the seas, or they're going to just stop the hail? That's what we'd like for them to do. If
Okemah did have a 53.
They did?
Came through
Okemah? Okay, so that's some strong winds in there. All right, here's Beggs. Here's where Dal is located. Sequoia's got a pretty good shot. Let's go to Sequoia's shot first, if we could. We're going to go back south on that storm. So here's what we're looking at. So it's kind of a ragtag look to what's going on underneath this, but this gives us a pretty good idea. So it's very turbulent, as I said. It's not super organized, but it is turbulent, and that means there's going to be some strong winds blasting in and out of that, and anytime that just kind of gets a little oomph, that could turn back into a tornado. So that leading edge from Dustin to Lamar is worth noting, and we do have tornado warnings tacked on to that for this time being, or for the time being, so just be advised. Okay, back into the Tulsa area and what's going on. Here's a look at Beggs and the hail core, again, just pushing across and moving from around Highway 16 area, Beggs, and just right to the south. That's continuing. And here's a live look at what's going on. So the hail core, Preston to, looks like just north of Beggs. Notice all the lightning concentrated in that area. And so that's moving north. Dal is getting close to it. Dal, another update from you. Anything you seeing with that? Getting any gusty winds?
You know, surprisingly, we're not, Travis, and we are right out in the leading edge here.
Okay.
But we are.
Hang on. Dale, I'm missing you. Hey, what happened? Audio. Dale, say it again. Your audio got bumped off. Could you say what you said just a second ago, please?
Yes, Travis, we're not getting any winds hardly at all, which is really surprising out here on the what should be the leading edge of the gust front. But, man, it is really dark back in there. There's got to be some hail back in there. We'll know here in probably about 5 minutes. Back to you.
That is not good. Anybody in Okmulgee County, we're hoping and praying for you guys, and nothing bad's happening in there, but gee whiz. That's what we have happening at this particular moment. Look at that shot. Yeah, that makes you go, okay. Again, drive your car careful if you're going to put it someplace safe. Remember, don't stop under an overpass and then block traffic. You can't do that. That's illegal. You'll get a ticket, and it also will cause accidents, and then you'll be responsible for that. So many people do that because it's like, I got to protect my car, so then you just stop. I've seen too many people stop, even on like Highway 75. That's illegal, and you could get hurt, and then also you could be tagged with a lot of insurance claims. So just be aware of what happens there. All right, let's go back. Here's that line moving in with heavy rain and thunderstorm activity, and of course the hail cores just to the south. Let's see if the hail core updated itself at all, if you would. Looks like some new cells have rapidly developed, so the hail size is down a little bit. Looks like we're getting the new cells on the west side of town. Hey, Chloe, could you also get T5 and wheel it around just to our west here? Looks like these cells are kicking off of the dry line, so we're going to have John back off. Aaron? Back off, John, to the west. It looks like these cells are rapidly popping up now. So right now, we'll take a look at that and see if we can see anything, and see if anything shows up out to the west, because these look like they have just started developing. That was a concern, because this is going to be more west toward the dry line area, and so we'll have to take a look. Let's take a look at T5. Can you punch me up, Stacia? Yeah. So this is what we're looking at out west. This is the Arkansas River. We're downtown. We're looking west, so it's a real grungy sky, but there's thunderstorms trying to develop now just to the west of Sand Springs. And so that's part of what will be the line of thunderstorms that are coming across the area. Those will continue to develop, and so we'll see how that goes. Is Brandon, can he peel around and take a look at the clouds? Maybe. Hey, Brandon, if you're in an area, can you look back to your east and tell us what you're seeing with those thunderstorms right now? Haven't talked to Brandon. Hopefully he's not taking a nap. Brandon, you there? One more time. I can't tell what direction he's looking either, judging from this. So, all right.
He's facing to the north currently, according to his GPS.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to get in touch with him.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of threw a curveball at him there. So here's the latest look. There's some gusty winds, maybe south there, coming in on Tulsa. Again, hail core coming up into the Tulsa area. Not as intense as it was. This hail core was a lot bigger. That's good news. Bad news is these storms that are rapidly forming out to our west are starting to show signs of hail already. I don't know, could we see that on 3D potentially and see what if these are popping up real quick, because they'll be kind of interesting to note. So we'll get back to the tornado warning, and then this is that storm coming in on the south side and why we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Tulsa right now. And then you can just make out these cells just starting. So these are just starting to blow up right now on the west side. And then you can see the ones west of Bristol around Depew. And so those are starting to pop up. So that's where we anticipate that we're going to get more energy and more activity going on the north side of town, because this is a look live from our radar. And so you can see where that's located. Can you put that into motion for a second here? You can see how they're starting to develop right up in here, and then how this one's picking up just southwest of Bristow. So we've got that going on, and then we have the south coming in. Dell's checking on that. Dell, it's coming in on you right now. Do you have anything to add?
Still very little wind, which is really surprising to me, but it has gotten very dark. We're anticipating being in the main precip area here within the next 3 minutes or so, and then I'll give you a further update. Thank you, Trev.
And you're just south of Glenpool?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're probably about 2 miles to the south of Glenpool, out here on Highway 75.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. So here it comes. Heavy thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm. That warning's going for about another 30 minutes. And then as well, those additional cells are developing. Back down to the south for our tornado warning storm. It's still a severe thunderstorm that's involved in that. So even if there isn't an active tornado, we do have, again, a very active, heavy downpours of rain around Henrietta. Bob has been in that. Bob, what do you have for us down in Henrietta now as that storm's moving in on you?
Yeah, the rain's picked up, lightning's picked up, winds increased. I think max is about 20 miles an hour right now, but you can definitely tell we're getting closer to that cell that's moving north-northeast. So we're going to be here in Henrietta, and we'll try and follow it from here. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. And so we continue with that severe thunderstorm warning also in southwestern Creek County, western Okfuskee County. And Stacia, if you could you give us a little bit of a storm track on what is expected to be with the that storm that's moving northeast? We're getting some discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, and they're indicating that we'll sustain a tornado threat as it moves northeast. So that still looks like that's not going to change a whole lot for the time being. What do you have for us on
the
storm
one by
track?
Willika?
Yeah.
Yes. So that one's moving northeast at about 40, 45. So that's going to be taking it potentially into Henrietta, right where Bob is. So again, that's tracking northeast towards Henrietta, and this is just one of a couple circulations worth watching there. Southeast of Booker T, southeast of Bryant. We'll take that up towards Henrietta, Dighton, Hoffman, Hitchita as well. But Bryant by 3:46, Henrietta by 3:43, Dighton by 4 o'clock, along with Colton at 4 o'clock as well, and Grayson at 4:04. So that's a look here at the latest track there. Got the track on the screen for you, reading off numbers, and now you can finally see it. So that is the track, and this is going to get into southern Okmulgee County here, right at Booker T now, and Bryant, and then it'll extend over into Henrietta. Also another circulation by Dustin that will get into the western side of McIntosh County, so that will track from Dustin up towards the west side of Lena. It should say west of Rayford, but then where Sequoia is, potentially more turbulent down by Carson and Lamar, so that will also make its way up into western parts of McIntosh County. The Hanna area needs to be watching what's happening with the cells out by Carson and Lamar, right where Sequoia is. For those around Lena, we're watching what's happening and coming up out of Dustin. And then for those in Henrietta, we're watching what's happening here by Bryan. And then there's this area of circulation, as Trav was pointing out, just east of Willika, north of Highway 84, and that will track up to the northeast at about 40. So that's the latest on the storms now getting into western McIntosh and southern Okmulgee County. We also have up in the metro metro, the storm that's coming in from northern Okmulgee County, Trav. Now it's in southern parts of Tulsa County out by Glenpool. It looks like Dow, at least at this point, is in heavy rain. Maybe the hail core kind of split Dow. If it did, he'd get very, very lucky.
He would. Dal, can you tell us what you have going on in southern Tulsa County right now?
Yeah, it's amazing. It looks like it did. It looks like it just kind of split and really dissipated. So far, we've taken no hail, just very heavy rain. I guess we're just at just exactly the right spot.
Well, that's a good sign. We're not going to complain for you, and that gives us a pretty good indication of what's happening right in there. John is heading off and going to be heading a little bit more, catching those storms out west, but that core is continuing to move. So here's a look out of Jinx as that storm's coming in, and so we're looking south, and you can see the mall down in here, the outlet mall, and so that's coming in on Jinx right now with heavy rain and no gusty winds. So that's fine. Nobody's upset about that. But it is really, really dark, and so that warning continues. These cells look like they're rapidly increasing again, and so John's cutting off and is going to grab a hold of these. So they're just starting right around the Manford area. Now they're kind of back building a little bit, so to speak, or I shouldn't say back building, forward progressing as it starts to move up towards Skytook. Probably the most focus is going to be on the southeast part of our viewing area. Here in Tulsa, we're going to have to deal with these for just a little bit. It doesn't look like these are going to last super long, and this might be part, and notice how rigid this line is in terms of being kind of straight. A little bit more of the so-called dry line, even though out west you would think that there'd be a little bit more happening. Really, it's just to the southwest of Norman where that is. So here's our tornado-warned storm. Sequoias continues to be in the middle of that, and we do think that that will continue to move to the north and east. So if you're in McIntosh or Muskogee County, Cherokee County, any of these areas, we still have to watch for an embedded potential of a tornado. Right now, it's not. It could be worse. So we're going to be just saying, okay, we're going to deal with what we have. Let's take a look, at velocities, reading my mind. So we're down at Dustin and also down where Sequoia is located. Sequoia, I'm going to come back to you for a minute, get another update from you. What kind of winds, turbulence, what are you getting into?
Yeah, Travis, a lot of strong winds. Ran into some hail about the size of quarters. Right now, I'm trying to get back. I am right on the circulation feature of this storm.
Okay.
If it's going to be rain wrapped, so nobody needs to go out and try to look at it.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of flooding, as you can see on the camera.
Cameras.
A lot of flooding on the roadway. So, anyways, I'm going to stay after it, Travis. Back to you, sir.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. So we'll let him go. He's got to drive. That's white knuckle driving too. So their bar ditches are full of water. So that's a flooding situation for the folks down here. So be prepared for that. Bob's sitting up in Henrietta right now. Bob, quick update from you. What do you have? Bob? Go ahead, Bob, if you're there.
Yeah, go ahead, Travis. We were backing up. We're starting to get strong winds, about 35-mile-an-hour gusts. Rain's moved in real heavily here at 75 and Interstate 40. You can see we've got limited visibility, but yeah, we're getting gusts to about 35 right now and quite a bit of lightning.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Stacia, what you just found some information out. What was that?
I was saying we got a message in that people are parking under the bridge at Highway 75 in the creek.
Oh, wow.
And that is something we don't want you to do by any means. Even though you think you're protecting your car, you're putting yourself in a lot more danger.
Yes.
And other people.
People don't pay attention, and you can get rear-ended, and people driving 60, 70 miles an hour. Again, spread that word, because you just can't do that. You got to find something else, because that's bad. Let's go. So we've got that storm. We've got the tornado warning down the south with Sequoia, but the heavy thunderstorm with where Bob is located. Back in the Tulsa area, Dell's in the middle of that. John's John's moving northbound. Let's go to Dell. Dell, what do you have for us? What's going on?
Travis, we are getting blasted pretty good here now, about 40 to 50 miles an hour, and some of the hail's coming in sideways, but fortunately it's about the east side right now. Back to you.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. So that's what's happening with that particular part of the storm in South Tulsa. Hail core, as it kind of diminished a little bit. Most of it's showing up inch and a half. The larger hail was to the south, so we're doing okay with that. But it's still chunky. It's close, so it hasn't totally gone away. Dell's close to that right at this moment. Hey, John, you're just on the north side a little bit, getting ready to head on north and intercept that, because that did become a warned storm. We kind of wondered, because that blew up really, really quick. And that's the one that's over by Sand Springs, just west of Sand Springs. Here's Sand Springs, just west of Sand Springs a little bit, moving northeast. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning. John, what do you have for us as you're trying to get out of there? What do you have?
I'm on Highway 75 right now, Travis. Very, very heavy rain. Quite a bit of lightning, not really cloud to ground lightning, just flashes of lightning. I'm headed north right now, and it is just like midnight, just completely dark out here. And driving is very, very difficult in the rain and in the dark. Back to you.
All right, so anybody that's listening to us on 1170, we want you to please be careful. Hail core is going up a little bit down by Glenpool. Great. That'd be just great. Not that I'm concerned about that whatsoever. But anyway, let's go down south to Bob down in Henrietta. Bob, what do you have
Power's
for us?
out.
What's going on?
Yeah, we're getting hit in Henrietta. Power's out. We're getting 55, 60 mile an hour winds down here right now. Limited visibility. We just had a lightning strike. Power's out down here. Yeah, we're getting significant winds at this time, a little bit of hail, and torrential rain, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. But we were getting the winds, they were coming out of the south and southeast, and they turned and came a little bit back out to the southwest. So something down in here is still turning as it came across Interstate 40. Back to you, Trav.
All right, thanks. Again, tough go here in this area. Very turbulent, and we're going to, hey, Aaron, what are you going to do with Bobby? Are you going to pull him north with this?
Yes, he's going to take it, and he's going to go north and then kind of follow it up towards Morris as it goes along.
Because we've got a bit of a circulation thing going on here, not too far from around, just east of Henrietta. So that's probably, and did Bob, you can ask him offline what his winds are. What direction are his winds right now? Are they out of the west or?
Where are they at right now?
Because it's kind of interesting to see what's going on in here.
They were coming out of the southwest, right?
So more of a, so it's a southwest? South? Okay. All right. So that's part of that system moving on. All right. So massive area of rain, thunder, lots of lightning, wind, power outages down here. We'll get some updates on the amount of power outages coming up in a little bit. But this is, again, a huge thunderstorm. Back to the south, sorry, I'm going to go south just for a second and look at so the tail end of what Sequoia is in right now is part of that storm. And so some of the most turbulent part is now outside or just on the northeast corner of this tornado warning around the Dustin area, and that's moving into McIntosh County. So again, tremendous lightning, tremendous amounts of water falling at this moment. You can see around the Lena area, and that's headed up there, and we'll have Stacia do a storm track. We want to mention the other warning, though, that's northwest of Tulsa, downtown Tulsa, because that one is also pretty powerful. And so we've got the turbulence down south, Shelter now, Henrietta. So that's a bunch of wind. That's moving northeast with a severe thunderstorm warning now pushing into portions of Muskogee County and then northwestern McIntosh County. And the last of that tornado warning is right in here. And so that we could still see tornado warnings reissued. So that's possible. Let's move north if we could through Tulsa and see what's happening with the one up to the north here. So here's the heavy rain. You can see where John is located. Hail core had come through mounds with up to quarter-size hail with that. So that just went to the west of Dow. Here's John just getting on the edge of the heavy thunderstorm. And we have the newest severe thunderstorm here on the northwest side of town. And so, Stacia, we'll let you do just a couple of storm tracks to help everybody understand what's going on.
Okay, will do. I'm going to start down in southeast, with southern parts, northeastern parts of Hughes County, but southern parts of our viewing area right now for what's going on. This is down by Destin, and so the tornado warning continues for the circulation where Sequoia is located. So this will be getting into the western side of McIntosh County here pretty much in the next about 5 to 10 minutes. It's moving northeast at about 35, and this is the southern edge. We've tracked probably about 2 or 3 circulations just from this one large thunderstorm complex as it comes up, and so we'll track that at about 35. Dustin here pretty much now, next about 2-3 minutes. Dewar by 4:18, Gulftown by 4:19, Dighton by 4:20, Lena by 4:20. So that's what we're tracking where Sequoia is and the ongoing tornado warning for the northeastern side of Hughes County. So for those in Dustin, want you to take your precautions. Hope you're in that safe spot now. This should pass on the west side of Hanna, but again, if you live right along Highway 9 west of Rayford in McIntosh County, want you to be kind of getting in that centermost part of your home, away from windows and doors. Even if there's not a tornado on the ground, this still can do a lot of damage. Up in Henrietta, we have power out because of strong winds that came through and a lot of lightning, of course, with these storms. So they're electric and they can knock your power out, plus with the wind do a little damage here. So we're still watching a couple of more circulations, one on the northeast side of Henrietta east of Schulter. That will be crossing over 266 by Hoffman and up to 52, that junction there just west of Hitchita. Back in the metro, the storm that was moving about 60 miles per hour with hail potential is now that leading edge up towards Tulsa Hills. We've had reports of folks parking under the bridges and the overpasses on 75. Don't do that. It's very dangerous to do it. But I think there's probably some folks unfortunately doing it now because right where this core is located is on 75. It's moving north, so that leading edge is now potentially up towards almost Gathering Place. It's kind of right at I-44 Brookside. You'll get rain, and then the hail is back towards the Jinx area, pretty much right over the Outlet Mall and the Creek Turnpike right now for the hail core. At least the size has come down a little bit, but as we look here, we need a track on that.
Just a T6.
Oh, T6. You were doing a T. I wasn't sure what you were saying.
This wasn't a timeout. Sorry, I don't know what.
A timeout,
yeah.
T5, T6. Okay, we got it here.
Got a lot
T6.
going on there. Sorry. Jinx was just getting nailed right now, and getting some hail, some reports coming in around Jinx of dime to maybe nickel size hail, quarter size hail now around the Jinx area. So again, we're just kind of getting blasted. So that gives you an idea of it's just a wall of water and not much else. And that's a red light there. We can move that camera too when you get a chance, T6, because that was in that light. But we have that other one that's to the north, and then Dell's in some of that heavy rain. Dell, update from you. What do you have for us on the roadways?
Yeah, Travis, we're getting obviously pounded with heavy rain, but we're also starting to take some dime-sized hail as we move back north. We're just now passing Glenpool. We're going to be heading into the Jinx area shortly, but the rain is the big story right now, along with some dime-sized hail. Back to you, Travis.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And so you get the general idea. It's not a good time to be out in the metro whatsoever. So these are hail cores that are going on at this particular moment. So a little bit of the hail to give you an idea of what it looks like. There's a core that's coming up. So this could be larger hail. So you see what's going on right now around the Jinx area. And so mixed in this, dime size hail is going to be larger, quarter size hail, maybe golf ball size hail coming right up the heart of the city. The other cell is pretty much just on the northwest sides of Sand Springs, and that's moving on up towards Skytook. But the big hail core coming hitting right in the center part of Tulsa now. So that is not what we want to see from what's happening. As far as rain and thunderstorm activity, we continue with a lot of precipitation falling across the metro area. So that means flooding is going to be possible, or just urban stream flooding. So yeah, the curbsides are going to get full of water. And if you don't have to travel, if you can just wait till we get through this thunderstorm, you're going to be a lot happier because it's going to be white knuckle driving. You see our guys that are driving in that right now that are having that same issue. John Durkee. Let's talk to John for a second. He's just getting out of the rain. John, can you get an eyeball on what's going on up to the west of you and what you're seeing out of there?
Yes, sir. The sky is kind of taking on an orange twinge just to the northwest of downtown. I'm coming in on Highway 75, not far from the refineries. And you can see kind of a green-orange tinge to the sky, which usually means some pretty good-sized hail. Not really noticing that right now where I am, but it looks like that's in our future just up ahead of us. Back to you.
Okay, all right, thanks, appreciate that. So again, that's construction all along 75 there. And then there's that hail core basically going on right around the Jinx area and coming up towards St. Francis. No tornadoes, so we're not worried about that right now. We do have to go back south in a minute to look at the storms, but this is the areas. So there's another, is this live?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, wait, no.
So there should be a hail core just north of, on the north side of Broken Arrow, right there. And then there's a hail core right here, this magenta color that you see now up around the St. Francis area, extending Hunter Park, ORU. There should be some probably marble size hail with that. So we've had multiple reports of dime, nickel, and quarter size. And so that's going straight north. And it could be enough to cause some dings on some of the cars, especially the bigger chunks that are falling in this area. And so that's one thing that we're going to be very much aware of. So those are pretty big chunks of hail. Here's 169 Broken Arrow Express. So there's some strong winds right now blowing with that. Can't see anything. Look, check this out. This is just, and that's not fog. That is just heavy rain and strong winds in the immediate Tulsa area right now. And that is, you know, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So we continue to get reports of small hail, but when you get winds and even an inch diameter size hail, that's not good. So that's what we're seeing with this right now. Up to Bartlesville for 1 second, I wanted to point out there's a storm forming up near Bartlesville that is causing problems. This is, oh, this isn't Bartlesville right now. That's, I don't know who that. That's probably Dell.
There.
Was it there?
There's Bartlesville.
Okay, there's Bartlesville. Okay, there's a storm forming on the west side of Bartlesville at this time, well, just on the west-northwest side. And then there's a cell going up around Copan. Let's go back to radar for a second. I guess would be a better way to see it because you can't really see it too much. So we got the hail cores in Tulsa, severe thunderstorm warnings in Tulsa. We have severe thunderstorm for the Skytook area, and these are just developing now. And so that's just the beginning of what will be some stronger isolated severe storms up around Copan, and that'll extend into northern Nowata County. Pretty intense storm up near Chatopa as well. All right, back to the south, because that's where we've had the tornado warning storm, and that's where we're looking at still that last part of that tornado warning is still right now moving out of Dustin and just into the southwestern and western portions of McIntosh County. So that's the circulation that we have right now. Sequoia is trying to get back into that zone. We're extending we're getting rid of the tornado warning and extending a severe thunderstorm warning, so we don't have an active tornado warning. But this is very, very turbulent, very turbulent. And let's take a look at wind shear for a sec, if we could, and see what's going on in this zone. So you just got winds going all whichever direction right in through here. So you're going to have gusts of 40, 50 miles an hour. Might be some gusts near 60, blinding rain, heavy rain, and that's this storm. And then we have the one up to the north into Tulsa area. Let's move back to the north if we can, and we'll look at the storm across Tulsa. So if you're joining us now, no tornado warnings in Tulsa. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a hail core now on the north side of Broken Arrow. And then we have that heavy rains, hail mixed in around St. Francis, Woodland Hills Mall to the north and extending further. And Stacia, if you want to give us an update on the storm tracks here, that'd be great.
I can. I just saw a couple reports, one from Jinx of 2-inch hail. So that's not good. And again, these hail cores are going to continue moving north at about 55. So right now here is I'm going to draw my track and then I'll show it to you. But this is going to take it pretty much across the heart of Tulsa and over into BA and then to the north from there. So potentially to Owasso and Collinsville, kind of right up Highway 169. We were talking a lot about Highway 75. Now we still are talking about 75, but we're also including 169. And it's 4 o'clock, so that means it's rush hour. And folks are on area highways, and this is not good. We want you to pull off into a safe spot, not under a bridge or an overpass. We want you to kind of get off of the highways and park somewhere in a parking lot or under a parking garage or something like that. But this is going to be continuing up from BA now and I-44. That hail core is now almost to Catoosa, taking it towards Gathering Place by 406, which the heavy rain is coming into Gathering Place now, but the hail is coming up in the next about 5 minutes or so, and it's moving at about 55 to 60. So this will take it again to Owasso and to Collinsville and potentially then up to Tooele and Oologah. But this will be now from Catoosa back to Brookside and 169 out by Highway or 11th Street north to the airport, to Owasso, to Collinsville, to Keatonville Hill and Claremore. Hail core now from Catoosa will extend to Verdigris and Claremore. So Claremore and Collinsville and Owasso, get those cards inside now. You don't have time if you're in Catoosa or if you're at the airport. It's coming in soon. The hail core, at least the size, looks like it's weakened for the western part of the storm out by Brookside and Gathering Place, so that's good. There is still some hail right over Jinx and up to the south side of Tulsa Hills, but I would say some of the larger hailstones falling trav are now going to be out on I-44 by Catoosa, by the Hard Rock where you break off to State Highway 66. So again, hail across the metro now, very, very heavy rainfall. You can't see. We want you to stay home, stay put, stay at your work for a few minutes longer as we get this storm out of the city, but this is not one that you want to be out driving in by any means.
Ugh, just big ugh is all we can say. At this point, the heaviest rain and thunderstorm activity in the metro. Again, flooding potential is quite high. There's an unbelievable amount of water falling from this. And of course, you probably felt how humid it was, and that's just adding to the issue. We do have a hail core that's still very noticeable. If we could, let's go to Lynx 1 for a second there, and we can just look at that for a second. And so the hail core has continued to move to the north. So when we get up into this range, most all of our reports, Stacia just mentioned, are pretty much under golf ball size, but this is indicative of larger chunks of hail that could fall. And can we look at a 3D and just see what we've got going on that for just a minute? So that's the area targeting hail. And so when we look at what's happening here, this is part of the thunderstorm. Now it's getting sliced off because it's near the radar. And then you can you go to the big hail? What do you got? Is there?
You
got.
I want to make an observation. You were talking about people parking under overpasses. If you look at T1 right now, you can see a whole lot of that happening.
Okay, we can do that. Again, these storms are huge, though. Lots of water falling. No tornadoes in Tulsa. So again, that's not the threat. The hail is more the threat, and the heavy rain and the flooding. And we'll get to T. Is there T1? Can you see? Is that T1?
Yeah, it's a BA1.
Oh, there. Okay. I was looking too close.
Yeah, you can see several cars parked there underneath the overpass at the far left of the screen.
Oh, yeah. And so there's like, guys, can't do that. You're going to mess up everybody else and get rear-ended. And so if you're listening on 1170, don't honk at anybody. Don't make anybody mad. No reason to do that, but just try to be careful driving. I'm sure we can probably get a traffic thing and look at just how that's probably going to mess up traffic too. So again, just tons and tons of water mixed in with hail, and everybody kind of freaks out. And I understand why, because I don't want my car hailed, but we're going to get some chunks of hail coming up across the center parts of Tulsa at this particular moment. Let's go to John, who's in some of that right now. John, update. What do you have?
Ooh, boy, Highway 75 at the IDL split right now. I cannot see in front of me where I'm driving. Have the emergency flashers on. It is torrential rainfall here. No hail yet, but just unbelievable rainfall right now in this area, Travis. Back to you.
Wow. All right. So again, in Tulsa, please don't travel, please. If you can hold off, if it's not an emergency, hold off for a while, because this is just a mess. Take a look. Stacia can give you a rundown on that. Stacia, that is a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. If you can stay at work for a few more minutes, I would definitely do that. Get these storms out of here. But it's torrential rain. It's hail across the city. It's not driving conditions, and by any means, it's dangerous too to be out here. But you can see that there's so many slowdowns across the metro. It's rush hour, so a lot of folks are trying to get home, and now is just not the time. We need this storm to get out of the city. There's still hail, especially from 169 to the east and then up now towards Owasso. So that hail coming down along with the heavy rain, as John Durkee mentioned, is just going to be a nightmare to drive and to get home and to run errands in. So let these storms pass. We're already seeing it get a little bit lighter now around the Glenpool area and the south side of Bixby. So that is good news, and that'll be kind of the back edge. But here's a look at the Broken Arrow Expressway and 169 Junction, and that's the Broken Arrow Expressway for where folks are parked under the bridge there. So that's what we don't want you to do. It's getting a little lighter now around Glenpool and Bixby. So all of this is moving northeast at about 55 to 60. So it should get out of here pretty fast, but now is not the time to be out on the roadways, anywhere from downtown to Tulsa Hills over to BA, and then also wait it out in Skiatook, in Owasso now, in Collinsville, Claremore, and Verdigris, because this is all coming into your coming up towards you. So just stay put for a little bit. Give it about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes, and then it'll be a lot easier to be out driving. Trav.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the report. And I mean, just a lot of folks kind of get messed up on this. So these thunderstorms are right over the Tulsa area. Let's go out and do reflectivity for a second and go on out a little bit further if you can with and look. I want to look at the whole big picture here. And so what we see, and I want to point out, I'll probably be sorry I said this, but there's no tornado warnings. And so this was one of the things I was talking about with the meteorologist over in Oklahoma City, David Payne. And we were talking about how some of these thunderstorms could so much disrupt the atmosphere that it wouldn't be the worst tornado situation. But we have so much moisture in the atmosphere, it's making it worse in a few other areas, but it's better than a tornado. But we still have this whole area. If you're in Pittsburgh County, southeastern McIntosh County, Muskogee, Cherokee, these are all areas that are prone, or I shouldn't say prone, but are likely to be able to see some tornadic activity here as we go through the late afternoon into the evening hours. We have one cell that fired up right on the dry line. There's some down south, but that's moving up toward Oklahoma City. And I haven't seen Sky News 6 right now. Looks like we are. It looks like that we've launched, and so apparently we're on REM 23 instead of we're on REM 23 right now. Okay, but we'll see where we end up with, because we were expecting to be more out toward the dry line with some of the activity, and we're seeing some of the heaviest and most severe thunderstorms right now around Henrietta and extending back on to the east. So that's where some of these stronger storms are located. And if in these areas, rainfall rates are pretty impressive, because we have flood warnings wherever these storms have been, and they've also kind of trained in the same direction. Stacia, could you look at some of the rainfall and rainfall rates that we have for a second?
Yeah.
And you can give us an update on that if you would.
Okay, so this is going to be a radar estimate, so keep that in mind. And sometimes when we have hail, these estimates can be overdone a little bit, but you can definitely tell where storms have moved and how much rainfall, at least the heavier rains, have come. And so definitely down in Hughes County and into western McIntosh, southern Okmulgee County, there's going to be a swath of rain there that could be anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches, maybe even a bit higher. So flooding definitely a problem, at least in low-lying areas and flood-prone spots. Another area with high rainfall amounts coming up on the northwestern side of Okmulgee County, right into the metro. This is torrential rain coming in, so we're going to see a lot of ponding on the roads. We're also going to have low-lying areas, flood-prone spots with some trouble, creeks filling up very quickly, and then that will continue up towards Catoosa and Claremore as the rain swath continues northeast with the strong to severe storms. We've also had a swath from Pryor down to Choteau and then over in the central parts of Wagner County, and that is looking like more of a 1/2 inch up to 1 inch. So when you get into the greens, you're about a 1/2 inch, darker greens around 1 inch, and then yellow is when you get into 2. Those yellows show up down to the south in Hughes and western McIntosh County. This is just 6 hours, but this covers kind of what we've been dealing with through the afternoon so far, and we continue with strong to severe storms. Now they have went ahead and issued down the line for the storms coming into western Muskogee County, and that will then continue for Wagner and western Cherokee County. This is more of a wind threat. There is some hail. The hail size not as big though, and that's good. That hail core is now by Boynton and Wainwright, moving northeast about 45. So this is now western Muskogee County, right around Boynton and Wainwright. That will track up towards Taft, west side of Muskogee and Porter, up to Wagner as well. So this severe thunderstorm warning is for more of a wind threat rather than the hail potential, but that's not to say the hail can't grow as updrafts get stronger. There is a lot of lightning with it. It can knock power out. We've had reports down by Henrietta of power being out already today from these storms, so would not be surprised to see more of that as the storm continues northeast, and it's about 45. It's a little slower than the storm that raced north. The storm that raced north across the metro track broke off from these storms down south earlier this afternoon, maybe an hour or so ago, and just bolted up into Tulsa at about 60 miles per hour. So that continues on to the north. Now it's about 50, 55.
That is pretty crazy, but again, the atmosphere is very juiced, and it's one of the problems that you have when you're in May. And this is pretty much the peak of what we call a tornado season, and so that's why we're going to have to continue to watch this. Further south and east, we continue with very intense storms. Sequoia's got another cell that's developed down around Holdenville. This cell that's in Muskogee, we'll go along the leading edge of that in just a little bit, and we'll look at some of that. But we'll take a look at what's going on again down around Calvin and Holdenville for this storm, because the circulation feature is starting to show up right in this zone. So around Calvin, this is where this has all gone through. And the green polygons you see here, those are flood warnings because there's just been too much water. Stations are just showing us how much rain's fallen. And so there is just a building area right in here where that's just starting to develop. And then back along this line back to the east and northeast, we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings in here, but it's primarily the biggest problem that we're seeing is that it's so turbulent that we're going to get more rain and thunderstorm activity that could cause, could be, well, you can see right in here the stronger of the winds, Renniesville to around Shakota area. That extends back on up to just around Boynton. So these winds are probably about 50 miles an hour or more along that leading edge, and so that's where some of the stronger winds will be. Let's take a look at shear for a second, or storm relative. Let's take a look at that and then just see what we have going on here. So this gives us a good idea. And when you get into a situation like this around Wainwright, this is a little bit of a circulation eddy that's happening right in that zone. And because we have the strong winds coming across here, we do want you to be aware. So this is southwest of Summit and just south of Cricola. And so it's at Wainwright at this particular moment. So that would be the center of basically a bit of a circulation feature that we're seeing with this. And that's strong, strong winds coming in from Council Hill, moving out to the Oktaha area. And so that's along pretty much any place along 69 is some of the stronger winds. And then embedded in that would be the circulation. So there's some hail, a lot of gusty winds, and just a very turbulent area that we're going to have to keep an eye on as it moves around the Wainwright area. Notice the couplet. In fact, we can zoom in on that just for a second, Stage. And so I want you to just see what's going on here. So you see that right there. We don't necessarily like to see that. So there's some ragtag clouds that are going to be really low right in here, and that's a circulation feature right here. So that's just to the west-southwest of Summit. Let's come in on City Street if you could for a moment. There you go. So to give you an idea, and I'll get out of the picture a little bit, but you see what's going on with that. That's on West 83rd Street South. So if you're in that area, and then South 94th Street West, and then County Road East-West 95. This is right in your zone. So if you're familiar with Wainwright and the Flush area, Flush, I've never had to pronounce that, Flush, after all these years. Didn't see that before. Anyway, this circulation is minor, but yet there's going to be a few scary looking clouds with this, so don't be surprised. Heavy rain, thunderstorm activity continues along this whole line, but we'll be watching these areas because thin things, they don't even look like anything's going on, and that's probably a rotating part of the storm. So massive severe thunderstorm warnings across much of the area in terms of taking in a huge real estate area. And some of the heaviest storms right now around the Wainwright area, down to Council Hill, back into the Tulsa area at this time. The rain continues. You can see around Tallahassee, and then also the storm that's around Broken Arrow. Now it's moving through central and northern Tulsa County. You can see where John is located. He's been moving across with this. Allen's on the north side. So John, if you would, give us an update. What's it like now on 75 northbound?
Okay. I can tell you right now, Travis, I'm at 66th Street North and Highway 75, and we've had a little bit of roadside flooding, some ponding on the roadway from all of it, and it's really quite a mess to drive in. I've had a couple of dings of hail, nothing major, but the rain is just unbelievable, and at times the winds have been very, very gusty, probably about 35 miles an hour. And that's really just driving this rain. It just feels like nails slamming into the vehicle. So very difficult to drive. A lot of folks have their emergency flashers on, which is probably pretty wise. Back to you.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that very much. We have some video on Links 1 that we want to show you too. Oh, this is Owasso. Okay, this is live video here. And so this is where the strongest winds, some of these winds are going strong at about 40 to 50 miles per hour gusts. Some could be higher. This 169 looking northbound from our first bank of Owasso location. Again, just ton of water, strong winds. We also had one, this was from out of near Tulsa University. This is from Rebecca.
65.
65 now, airport? Okay, so that's why we're getting wind damage reports. So this is a look from just a little bit ago. So there's some of these winds now gusting 60, 65 miles an hour. So we're getting power outages. We're also getting tree limbs down. And so there's a lot of things going on. It's kind of a little bit more potent here on the north side of Tulsa than it was on the south side. We had some strong winds of 40 to 50 south side, but the north side's now getting even stronger winds. That gives you an idea of what we're looking at with that. All right, let's go back. And so this is that line of storms moving north and through Owasso at this particular moment. We were just showing you the picture live shot from Owasso. Alan's on the north side up around the Foyle area. Alan, just a quick update from you. Are you starting to pick up winds yet, or what are you seeing? Go ahead, Alan. If you're there, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I got you. We're almost to Chelsea. We've got maybe some 20-mile-an-hour winds right now, nothing substantial like from the front side of the storm. We're going to get up here and get a decent vantage point to face back into the storm, into the heart of it. But right now we're doing okay, just a little bit of rain, no hail or lightning just yet. We'll get back to you
All right,
shortly.
thanks. I appreciate that. Owasso's getting some of those strong winds coming in on them at this point. Can we go back to Owasso Cam for a second, just see if that's changed very much? So this is very potent part of the storm. No circulation features, so if you're in Tulsa right now, we don't have tornadoes, so that's good news.
Hang on, that's
this is that's Bartlesville, or that was. So here's Owasso. The heavy rains are showing up here. It shows that there should be some strong winds coming in on the west side of Owasso right now, and west and southwest side. So we'll see if that changes up at all here in a little bit. But we're pretty sure that the wind and the wind strength of it is going to be 50, 60 miles an hour. As they've said, the airport was at 65, so that could get bumped up here shortly. Okay, back to radar.
And the ditches are full.
And the ditch, oh yeah, good point. So already so much water has been running through here. The heavy rain, Station mentioned that a little bit ago. We can go back through that here as well. But again, aerial floods, especially curbs, water, you just have to be careful. Warnings now in effect for the north side of Tulsa. So that'll be including Skiatook and basically Owasso. And we don't have Claremore in there, but that's some heavy, heavy rain and a strong storm. Hail, let's take a quick look and see if the hail core has moved. Yeah, it's up around the Owasso area. So Owasso could be picking up some hail right now. Yep, Aaron?
I will say my wife reported about $half size to maybe almost golf ball size hail as that core moved through Skiatook.
All right. So that even just that north one.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, so some serious hail here on the north side. This has been just going through town nonstop. So that's what we're looking at right now. And so if you are in these areas, you have to just be aware. Not a good setup at all. John has been. Let's see. John is lost. John. John, where are you? And what do you have for us right now?
I'm on 76th Street North, just coming into the west side of Owasso. And I can tell you, Travis, the rain is very heavy, and the wind has not been as strong right now as what I experienced a few minutes ago. However, I'm thinking that's probably moved up ahead of me now, and I'll be looking for any signs of damage when I get into Owasso. I'm about 3 miles to the west right now. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. That storm, again, very potent on the north side of Tulsa. So with winds of 50, 60 miles an hour, and the hail core now moving on the north side. So John's right behind that. So if you're up around Ramona, Talala, this is all under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and that will continue for the next 40 minutes or so as that continues to move toward the lake, pretty much around Oologah Lake, and then that's moving into southern Washington County. So those are the ones we have to watch out for. Again, no tornadoes at this point. That's subject to change, but let's look to the north. Back to the south, heavy to severe thunderstorm now moving in on Muskogee, and that's an intense storm with the winds. There's still that, you can see that area that has not changed a whole lot. So there's pretty much a bit of a circulation in this area that's a little concerning. And this is coming in on the south side of Muskogee. So this has been going on for a little bit from Wainwright, now moving on up. And so we're going to get some wind and potentially wind damage up around Muskogee. If you're on the south and west sides of Muskogee, you're going to get some scary looking clouds, and you're going to be in a position where you could get some damage and some power outages. Chloe or Jalen, have you seen power outage reports coming in yet? We can get to that if you would. But this is a stronger indication of some very strong winds, very turbulent area coming through here. And so that circulation feature is noticeable as far as what's going on coming into town. So if you're in Muskogee right now, be advised as that storm continues to track to the northeast. That's part of the cluster of storms that were down around Henrietta that have continued to move to the north. We have additional thunderstorms. Bob is around Okmulgee at this point. You can see where Sequoia is located with that other cell down around Calvin. And so we're going to watch what's there. If you're south and east, it's just warm, humid, scattered showers, muggy conditions. It's almost like you're in the Florida coastal areas probably. And it's just stuffy, or Houston. But what we're concerned with are a few of these cells that are pretty potent, and then the one coming from Okmulgee and Okemah, that's still a very powerful storm and that has hail associated with it. Also, can we zoom out for a moment and look at that whole area? And you'll see that there's a couple things that we want to point out. There's one lonesome storm that's out around the Norman area right now, and we lost REM 23, I guess. We had that for a little bit ago, but we had Sky News 6 watching what's going on there because we're expecting more of a tornado risk there or down to the south. We still think that there's a tornado risk down around Durant, and we have to be careful for anything pretty much I-44 southeast for a chance of a tornado that could spin up. Most of our activity right now to the north is primarily associated with the heavy rain, the 60, 65 mile an hour winds, and then that severe storm pretty much in southeast Kansas moved out of Labette County. So here's the latest of what's going on. Again, you can see where Allen is located. We have Dal, we have John, and then also with the storm that's coming across the Muskogee area at this point. That is still probably the biggest one of concern as that's coming in on town at this moment. And Stacia, I'm going to have you zoom in and do a storm relative, and then we'll do a storm track, I think, on that. So it's coming in right now on Muskogee, and so there's going to be some strong winds, especially on the south side there. We could get some 50 mile an hour winds or more, and so don't be surprised. And it should be scary looking clouds, and that's a warning with what's going on right now for severe thunderstorm, not tornado. Stacia, what do you have?
This is moving at about 45 to the northeast, and so again from Muskogee down to the south, Grandview Heights to Kiefton. We'll track this up and across the eastern side of Muskogee County over towards Fort Gibson and into Cherokee County as well. So we're just going to track kind of this apex here, this comma head. Then this is going to move up towards, again, Fort Gibson, potentially Tahlequah. So just know that you want to be paying attention to this for Holbert and for Tahlequah as well, even though for Tahlequah that's going to be in about the next 35 to 40 minutes. Before that happens, it's coming into Muskogee here in the next about 3 to 4 minutes. Wybark by 4:31, Fort Gibson by 4:38, Holbert by 4:48, and Woodall along with Zeb and Birch Hole, that's going to be closer to 4:50. But these strong winds coming into Muskogee now may knock your power out. We already had reports of that around Henrietta, so that could happen in Muskogee. There's a lot of lightning also that's going to be coming in, so that's going to make it quite loud. That will then track over to Fort Gibson by 4:38, and then eventually up to Woodall and Holbert, maybe even Tahlequah, and that would be happening in the next 30 minutes. Trav?
All right, and Oologah now getting a ham radio report of nickel-size hail up in Oologah along that leading edge, and so that's an area. Owasso just had that blast of air come through. Let's go back to Owasso for a second, see if that's calmed down at all. But hail chunks have been falling from the sky. Worst side of the thunderstorms continues to show up on the north side of town. Winds are not looking all that bad. Stacia pointed out a lot of the drainage bar ditches and drainage areas are full of water right now. So that's lightening up a little bit in Owasso as that storm continues to track up to the north. And so that's biggest problem is in northern Tulsa County, southern Washington County, and then down around Oologah, as we said, nickel-size hail. So this will be where the hail probably is up to golf ball size, I suppose, at this particular moment. Look how much lightning is going on around Skytook, back to Collinsville. Not quite as much in Oologah yet, but this is a hail core right in here. So that's just to the south and west of Oologah and the Oologah Dam area. So chunks of hail should be falling, maybe golf ball size or so associated with that. We do have a couple of guys up in that area. Who is there? Al? Alan's there? Alan, I lost Alan. Where did Alan's on the northeast side
He's
of
in
that.
Chelsea.
There he is. He's up at Chelsea. Alan, just a quick update from you on the other side of the storm.
Yeah, we're facing directly southwest right now, looking down the mouth of it. Looks like there's some hail mixed into it. Haven't hit it just yet. We've got solid winds just hanging around about 10, gust to 15. I feel like we're going to get hit in the face with it here pretty soon, though. We'll let you know.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. John is also hanging out in the areas with the heavy rain. He's around the Owasso area. John, we just looked at the Owasso camera, but if you can give us an update, have you seen any hail chunks on the ground or any damage?
I would say head east a little bit towards Muskogee, I guess. John.
I'm sorry if you're talking to me. Other people were talking, so I couldn't really hear you there.
Sorry,
but,
go ahead.
I can tell you that you can see kind of right in front of me, there's a lot of ragged clouds with this, and there's nothing tornadic right now. But the folks here in Owasso are just have been pounded so much recently. They're scared to death of this. We've got a lot of rain, had a little bit of hail. The winds have been very, very gusty. I saw some lights flash at houses and things like that when I was going by, but the power seemed to go out just temporarily and come right back on. So no major problems that I've encountered yet here in Owasso. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And again, a great point, John, that you make about Owassoans. Just because they've had to endure a little bit too much this spring. And we're still looking at those winds that have come through town, and now they're moving on to the north. But if you're any place up around Oologah and extending onto southern Washington County, you're going to be picking that up. And a lot of lightning, and lightning's just as dangerous as anything else. And the hail core, let's see where the hail core is now. And so that has moved to the north, so that's just north of Collinsville. And there's still hail chunks, and as Aaron mentioned a little bit ago near Skytook, we had up to $half size hail. And so there's still some chunks of hail falling from the sky at this particular moment. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be in effect for about another 20 minutes. Though it's covering southern Washington County and really northwestern portions of Rogers County and northern Tulsa County with that particular cell. Back to the south, the storms continue. And we're looking at Muskogee. So for you guys, it's in Muskogee right now and heavy rain. Quite a bit of lightning, not so much on the south side. Notice on the north side, it's a little bit different. So that heavy rain and thunderstorm activity continues now up to near okay. There should be some wind gusts that'll be showing up here of about 40 to 50 miles an hour. And that is, you can see it's just moving across areas, especially turbulent area that just came across Muskogee. So we could have some power issues with that. Did you guys pick up any power issues? Chloe? Chloe, any power issues?
Yes.
There it is. Okay. About 1,000, a little less than 1,000 customers. Okay, Creek County, similar story. Montgomery County, down in Hughes County, where we have found some damage in that area, so that's not surprising. Washington County, don't know what that's about because haven't really seen anything monster going out there. But we do have some power outages, and again, those are customers, not people. So about 1,000, a little less than 1,000 customers without power around Tulsa. Okay, a lot of hail showing up across the area, but for Muskogee, let's zoom in around Muskogee, get city streets down to level. So there's some hail right in around the area, but the biggest thing is just the strong winds coming in here. So it's just moving over the north and east sides of pretty much the Shawnee bypass, and then that's moving on up toward Fort Gibson right now. So there's a bit of a circulation right over town. Fortunately, it isn't any tighter than that, because if it was any tighter, we'd be getting pretty tight ourselves. We'd be going, okay, this is not good. So it's not good right now because it's a little tight, but this is tracking up toward Fort Gibson. Stacia, if you would, could you do a storm track for us for those folks just to keep an eye on that?
Yes, and I just went back in time about 15 minutes to see how much movement this storm has, or how much real estate this storm has covered, and it's been about 15 miles, so that has sped it up a little bit, closer to about 55 to maybe 60 miles per hour, tracking over towards Tahlequah and the Holbert area. So take a look, and again, I've adjusted the track for that speed, kind of picking up, and the strong winds are now on the east side of Muskogee, tracking towards Fort Gibson by 4:34. That's 3.5 more minutes. So strong winds are going to be blasting in. Holbert and Tahlequah, you're coming up at 4:45, 4:44 technically for Holbert. Tahlequah would be closer to about 4:53. So again, strong wind here. Not as much hail potential. There is some, but the wind is the bigger story. Lightning coming in. This could knock some power out. But again, those strong winds are now on the east side of Muskogee and tracking over towards Fort Gibson. OK is about to get blasted with some wind as well. That circulation feature that the Trav was talking about, that's right southwest of Fort Gibson, coming in in the next minute. Bragg's also going to get blasted with some wind, but that could be enough to do a little bit of damage. Also, again, knock your power out. The lightning coming in, a lot of that is concentrated from OK over to Fort Gibson, so it's going to get really loud there. But again, severe thunderstorm. The warning extends over into Cherokee County until 4:45, so we have 15 more minutes. Seems like it's picked up a little more speed, but that is on track to move through the central parts of Cherokee County. So from Fort Gibson up to Tahlequah, and then potentially down the line into then western sides of Adair County, but that would be probably within the hour. Next half hour includes Tahlequah. Next hour includes Adair County. Trav, turn your mic on.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks. I appreciate that. How did you know? Anyway, so this is still, I was looking at some data, and it's still an area that's concerned. And also, we have with this, as we mentioned before, flood warnings for several locations. And we always tell you this, too, turn around, don't drown. Unfortunately, my wife was just saying, yeah, I was in that hailstorm. I told her today, I said, be very careful, don't run into the hailstorm. So she says, yeah, I ran into that at 31st and Harvard, apparently. No. She said, I've got dings. So that's going to hit some cars, unfortunately. And so I'm sure if she had that, there's going to be a lot of people that have even more. So this is moving north quite a ways now. And then you see we still have active weather in several areas. And what's kind of interesting is what's going on down south here with these thunderstorms farther south. We really thought that at least down south there'd be more tornado warnings. We still have another couple hours to go for the maximum heating and everything that's happening. So I'm not disappointed. I don't want to make it sound like I'm disappointed. I'm thankful. But it did seem like we would have at least a couple more. So far, though, we've had some damage reports coming in. The one that's near Norman at this time, where is REM 23, is that Sky News 6?
Yes.
It is? Okay. So we'll just, these are the storms that were expected to cause potential for tornadoes. And so there is a bit of a circulation feature right in here, but there's a bit of an outflow thing going on. And so let's just take a look at Sky News 6 if we could for just a minute. And this is looking into the storm, and you can't tell a whole lot. Obviously the ground cover you see there. And so he's looking in and looking at what's happening. What do you have there?
I would say you could also go to REM 24. I believe that's Val's video, so I'll just see that storm.
And you can see that there too. Okay, we'll do that next. So he's coming around the storm as we're looking at that. And the only reason I'm showing that, this is near Norman and OU, so it's kind of a lot of people are interested in what's going on there. Let's go, if we could, go to REM 24 then for a second, and Val's got another shot on that. So that's the storm here near Bridge Creek and just west of Norman. So you can see this area with rain. These were the ones that we were worried about that would become tornadic. So far, that is not the case. So again, good news. A lot of the models were, at least have been overplaying it a little bit, and so that's okay. Back to radar and heavy rain, and what's going on out there is right in that area. And you see Norman just to the storm is just to the west-southwest of Norman, so that's drifting northeast, moving into more. Our concern, Okemah, still to the east. We have a severe thunderstorm right now around Dustin, and Dustin is where Sequoia is located at this moment. And Dustin, or Sequoia, if you could give us an update from near the fine community of Dustin, what's going on?
Yeah, Travis, right now we got I ran through some hail about the size of quarters, 60-mile-an-hour winds, a tremendous amount of rain. All the ditches are full. All the back roads are full. Earlier when I was talking, I probably seemed like I was a little tight because the road was covered in water. It was very scary, and I was trying to get to Highway 9. So anyway,
well, that's understandable.
Yeah, I finally got to a paved road, so I'm better. And anyway, not to laugh, but this storm is still severe. We're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you, Trav.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Hey, so that's a look at what's going on and down south there. So that's still a very powerful storm. And as Sequoia mentioned, we have some heavy rainfall with that, some small hail up to marble size. That's not super small. And that's moving to the northeast. The Okmulgee, we're back to rain and thunderstorms. And I have a friend there, Okmulgee, said, we're out of power. And so again, this has been causing some problems. Bob's in that vicinity. Hey, Bob, update from you. What are the winds doing and what's happening right now?
Yeah, we just passed through north, so winds aren't too bad right now. They're probably only about 10 miles an hour. We're in light rain. We're kind of between the cells right now, but we've had a lot of rain and there's a lot of ponding on the road, so people need to be cautious. Back to you, Travis.
My goodness, how much water. I guess it's better than dust blowing all over, but wow. This is amazing how much water has been falling here in eastern Oklahoma in April, now into May. So there's heavy rain still across this area. This is not a severe storm, but it's going to make it so where it's going to be flooding. All of our severe weather now over past Muskogee through the OK area. That is extending to the north now to near Hulbert and around Fort Gibson Lake. So this is the circulation feature that has been with this has moved further to the north and to the east. It's still very powerful, though, as far as the storm is concerned. And you can see what's going on here. It's just right near the Fort Gibson area. And so that is we're gonna have to, as we said, just watching it. So that is a rotating part of a storm. And so there is a chance that this still could tornado. And that's why this is in an area that is pretty much, this atmosphere is still conducive to a lot of energy, and that's what's showing up here right now. If you zoom in a city street, that'd be great.
I was looking at.
And also, and then we'll do, have you, if you can, do a storm track on that in just a minute. So it's on the east side of Fort Gibson right now, and so that's moving just in an area that's going to take it on the northeast side of town. So that's just north of Highway 62. But if you're up in this area, just be aware. There's going to be some low clouds, and that is rotating. And so that is noticeably stronger, I would say. So it's getting a little bit stronger. So we're at a point where I'm getting quite concerned about what's going on with this one. So northeast of Fort Gibson, be advised, and let's find out more from Stacia. What do you have, Stacia?
Trav, I have this moving northeast at 55, so that'll take it up into potentially Tahlequah, and I've just tracked where that circulation is that Trav was just pointing out, where kind of that apex is right there. So that's going to move up south of Hulbert, probably to the northwest of Woodall, and come right into Tahlequah. So we want you to be really watching this closely and be kind of ready to go. If you do need to get to your safe spot, be ready, and then you can move quickly. This will get towards the Woodall area by 4:45, so we're about 7 more minutes from that. Gabriel by 4:48. Tahlequah still looking at 4:53. Gideon by 4:54. Moody's by 4:58. So you can see the latest track now has moved it into, or the latest update scan from the radar, now into the western side of Cherokee County, crossing over the county line. So south of Hulbert and west of Woodall at this point. Welling by 4:56. Moody's closer to 5 o'clock, along with Briggs, Eldon, Ellerville. So this will take it through central Cherokee County over by Tahlequah and then over towards the Proctor area. So that's what we're keeping watch on. Winds are out of the southeast. The atmosphere is ready to go for these storms. And so we've kind of been talking about how we've been expecting tornado warnings. We've already had a few today, so we may get more as the afternoon goes on. But right now, the storm that we're watching with very close eye is what's happening coming out of Muskogee County, just east of Fort Gibson, and then up towards Tahlequah, south of Hulbert. So that's the storm that we're concerned with coming out of Muskogee County. Back to the west, we have the storms Trav was just talking about in central Okmulgee County, back towards Okemah. Some strong wind, some hail here. We're going to watch those closely. Bob is right there. To the south, there have been a few showers that have developed, and some thunder as well in western Haskell County around the Quinton area. Something to watch on, not too concerning just yet. Even a cell right over Gore. So there's going to be more that develops through the next few hours. This is a line of strong to severe storm potential that's pretty much right on top of eastern Oklahoma here through this evening. To the north, the storm that moved through Tulsa very quickly brought a lot of rain, hail, gusty winds. Largest hail report we've seen so far was 2 inches. That was down in Jinx. For hail in the Owasso area, ping pong reports, and then also dime to nickel. Now that hail core has moved up towards Nowata on the southwest side of Nowata, east of Bartlesville, right on the Washington-Nowata County line. So that will move to the north, still at about 55. It's very quick, but there is some strong wind here. A lot of lightning. The hail core is going to be just northeast of Ramona. So again, right on the county line by Hogshooter, by Oglesby, by Glen Oak, and west of Watova and west of Nowata. So you're getting lucky in Nowata in terms of the hail, but you're getting a lot of rain. These fill up ditches very quickly, make it tough to travel. A lot of ponding on the roadways. Hail, though, coming up to Glen Oak. and then so that'll be crossing over, and I believe that's Highway 60 from Nowata over to Bartlesville. Right now that hail core is crossing over Highway 60 and northbound through Glen Oak up to Ruthdale, and then passing maybe west of Lenape in the next about 15 to 20 minutes. So that is a severe thunderstorm. That warning, that polygon, that does include Washington County, Nowata, and Craig counties. That will continue on to the northeast into southeast Kansas. Atmosphere is a little more worked over because of the earlier storms that we had. That's a good thing for you guys, but still that storm could bring in some hail and some gusty winds. Alan Hancock's watching that from just to the northwest side of Chelsea. Back to the south, we have the storm that's now into western Cherokee County. So we're still watching that for you guys in Holbert and in Tahlequah. Quick look at the winds. Again, that circulation feature that Trav's watching, that's just now southwest of Tahlequah, south of Holbert, west of Woodall. And Trav, that's tracking northeast, still, I think still pretty quick at about 50, 55 miles per hour. Ton of lightning, power outages. You mentioned that earlier and kind of dove into some of the numbers with PSO, about 4,000 customers in Tulsa, Tulsa Metro, Tulsa proper,
just
whatever you
jumped.
want to call it.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of folks kind of in the dark, so to speak. And again, don't want to lose, don't want to make it bigger than it is, but at the same time, want to make sure that folks stay on top of this. So this has been, this circulation feature will continue to track northeast, and Stacia has been pointing that out. But if you're in this area, we're going to have to keep you advised on what's happening. A severe thunderstorm warning. We also have additional severe thunderstorm warnings back to the north around Tulsa, really north of Tulsa. And it's a huge chunk of real estate now that we have with this big cluster of storms. Notice, and we can probably get Chloe, I don't know if you can, or if Bartlesville. I want to take a look south out of Bartlesville at this cell coming in. But there is a hail core associated with that. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings for extreme eastern portions of Osage County, Washington County, Nowata County. That extends now again into western Craig County. You guys are going to get another shot at this. And it's been in northern Rogers County for a while. It's moving north, so we're around the Nowata area. And there have been some winds, as we reported, 60, 65 mile an hour winds have been associated with some of that. So there's the arcing area. So now it's in Bartlesville. And if we get the camera set up here in just a second, I'll show you what it kind of looks like as it's coming. It's basically in town. We might have missed it already. But this is a look from around Bartlesville, and then extending just to the east of Bartlesville, along 62, and then extending back on over to just on the west side of Nowata. That should be some winds of 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Originally, the airport in Tulsa had 65 as that leading edge was starting to blast on through. So that extends all the way back down to just west of Claremore. So quite an interesting arc, and some gusty winds also now staying around Pawhuska. So this is a look, is this looking southeast at this point, trying to get in a bearing from the rain, or due east at this point? What does it say on there? So trying to look down below. To the northwest? Okay. If you can, I want to come back around to the south. Okay. So if you're going to veer that back around to the south, because that system has just been coming in from out of the south. So we're getting the heavy rain, thunderstorm activity coming across the area. And so what we can see out of that is should be really murky, and should be rain that'll be starting to show up. So that was the west, so you could see a little clearing. Yeah, there was downtown. And so this is that line has just come on through. Keep going, if you would, a little bit further. Yeah, and so there should be some really strong winds right now. And I think the camera, is that the camera shaking, or is that you?
It's the camera.
Okay.
And me a little bit.
And you. So this is here it is. You can stop there for a second. A little hard to see, but these are low clouds coming at us, and then the gusty wind. So this camera is real stable, even though it's up on a tower way up high. But it gives you a pretty good idea. There should be some 50 mile an hour winds probably with this. And so we have a little bit of that scary looking cloud going with it. And so that's coming in on the south side of Bartlesville. We'll take a closer look on radar here in just a second. But you get the general idea. You're getting some strong winds with this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's a thunderstorm warning so far, so that's good news. All right, let's go back to radar. And we'll take a look at this cell. So again, up in Bartlesville, and the core, hail core, and you see all the lightning with that. That's just west of Nowata, east side around the Glen Oak area, Hog Shooter area. And then Bartlesville is just getting the gusty winds out of that right now. So we were looking southeast into that area. And so that's where the winds have been the strongest with that. And then the hail core located right in here. And that warning now will continue to take it on to the north. Have you done a storm track on that, Stacia?
Not in a while. We can
okay, if you could, we'll just get you guys kind of taken care of. Again, there's nothing super bad right in here at this particular moment. We do have a little bit, if you could, also storm relative SRV just for a second, just to look at, since I haven't got to look at anything else on this storm. All right, that's what I need to see. Still looks like just a lot of wind and hail. And what do you have, Station?
All right, Trav, so this is moving at about 55 to the north across the eastern parts of Washington County, getting into Nowata County. Hail core staying west of Nowata, west of Lenape, but it's right on the county line for that hail core. So as we take our track, we'll actually take it up into southeast Kansas. This is an area that's already had storms, so we're hoping that that can kind of weaken the storm as it does continue to move northeast. It's right on the edge of its severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So we'll see if the National Weather Service continues that on. But from Juan to Lenape to Elliott into Coffeyville and South Coffeyville, that's where the storm is headed. Juan by 5 o'clock. Lenape, you already have some rain now and heavy rain back into Nowata. Lenape would be by 4:50. Coffeyville and South Coffeyville, that's closer to about 5:01 to 5:04, so just after the 5 o'clock hour. Valeda by 5:10, Deering by 5:10 as well, and Liberty by 5:13. So again, this severe thunderstorm tracks northeast at about 50-55, and that will take it through eastern Washington County. Dewey's going to get some rain and some wind, but the hail, at least the larger hailstones, are going to stay on the west side of Dewey and east side of Dewey, west side of Lenape. But we'll again see if that severe thunderstorm warning is continued on, because Trav, they had storms earlier in this area, so we're hoping that that can kind of help.
Okay. No kidding. Let's go back down to Fort Gibson area. That storm's still rotating at a pretty good clip and not liking that at all. So this is what we're looking at. There's Fort Gibson Lake, and so this storm's come through Muskogee and through Fort Gibson, and so we're seeing our S thing that we don't like to see. This is now west-southwest of Tahlequah, and even though it's not a tight couplet, it is one of those that tends to cause heartburn for a lot of folks, especially if you're near that. So you guys are around Tahlequah, just be advised. And that goes up to around Gideon, Tahlequah, and just south, the Indian Meadows area. But this is the core of this, and you can pretty much tell it yourself. So this is the rotating part of this. And so this is bulging in from out of the west-southwest with 50-mile-an-hour winds or more. This is probably winds that are getting sucked into this at about 30 miles an hour or so. And so that's the core of it right at this particular moment, just south of Highway 51, just on the south and east sides of Hulbert. And let's come in a little closer to City Street, or if you could, country roads, whatever you want to call it. So this is just west of Tahlequah. And so as you look at this, West Bud Valley, and so the circulation is Thompson Corner. So if you're familiar with Thompson Corner, you should have some low clouds. There's rain. It's hard to see anything. Should have gusty winds, kind of could be blowing almost any direction. So that's the biggest issue you would have at this particular moment. But if you're on the west side of Tahlequah, not a tornado, but it is a circulation feature that is, we're watching just to be careful, because these winds have picked up a little bit more in here. And so this is, there could be something happen in here. And if nothing happens, there still could be some wind damage and power outages. And remember, you can always stream as long as you have a tower someplace close or internet services. So don't forget to get our app if you can. It is so handy. So many people just say, it's so much better because I lose my signal and it rains because of the TV and all that. But it's a tighter area right in here. So around Thompson Corner, from Mud Valley Road, and then that goes up to just around Gabriel area. So if you're in any of these places, Gabriel, Thompson Corner, we want you to be advised for that's pretty impressive. That's going on here. So there's going to be some wind damage. Station, what do you have on storm tracks?
I have it moving northeast at 55, Trav, taking it right up into Tahlequah, and we talked a lot about Tahlequah, 4:53. You still have about 3 more minutes. We do want you to be in the centermost part of your home, just away from windows and doors. As this comes in, as he mentioned, there's going to be some wind with it, so just take those precautions. Moody's by 5 o'clock, Briggs by 5 o'clock as well, along with Eldon, Ellerville. Lowry is 5:05, and then Proctor by 5:06. Proctor is in Adair County. There's a look at the actual track. And so by Adair County by 5:06, and so through central Cherokee County now into Adair potentially, and continuing on from there into Arkansas. But for Tahlequah, still in the next few minutes, 4:53. There's the latest scan now on the southwest side of Tahlequah, knocking on the door. Moody's at 5 o'clock, along with Briggs, Eldon, and Ellerville. Lowry, Proctor, and Scraper just after 5. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. So again, if you are in these areas, it just looks like it's going to make it just near Tahlequah. back to the northeast. Pretty tight. And we can't see it on the ground, but there is concern right in here. This couplet's getting tighter, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're close to issuing a tornado warning on this. And so we got storm track. We're going to come right back to this. I want to go down south where there's additional storms that are starting to fire up, and they're going to be moving up and across our southeastern viewing area. So they're coming in from out of the southwest, just southwest of McAllister. This is Colgate area. So these are tornado warnings. If they're flashing, that means it's a confirmed tornado. We don't have that yet. But these are going to track northeast. And Stacia, if we could, can we do a future scan on here, if that'll pick it up? But these are pretty potent storms, and there's multiple tornado warnings now from Ardmore and extending on up. And so as we look at the timestamp here, this gives us a projection of where this storm could be. And so that could end up at about 5:30, 5:40, being into portions of Pittsburgh County. So this is an area that is going to see potential for tornadoes tonight. So this could move all the way up to near Eufaula by 6:30 to 7 o'clock. It could be through Eufaula. So if you estimate around Eufaula at 6:30 to 7, that storm could be in your area. And notice how they're training, which means additional flooding is going to be quite possible with those. So that's the only thing I wanted to point out for you guys. Also, we've had a lot of wind gusts, maximum wind gusts in the area. Let's go to Lynx 1 if we could. I just want to point out a couple things. If you thought it was windy out there for a while the storms are moving through, you were correct. Maximum wind gust was 65 at the airport, 54 in Tulsa, 42 in Bixby, 49 in Haskell, 53 down in Okemah, and then back up around Veneta, 50. So these are the maximum wind gusts with these thunderstorms as they've moved through. And with that happening, some of these thunderstorms, we talk primarily about worried about the flooding and the hail. The biggest thing that we are concerned with right now, though, is more of a tornado impact. So let's go back to radar and again point out we see the storms down southwest. Let's go back up Tahlequah for you guys and look what's happening there. While we're doing that and we're getting position, man, crazy shot. Hey, if we can do REM 23 and Sky News 6 for a second. This is up, I think it's probably in south Oklahoma City. But you can just see the rain curtain. There's probably hail in this. Wouldn't be surprised. Some sun could be shining on this as well. But this is a severe thunderstorm down in Oklahoma City. Again, just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Kind of a spectacular shot of what's going on down there too with our helicopter. So that's a rain curtain right in here. And so don't know what's going on inside of it at this point. David Payne's taking care of that down in Oklahoma City and KW, our sister station. All right, back to our radar. And so here's the thunderstorm coming in on Tahlequah at this particular moment. And you see the circulation right now on Tahlequah and northwest sides. And so this is strong enough. Again, don't want it any stronger than this. Any stronger than this, and then we're going to have a tornado. So this is coming in right over the city at this point. So if you are in Tahlequah, we want you just to be careful and be aware that there could be turbulence, there could be some power outages, and there's a ton of lightning. So you know you're going to get some lightning and transformers and all kinds of things happening. Winds with this are, can we do wind shear? Let's see what we have going on. And we'll come in closer into, yeah, I don't like that. So, and you can see this up here, our legend saying strong. So this is literally across the city at this point. So you have really strong winds that have already come across the south side of town, and that's blasting over toward Welling and Briggs. So if you're in advance of this is a blast of wind coming your direction. So this is the pivot point of that, kind of the pinwheel point of this. And so that's where the circulation feature is pretty much over to Tahlequah right now and on the north side of Tahlequah. So we are going to go tornado warning? Okay. I mean, it almost has to at this point. So tornado warning for you guys in Tahlequah. Once you take cover right now so that we're safe. If you're on the south and west side, you're not affected by this. It's going to be over Tahlequah and north and east of this. We'll get a storm track for you. Stacia will put that together for you in just a minute. I've been watching this too long, and this is way too common of an occurrence. And this is kind of almost like Owasso was. This isn't Owasso, this is Tahlequah. Don't even want to mention the word Owasso and a tornado in the same breath. But this is Tahlequah. Please take cover now because the potential for a tornado is coming up. And the circulation feature is just too strong. And that's what we are most concerned with at this particular moment. So we're down to a pivot point of right around, and anytime we get into this, pretty much what I call the S curve, there's a high probability. This is a very pinwheel look to it. It is spinning. This is a supercell right in here. It's in an environment which is conducive to a tornado. So up to this point, it wasn't quite as strong, but it's getting stronger. I think National Weather Service also said, okay, that's enough. So here's our new tornado warning. So now it is picking up down immediately, but don't worry about being on the south side of Tahlequah right now as much as being in Tahlequah and extending to the northeast. So I'll take it over the Illinois River. So if you're from Tahlequah to the east to the northeast, you've got to be advised for what's going on here. Station's been working on a storm track, and so now it's on the north. It's literally right in Tahlequah on the northeast side of town. So if you're here, that's not good unless you're in a safe place. So be on the safe place right now in Tahlequah, especially on the north and northeast sides, as that continues to track to the north and to the east. Station, what do you have for storm?
All right, Trav, we'll keep it going at about 53 miles per hour. It's still pretty fast. Just tracking that circulation back about 15 minutes, it's moved about 13 miles. So it's still at a good pace here, a good clip. And so we'll track that into Ellerville and Proctor and Briggs. We want folks in Briggs to be in their safe spot now. Ellerville, you want to get there soon, along with Proctor. So Eldon by 5 o'clock, Ellerville by 5:01, Proctor by 5:05, Chewy and Chance closer to 5:15, Ballard and Watts by 5:20, and Lake Francis by 5:24. So from Tahlequah, this is going to again track through the central and eastern parts of Cherokee County and then eventually over into Adair County. The tornado warning is until 5:45, and from Tahlequah up towards again Ellerville and Chewy also included in the track. We mentioned Chewy by 5:15. So from central Cherokee County into the northern part of Adair County, because it's more of a northeasterly track as it continues on, Trav. So we want folks in their safe spot, Briggs, Ellerville, Proctor, and then get ready to go in Chewy.
Yep, strong damaging winds. Emergency management reporting that as well right now. So that's what we have at this particular moment. So strong damaging winds of 60, 70 miles an hour. Showing up, what do you have, Jalen?
Storm trackers, Ron Morton said damage on southwest side of Tahlequah.
Okay, damage on the southwest side of Tahlequah from strong winds. That could be the RFD coming around. So again, if a tornado is imminent, if it isn't happening right now on the northeast sides of town, notice the couplet now is now on the northeast side. Let's come in a little closer if we could, Stage. So what we're seeing right now is it's right in here. So this is This is the point where we want you to be in cover, under cover. Get away from the outside windows and walls, because this is what we were anticipating. This just kept getting stronger. So that's what we're seeing right now. That couplet is tighter and has continued to get tighter as we thought. So that's with Highway 82, and as that cuts across, and so for 62. And so that's where it's occurring right now. So if you're in Briggs, any of these places, from Highway 10, right across the Illinois River, that's the biggest concern at this particular moment. So Highway 10, 82, also of course 62. That's the problem we have at this point. And so that will be hard to see a little bit, but it's now having moved through Tahlequah. It is a circulation feature that continues to show up and moving at, did you say about 40? What did you say for speed?
I've tracked it at about 50.
Almost 50, okay. So that's right in here. And even if a tornado isn't on the ground, you're going to have wind damage, because we're getting the wind reports now out of there. Chloe, could you also check and see if we get any mesonet reports coming in right on that area, because we're getting land reports from emergency management of 70, 80 miles an hour. So that's the tornado right now just on the northeast sides of Tahlequah, and that is moving northeast. And so we're going to see that continue to track up. As you can see, there's Pumpkin Hollow Road, so that's headed right towards you at this particular moment. And then North 593 Road, 4569 Road. You guys got to be in cover, because this is a real good chance. We can look at CC too and just see what we've got. But high probability this is a tornado right now, right in here. We don't have it confirmed on the ground. The only way we can confirm it is if we see something loft in the air, or somebody can actually see it, which is going to be really hard to see. And that
one is from INX.
Okay.
This one's from SRX.
Okay. It's a close call on that. So it looks like there could be some debris lofted in there because that's pretty tight. All right, so that's the area that we're looking at at this particular moment with the highest probability of a tornado possibly on the ground. It's radar indicated because that's what we're looking at right now. We don't have any eyeballs on the ground that can see this. And of course, that's kind of very hilly terrain because you're crossing the Illinois River right in here along Highway 10. Beautiful other than right now. So that's where the tornado would be. And if not, there's going to be a lot of wind, 50, 60 miles an hour. Could be stronger winds. Say that a lot of power outages are going to happen real quick in your area because of that. A lot of lightning strikes, and then the strong damaging wind potential right in this zone. So we're going to do another storm track so we can keep you updated on that. But with the stronger winds that are happening at this particular moment, and the couplet now on the north and east sides of town, if you're in Tahlequah or the southwest side, you're going to get gusty winds out of the west or northwest. Should be getting that right now. And then you should be getting very strong inflow winds coming in from out of the east. If you're pretty much anywhere, I would say, even from a Proctor. Proctor should have some strong winds right in there. And as I mentioned a little bit ago, Pumpkin Hollow Road right in here. So this is the circulation. This is the main part of it right in here. So if you're right in this area, this is where the tornado would be moving to the northeast. Let's go to Station and find out more. Station.
All right, we'll track this from just on the north side of Briggs and Eldon to the northeast across Adair County and eventually over into Arkansas. So for Proctor, coming up next at 5:09, this will more likely and hopefully stay on the northwest side of Proctor, Chewy by 5:16, and then I'll give you a kind of a broader image so you can see where you are in proportion to Adair County. Chewy, Chance, Watts, that's all coming up here. 5:19 for Chance, for Watts by 5:26, Lake Francis by 5:28, West Siloam Springs by 5:29. In the next half hour, it should track through the northern half of Adair County. We're going to watch that though for Chewy and for Chance, be ready to go to get in that safe spot. But right now, it's just north of Briggs, north of Eldon, moving northeast at about 50. Trav?
All right. Thanks. Again, just looking at some new data coming in where the Storm Prediction Center is also saying, hey, you know, these are in environments that are very conducive to additional tornadoes, so we will have to be watching that. Most of the wind gusts at this particular moment have not affected some of our sites in which we are looking at. We are seeing a little bit of a development out to the west of us. That dry line is starting to make a little bit of headway to the east at this moment. So if you are in areas, though, right to the north and east of Tahlequah, that's where this biggest part of this storm is. So this is an active tornado warning at this moment. Additional storms are expected along the dry line, but it still doesn't look like the dry line is going to be a major player as far as what we have. Brandon is out there and Val is on these areas. So there's a cell developing right around the east side of Stillwell, one up north of Pawnee. So they're trying to develop, but the worst ones are going to be back into this zone that's more in southeastern Oklahoma. This is where we kind of concentrated our thoughts earlier this morning on. This is just so juicy and unfortunately very unstable air mass, which just leads to a lot of issues and a lot of ease in which the thunderstorms can explode upward into the atmosphere and then rotate because of the way the winds are, and they spin them like a top. So our tornado warning right now, Cherokee County, and then also we'll continue to monitor if you're down around Kiowa, southwestern Pittsburgh County. These storms are capable of producing a tornado. We do not have confirmation because it's not blinking at this time, but we do have tornado warnings based on radar. Let's come back on over to Fayetteville. I say Fayetteville, to Tahlequah, west of Fayetteville, and look at the storm. So there's the circulation feature continuing. Still the couplet is tight just north and east of Tahlequah, and so that's just to the west of Proctor. So if you are in this area, we still are worried and concerned, it's a better word probably, about having a tornado. And as I said before, if not a tornado, strong damaging winds of 60 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour, possibly 80 miles per hour, because some of the guys were reporting some very strong winds that were coming around the backside of this storm. And so this is really going strong. So there's enough CC there that it does appear that we could be on the verge of having debris. We should be able to see it though. A lot of tree debris usually can get picked up in this area very easily when we have a tornado, but I'm pretty sure that that's not too far from one. Let's come in a little closer, in fact, if we could. So if you're just west of Proctor, again, any place on Proctor Hill and traveling from Eldon, it's kind of just windy, and you're not going to be able to see this because of the trees and the hills and everything going on. It's across the Illinois River now, and so that's just crossed past the Illinois River, moving up Pumpkin Hollow Road. So that moves northeast. So this is the couplet. This is where the most likely tornado activity is. Let's go to wind shear if we could on that and see what we have. And so that's still right in here. It's strong, but it's not getting stronger. So that's okay indication. That's good. It'd be nice if it was weaker, but that's not happening. So there's strong winds that go all the way up Scraper and then on up to Oaks. So that's part of this whole line of thunderstorms, but this is embedded inside that line of thunderstorms and where the strongest of the winds are located right now. So we have, with a lot of moisture showing up in here, that is going to continue to track. And you notice here, this is pretty much rural areas with very, very tough terrain, and it's very hard to see anything. So if you live in these areas of Adair, Delaware County places, because this is going to continue to move to the northeast. This is Adair County over here, and then the northeast sides of Cherokee County. So if you're any place around here, that's where the strongest part of the storm is going to move, but it's also very, very rural, and it's very, very hard to see anything. So we want you to go ahead and take your safety precautions right in here. It's steady state. It's not getting worse, but it's not getting better. So therefore, tornado is possible just about any time out of that. If we go to Lynx 1 for a minute, I wanted to point this out too. Here's the dry air out west. So the dew points are down in the 30s. It's, you know, that's when it's comfortable air, unless you're in the west and you're like, want some rain. But this is where we have dew points to 60s to 70. There's 75, so there's so much moisture. Tornado warning south of Ardmore, then southeast of Ada, southwest of McAllister, and then we have our Tahlequah tornado warning. So as you can tell, where the focus is going to be on the southeast, not so much the north and west. We have the dry line still out here that's going to kick off a few thunderstorms. So we'll be able to see that probably in a little bit as well. And that'll give us some indication. And from Bartlesville, we'll probably be able to see some of that. Aaron, anything I need from Bob or Alan at this point?
Bob said in his location with that Mulgi storm, they've had nickel, dime-sized hail, and a lot of torrential rain, but that's kind of what he's got going on with that. Sequoia is down there in Pittsburgh County. He's getting ahead of that next batch of storms. It's about to move in there.
Okay.
And then Dow's moving in on Tahlequah, but he's just behind that right now.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Let's go back to radar if we could. So these are the warnings. A lot of warnings still going on. The tornado warnings, as you've seen, and we're in the 60s to low 70s dew point. 75 dew point in Pryor. That's absolutely amazing. All right. So we're seeing the dropout. So there's probably a tornado. This gives us a pretty good indication. This is like detecting debris in the air. So that's when a thunderstorm develops and it starts to rotate, and then you start to get the tornado forming and the air is getting pulled in. That's also pulling debris up from the ground, and so there's a pretty good chance that is a tornado based on some of that showing up. So we might see, it looks like it's weakened a tad bit from this angle. We can look at, and that's SRX.
This is INX.
INX on this one, okay. Now it's still there, so it hasn't changed a whole lot. So we do think, though, that's probably a tornado right now, especially if that dropout is any more significant. I mean, there's the couplet just north and west of Proctor, continuing to move to the northeast. So tornado, take your tornado precautions in this area. And let's get closer in on City Street, and then I'm going to have you do a storm track if we could. So that is now just a couple miles west of Proctor. So literally, you're just looking at it. It's over Pumpkin Hollow Road and 593 Road. I mean, it's literally right there. And it's probably even a hair bit east of that now, because it's about a minute old, I think. And so it'd be more important, no, it's closer to Proctor Road, between Proctor Road and pretty much Pumpkin Hollow, North Pumpkin Hollow Road. And so this is it right here. And so this circulation feature underneath this is where the tighter circulation is located and where you have a tornado. And that's where we think that we have pretty much tornado happening at this moment. Stacia, you have to track?
I do. I slowed it down to 45,
okay.
Just because it seems like it has slowed down last few scans. And so that still takes it towards, of course, northern parts of Adair County. Strawberry Spring up first in the track by 522. Going Snake also by 522. And then continuing on to Chance, Ballard, Westville, and Watts. For Watts, that's going to be by 530. And then for Cincinnati by 533. West Siloam Springs by 535. Siloam Springs itself south, 537. So now as it's crossing over from Cherokee County into western Adair County, this crossover is going to happen south of Chewy and just to the northwest of Christie, north of Highway 62, right on the county line. And again, tracking through central Adair County. Chance, I want you to be getting to that safe spot. This will be coming up by 524 for you, and then up to Watts by 531. Trav?
All right, and circulation feature hanging in there, not as strong, it looks like, but it's still there. Debris signature was also noted by the National Weather Service, and so that's a sign that it had to touch down. So we do believe that that was the case. Is it still on the ground? It's going to be very difficult to see or to say. The biggest problem we have right now is the fact that, again, such a rural area and such difficult time, you couldn't even see it if you're near your probably back door of your house because there's so many trees. It's beautiful, but it's not beautiful when you're looking for a tornado. So that's the circulation feature associated with that. We'll also explain a few other things for other folks that have warnings. We have this additional severe thunderstorm that Bob is on right now that's in Okmulgee County. So that's moving up across southeastern Tulsa County up into Coweta. Bob is on this one right at this moment. Bob, update from you. It looks like you're on Highway 16. What do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, we've had torrential rain, but we were getting nickel dime-sized hail back on Highway 75, and we had some winds that were probably up to about 35, maybe 40 miles an hour. And now we're going east. Going to try to stay a little bit ahead of this and be able to react to the ones coming up from the south. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thanks, man. Again, I'm just amazed at how much water is falling across Oklahoma. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look at, you see the hail core that Bob's on right now, and that is the cell that is severe, so it's just around Hectorville to the south. That extends up to Stone Bluff. This is all just southeast Tulsa. You can see Bixby right up in there. So that is moving northeast. No tornado warnings around Tulsa. We're okay. Nobody's complaining there. Let's go to links 1. Yeah. And take a check at some of the rainfall. This is like ridiculous amounts of water that have fallen across Hughes County. This is also mixed in with maybe some hail, so that's going to be infiltrated a little bit. It doesn't look like much, but some of these areas, these are just where we have rain gauges that are showing up on our Mesonet site. And so that gives you an idea of what's going on. So there's pockets like McAllister has missed out on rain, Weber's Falls, but you guys are into bigger storm area of what's happening right now. So that's what we want to be watching for. Back to radar, and then I wanted to look at the storm. Alan's been up on the north side of this storm. So he's, you can see where Stone Bluff is located. And then where did Alan go? Alan, where's Alan? Did we lose him?
Alan's up in Owata.
Oh, that wasn't where I was thinking he was.
He was with the other storms up there, and they kind of got away from him.
Okay, so yeah. Dal is, where'd Dal go? So I'm just...
Dal is by Tahlequah.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. I was like, lost my people. Okay. So Dell, let's go to him real quick, get an update, see if he can give us any information. Dell, you're coming in on Tahlequah. Any information you have right now?
So far, fortunately, no damage yet, but I just tracked the path of that as it crossed, and we're not into the damage path yet. Still getting a lot of CG through here, cloud-to-ground lightning. But the winds have really decreased for us, but that thing has really pushed off further east. So we're going to cut down here and see if there's any damage, and we'll get back to you if we find anything. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thank you, Dale. Greatly appreciate it. So once again, water, storms, hail, wind, got it all today across the area, and even appears now tornado. So that's continuing. So if you're around the Proctor area, we'll come back over and take a look at that. So you can see where Dell's coming in. And then we can take a look at shear track if we could after that. That'd be great. So this is location. It's not as pronounced as it was around Proctor, but we're right at Proctor now with this main circulation feature. So that's still going to be turbulent. Don't know if it's a tornado. Don't think so, but you can tell what's going on right here with us. That circulation feature is right in there, so that's still tracking to the north. So that's going to be just to the north of Going Snake and near Chance. And want you to be careful of what's going on right there, because that is still very, very turbulent atmosphere. Looks like it's weakened a lot, and so that's great news, but it sure did cycle up and take off and go for a while. So it's kind of, that's a little bit tighter right there near Proctor. So it's not finished yet. Can we do CC just one more time while we're here before we go to? So there's just a little bit of indication still of some lifted debris in the atmosphere. So there's still a concern that might not be finished yet. So again, if you're near Proctor, back to the north and east, and so we're going to take a look at kind of the sheer track so you can kind of see what that looks like. But Proctor, please still take cover in areas between Chance and Going Snake. So this is a look at some of the turbulence that is associated with this as it was coming up out of Fort Gibson. And then we're seeing the circulation feature basically over Muskogee. And then that moved to the north over Tahlequah, and now it's here. So we haven't had any strong indications. Usually when you get into this lighter red color, so to speak, and then into the gold, that's when you're guaranteed some really bad things have happened. So hopefully we haven't had too many horrible things happen here from Tahlequah to the east. And we're talking about storm continues to track off to the east, northeast in that area. Stacia, you have another quick storm track for the folks there before we move on?
I do. It slowed down. So now we're tracking it at about 36 to 40 miles per hour. It's really slowed down. Maybe that's with the weakening, but we'll track it across central Adair County from Strawberry Spring at 526 to Going Snake, also around 526. Westville by 534. Watts closer to 540 now. And don't want to forget about Chance. Chance are coming up at 530. And then Watts 10 minutes later, 539 for Lake Francis by 541 and West Siloam Springs at 544. Trav, just want to mention up in South Coffeyville, they had almost a 70 mile per hour wind, not South Coffeyville, but the Coffeyville airport of 69 miles per hour. Ooh. And some damage reported in South Coffeyville with some trees down, but that is a lot of wind that came through. Man, that is definitely a lot of wind. Anytime you get up to 70 miles an hour, you got some problems. And are we still running at about 5,000 customers without power in Tulsa and 6,200 in Tulsa County? We're at 65 in Tulsa County.
So that's continuing to go up.
And that's with all the providers. 500 in Osage, 400 in Rogers, 100 in Cherokee, but that will probably go up. And then about 1,700 in Muskogee County. Okay. So that's what, that gives you an idea of what we're looking at. As I said, Cherokee County probably going up. We'll see what happens up here from Washington County on up into Montgomery County, because that's where those winds were at 70 miles an hour. Those reports come in, of course, delayed because people have to go, I'm out of power. I got to find a phone number, call. So it takes a little bit for some of those reports to come on in. But we've been hit pretty hard, been hammered with enough, so to speak. All right, so with that in mind, let's go back and I want to take a look. Sequoia is back down to the south. He's coming in on the storms down around McAllister. We have that tornado warning just southwest of McAllister, or southwest of Pittsburg County. So he's near Kiowa right now. Hey, Sequoia, just a quick update from you. What are you running into? What do you see right now?
Yeah, right now, Travis, just head off Highway 69 going back towards the east, towards this tornado warning storm. Definitely some juice to work with coming through McAllister. The temperatures were in the upper. Sorry, my alert's going on for tornado warning. Yep. I'm sorry.
Upper 70s.
It was in the upper 70s, almost 80 degrees. Hasn't been really touched by anything yet, so unfortunately that's not good, especially with this coming into the area. I am getting actually pretty close to it. It's very black back up in here, or dark, as you can see the contrast on the camera. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, Travis, and get back with you if I see anything crazy, sir.
Okay, thanks. Let's go back to radar for a minute then. Appreciate it. And we're talking about conditions that are favorable. He's running right into this right now. So the circulation features, there's a couple of those. So if you're in McAllister, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, but you could be under a tornado warning if this keeps moving northeast. So Sequoia is intercepting that. You can see where that is. So he's just running into it at this point. So that's just southwest of Wardville, coming northeast. And so that could be up into Kiowa here in southern portions of Pittsburg County. Pretty short time period. Stacia, can you give us a quick storm track on this? Just give us a time timestamp on this, that'd be great.
Headed up towards McAllister, so that's going to be moving at about 35 to 40. So that will be tracking it here into Pittsburgh County. Now, as Trav mentioned, you don't have a tornado warning yet, but as that circulation where Sequoia's watching down by Colgate comes up into Pittsburgh County, I'm going to extend the track out a little bit more in time for you. So this takes it from 30 minutes now. We'll go to about 45 to maybe even an hour, just to give you an idea. So Haywood, which is on the southwest side of McAllister, that's going to be by 5:53. Wardville, though, coming up first at 5:32, and then Ashland by 5:37. Kiowa and Pittsburgh by 5:44 to 5:48, so right around 5:45. And then Haywood by 5:53, Blanco by 5:55. So this storm here down by Colgate and Cairo, that's going to be the one that comes up into Pittsburgh County. Ashland up first, along with Kiowa. We're going to watch that really closely. There's also another tornado warning just down line from it, back down to the southwest. So there's going to be a lot of activity and something we have to really pay attention to for the next few hours coming up across Pittsburgh County from Haywood up to Savannah. So that's what's going on down to the south, and then back to the north into Adair County. The tornado warning does continue. That circulation was over by Proctor. Now it's northeast of Proctor. Now it's pretty much moving into Chance, Trav. So this is back to Adair County. The tornado warning continues until 5:45. That circulation maybe looks a little bit stronger now than it did a couple scans ago when it was moving through Proctor. So that's coming up on Going Snake now.
Yeah, that's not necessarily good at all. We're kind of hoping that we'd see that ending, but that's not happening. So that tighter couplet is back. Stacia sees that here. And so if you're right here, so as we were just talking about a few moments ago, Proctor has the, we felt like it was right near on top of Proctor. Now it's just northeast of Proctor. So you can see where we're located. So this is the couplet right in this area. So that's just, here's the Proctor Road area, and then you see Christie right in there. And then with the highway 62 right in that area. And then of course, pretty much any place along, we'll say 46, 45 road, and then where it crosses 4698 road, you guys, that's awful close to a tornado. Again, it's a rough area to try to be able to see anything. You see a lot of trees in here, some valleys, but it's going to be harder to see this coming right at you. But this is where it's located at this point. So if you look at it, there's a high probability this is a tornado. And if it's not a tornado, a strong damaging winds right in this particular area. And so that's one of the biggest concerns we have. I know Dell's trying to come in behind it, but if you're around Going Snake at this point, and then areas just to the east, as I said, 698 road, any place with 692 road, 693, and then also 682 road. So those are all the locations right in here where that's going to be coming up and across. That'll get back out into some open terrain where there's some more ranches and there's folks in here, but it is quite rural right through here. So just be advised that this is going to be something you probably won't see. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. And I'm going to take one more look at what's happening here. So this is strong winds, but this couplet is back again. And so there's a pretty good chance that that's picking up some strong winds that are coming out of the west, anywhere from southwest to west to northwest on the backside of that coming into Going Snake. And so that would be a tornadic area, probably right in here just to the west of Going Snake, and moving to the east at this point, northeast, as Stacia had it. Let's look at CC for just a moment, if we could, on that, and then see what we see on CC. On debris detector is probably a better way to put it. So that's right in here. So that's not what we want to see is out of there. And then as we can, let's try SRX on CC and see if that also gives it, well, it gives us kind of a similar look because we're looking at radars quite a ways away. So there's a good chance that that's still a tornado on the ground in this area. So we want you to take your precautions because it's not a good situation for you. Can't see it. It's going to be in rain. Let's go back to reflectivity for a minute. So like if I'm in Going Snake right now, there's rain coming up across the area. I can't really see what's just out to my west, and that's where it is, right in there. But you can't see it because it'll be just a wall of water, lightning, and thunder. So that's why with a tornado warning continuing in effect for this area, we want to make sure that you're safe and that you're okay as it moves to the north and to the east. Broadening out a little bit with the lightning. In fact, this is this is the tornado warning itself. But with all the lightning, we have a picture too. Let's take it from Links 1, and we'll take a look. This is from Presley, and this is out of Claremore. And lightning strikes have been phenomenal. If this was nighttime, it'd be kind of like it was just the other night when it was just lighting up the sky, because a lot of these lightning strikes are just bam, bam, bam. Just remember how dangerous lightning is. We call it cloud to ground. Dale mentioned it, CG lightning, and that cloud to ground lightning is what can really mess with us. So that's why I want to make sure that we're aware of what's going on. Okay, let's go back to radar and get a shot of what's happening, broaden out the view here for me. And then also I want to talk to John for a second. John has some information back into the Tulsa area. Where's John? John's over here by Sand Springs. Hey, John, if you're available, give me an update. What are you looking at right there? John, try John again. He's got a shot there, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. I'm looking at debris at the Case Park in Sand Springs along the Arkansas River. Lots of tree limbs down in this park from the strong winds that blew through just a little while ago. So you can see it's damaged. I'll pull up here a little closer. You can see where it's kind of damaged the fence up here where we've had some of the tree limbs. I guess it came out of this tree, but it's scattered throughout this entire park. We've got a lot of tree limbs down. So it's going to be a mess to clean that up. So,
a lot of work. A lot of work ahead. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Once again, getting reports from several locations of power outages. A lot of that was wind. Some of that was hail, as that hail core went across the Tulsa area. Right now, Tulsa is relatively quiet. You see where John is located and where Brandon is in Cleveland. Some of these cells are trying to pop up. They're trying really hard. Normally with a dry line, you'd go, these would explode. But because of all this stuff that's going on to the east, that's why it's not doing so. And so what we're seeing right now is just some of these. We can widen out a little bit more. And I just want to point out that what's happening is that one cell is right in here. That's just to the north of Oklahoma City now, up around Coyle. So that's the only one that's been managing to stay alive. Otherwise, we have our severe thunderstorm with heavy rain over Coweta at this particular moment. And then we have our tornado warnings now across areas of eastern, really southeastern Delaware County, and then extending through eastern portions right now, northern portions of Adair County. And then we'll go down to McAllister in just a minute. Let's go first of all into Delaware County with the circulation features that continue in these areas, moving into northwest Arkansas. If you have friends in northwest Arkansas, very turbulent crossing over the Arkansas state line. Almost said Arkansas River, but no. So the Arkansas state line. So from Gravette back to the west, this is again another one of those rotating areas embedded into the thunderstorm themselves. And then we have our one down around Westville at this point. So you get to see red and green. Pretty much you can look at it just with me and get a pretty good indication of what's going on. So this is from Gravette and then extending back on over to west of Decatur, and that's moving on up into northwestern Arkansas right now in Benton County, Arkansas, and extreme eastern southeastern Delaware County. And that has a lot to do with, again, how moist and unstable the atmosphere is. We don't have a whole lot of shear with the one on the north, but of course on the radar. Is this out of SRX? We try INX. Let's see what happens on that. See if that changes our view. Yeah, that gives us a little bit better indication. So that's just moving across the state line right there. Our Westville storm, though, continues to be of great concern because this one continues to have rotation with it. And there's a pretty good chance that if it isn't a tornado, that it's going to do damage. So that is starting to streak a little bit more to the east. Strongest damaging winds have already come through Christie, and then also now at Going Snake and moving to the north and to the east a little bit closer. So that's what we're concerned with right there. Stacia, I'm going to have you do a storm track minute. Let's do storm relative if we could on this and get it on City Street again back in there. So you can see a lot of turbulence. You can see what's going on right in here. And so that's going to be Highway 62, Going Snake, and then extending back to the north and to the west a little bit. So if you're any place in here, this is the zone where we're looking at the strong winds coming in here, strong winds blowing back out over here, and so this is the rotating part. So it's literally over Going Snake. So if you have friends or family in that area west of Westville, be advised. That'd be around 693 Road, also North 4710 Road, 680 Road. Those are all, you're lined up with this tornado warning. So we do want you to make sure that you're doing your tornado precautions, because that most likely is very close to a tornado. Strong damaging wind potential is definitely there. And so probably a tornado. Stacia, what do you have on Storm Track?
Okay, so we slowed it down to about 30, 35
Yeah.
northeast, so right about going Snake, continuing up towards Ballard and still to Watts, to Cincinnati and Westville. Ballard by 540, Cincinnati by 542, Watts about 543, and so from central Adair County up to the northeast towards Watts and eventually into Arkansas. So Cincinnati, Arkansas would be by 542, Lake Francis 546, and Trident by 548. So that's what we're watching in Adair County, and Trav mentioned, of course, the one in Delaware County. We still have ongoing storms to the south we're watching that are coming up into Pittsburgh County. So those down to the south are actually tornado warned. One tornado warning extends from Colgate up towards Wardville and now into the southwestern side of Pittsburgh County. So this is southwest of McAllister. This warning includes Ashland and Kiowa, and we can show you where right now that tornado, that area of circulation is, and we'll talk to Sequoia here in a little bit. But right about the Wardville area, extending up now into Ashland. This is going to then track across the southwestern parts of Pittsburgh County, Ward Springs, Ashland to Kiowa, and maybe up into McAllister. So we want you in your safe spot if you live around Ashland and Kiowa. We want you to be ready to go if you're in McAllister. So pay attention to this as it's coming up into the county. You're in a prime zone. So this is going to be something that may continue on, possibly even get stronger. Definitely worth watching there. So again, that circulation is now on this into southwestern Pittsburgh County, right on the county line just south of Ashland. We'll take a look at the shear rate. And so right in there, right at Wardville and up to Ashland is where we're going to find that. Aaron's going to talk to Sequoia here in just a second. They went ahead with a confirmed tornado. This is an observed tornado warning now that does include southwestern Pittsburgh County. So find that safe spot now in Ashland and in Kiowa, southwest of McAllister, as it moves up to the north and east. So this is getting a little bit better organized, and so this is coming in against southwestern side of Pittsburgh County. The speed on it is about 35 up to the north and east, and we'll do a quick track to let you know and show you how that's going to be moving up into potentially the McAllister area from around Ashland and Wardville. So as that does so, that would take it up towards Savannah and then also up into the southwest side of McAllister by the next half hour. Kiowa by 5:48, Haywood by 6 o'clock, Savannah also about 6 o'clock, and then eventually into McAllister probably within the next about 35 minutes. Trav?
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. So we're talking about getting serious weather. We'll continue as we work our way through tonight. And so that's the tornado warning as that moves in the ammunition depot area just on the southwest side of McAllister. And that's where Sequoia, I mean, literally, Sequoia couldn't be any closer. Sequoia, give me an update. It doesn't look terrible right at this second. Well, we can't see your video. It went out. Is he on phone? Okay, Sequoia, we don't have your video right now, but just give me an update on what you have there if you would.
Yeah, Travis, definitely have a lot of strong rotation, a lot of rain currents moving into that storm. I'm trying to kind of get in a different position where I can kind of get in front of it. It looked like it was almost on the ground just about 4 minutes ago right there just north of Wardville on I'm not sure what road this is. Hopefully you can see me and let me know. But right now I'm almost back to 69. I'm gonna go north and see if we can head it off at before it hits Kiowa, sir.
All right, we just see your video now. So you're back moving northeast. You said, is that the video? Okay.
Can you see? Yeah, it should be back up now. Just FYI, past the Dominator, they're trying to get in front of it right now. So we must be pretty close.
Yeah. All right, thanks. We're talking about conditions that are favorable again for these storms to continue, unfortunately. So I don't want anybody to rest too easily if you're in southeast Oklahoma. Tulsa, we're knock on wood, but we're in pretty good shape right now. Wardville, you're not. So confirmed tornado at this point in this area. Stacia just gave you a storm track. Let's go back up to Adair County if we could catch the last of that tornado warning before it moves off into Arkansas. Again, you see from Okmulgee back to the east, severe thunderstorms continue there. One going in on Stillwater at this point. No tornadoes in those, but the tornado warning still hanging on just in northern Adair County, and then also the one moving in northwestern Arkansas. Neither one of these are confirmed because you see that they're not blinking at this point, but they're still in that zone. Let's zoom in on northern Adair County and get that first of all, and talk about what's happening here. So here's the latest. So Going Snake is already just right in here. Circulation feature continues to show up just east of Going Snake. So it's just stuck right in that area. It is really slowed down, Stacia. That is amazing how fast it slowed down. And so we're looking at just west of Cincinnati. Cincinnati is considered Arkansas. That's right here. Here's the state line. But if you are in this zone, any place in here, 680 Road, this is you're in the center of it right now, and that's going just south of Chance. I say going because there's Going Snake in there too. So if you're between Chance and Westville, highest probability of a tornado is right southeast of Chance, about 670 Road, 680 Road, and then where it intersects with 59, and maybe even as far west as 682 Road. So there's quite a combination right in here. So this is what we're seeing. So this would be pretty much the comma head pinwheel area where it's spinning. And so this is the most likely location for embedded in rain and lightning and thunder. So that's what we have right now. What's that I see? Is that a tornado? Okay.
Pretty close.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back down to McAllister. So you're looking in the upper left-hand corner of that video screen down there. So you guys, again, Westville, be careful. We're going to move down south because we could have a tornado coming in on toward McAllister at this point. So let's get down here. So this is Sequoia. He made it up there past Wardville. And we'll look at the circulation. He's literally on that right now at Wardville.
He says it's a tornado.
Tornado?
Yeah.
All right, let's get pictures. We need the picture right now. If we could on REM 33. Let's just go straight to that, guys, if you can. So there it is. Okay. Here it is. Right now, tornado. Yeah, that looks like it's definitely on the ground at this moment. All right, Sequoia, you can give me an update on what you're seeing with that. I know it's kind of rained. We saw it right in there. What do you have for it?
Yeah, Travis, a tornado on the ground. It was a big bowl at first. I was talking to Erin. We were looking at it, and then she dropped. It's a very large tornado, and it went large very, very quickly. It's moving northeast right now. It's headed right for us, or for me, like I have 15 people with me. It's headed right for me. So I am going to back up a little bit.
Yeah, get going.
And see if I can give you another shot.
Okay, thanks.
Before I'm going to have to get out of here.
Just get going. Stop talking and go. We don't want you to get in any trouble. So again, that's the biggest thing right now is with this. You can see where he is located. So we've got to get him back up over here a little bit so he can get up to near Kiowa. If you're in this area, station will do a storm track. But tornado warning now in southwestern Pittsburgh County is basically confirmed at this point. You see it blinking. So it is confirmed tornado at this time. So as that's continuing to track to the northeast, that could be headed into McAllister. So you guys got to be prepared. Station, what do you have? Where's this headed?
I have it tracking towards McAllister. Trav picked up speed a little bit. Now I'm tracking it about 40. So that will take it to Savannah by 5:56, along with Haywood. Chambers by 6 o'clock. Choctaw Casino about 6:03, and then into McAllister by 6:08. Alderson by 6:10, Krebs 6:10, continuing on to Richville, and Carbon by 6:15. But right now, just on the southeast area of Ashland, west of Kiowa, tracking up towards McAllister, that would be by 6:08 at its current speed of around 40. Trav?
All right. Boy, that's just, so if you're in Pittsburgh County, we really want you to be careful because that looks like that could turn into a pretty nasty tornado continuing off and on, not only just once, but it's also going to be embedded in this. So Ashland, here's the ammunition depot area that you see. So from Ashland and then back, and then we're going to go back, if you have a time, we're going to go to Westville in a second for the folks over there too. But Sequoia is right along the leading edge of that, and you see his video here in the back behind me. And so what we're seeing that is that's coming up into Kiowa. So here's the circulation is literally right beside him at this point as that continues to move to the northeast. So it's closing in on Kiowa, and then it'll close in pretty much just from Savannah. This is 69. If you ever go to Dallas on 69, then you know how that goes from pretty much near McAllister and turn off at 69. And then you get on to locations from Savannah, Kiowa, instead of back down around Colgate area. So this is the circulation feature moving northeast, right where Sequoia is located, just to the west of Kiowa. A confirmed tornado. If you're traveling to the northeast, be advised toward McAllister. We'll be right back with you guys. Let's go over, though, to what's going on up to the north and to the east and find out a little bit more about the storm that's situated just moving into Arkansas. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. The one that's now moved off into Arkansas, and then ours, which is going near the Arkansas border. The rotation still is associated with that, is still showing up quite likely a tornado, if not a tornado. Still getting a little bit of dropout from that, but it is rotating at Westville, north of Westville to Watts. If you're in that area, you need to be undercover right now. So Watts to Westville. This is the tornado right now, right in this area, east of Chance. You need to be in cover because that's not good. Again, the video you're looking at behind us it says Pittsburgh County. So again, that's down there by McAllister. We'll be back down there in just a second. Stacia, can you give us one more storm track on this one real quick?
I can. So this one is moving very slowly up to the northeast at 30. So that's going to track it over into Arkansas, continuing through the Cincinnati area, coming up here in the next about 5 minutes. It looks like even on my track, I don't have any communities there, but Robinson and Weddington Woods, that'll be in the next half hour. Trident, Norwood also in the track. That's over into Arkansas. This will pass on the south side of Watts Trav and cross over in Arkansas here in the next about 5-10 minutes.
All right, thanks. And again, for you guys, please stay undercover, Watts to Westville until that gets out of there. It's going to take a little bit. Let's go back down south to McAllister and take a look at what's going on down to the south at this point. And we have that, okay, it was also on, you see the circulation is very, very strong near Kiowa, and Sequoia is right beside it at this point. And let's go look at his video. Well, you see his video, but let's put his video full screen for me. I'm not going to talk to him while he's readjusting and moving. That's a little bit too much. So he's running into this. So this is up on his left side, right up in here. And so we're watching as he's coming up. To the right is where it's southeast. It's warm, humid air. And then to the left is here the tornado. So that's just right literally on his left side here of what we're looking at across that area. So that's real close to pretty nasty storm. Let's go back to that video, can you now? Because he's got stopped, Sequoia. There it is. All right, Sequoia, update from you real quick.
Large tornado on the ground about to cross Highway 69. It's right here just south of Kiowa. There's a big power plant just south of Kiowa. The people down in Pittsburgh County know where that's at. Okay, it's going to be just near that power plant. It's going to be on the ground. It's a very large tornado. So everybody needs to take their precautions. If you have anybody that's traveling right now, you need to call them and tell them to stop. There is a lot of vehicles on this road right now, and it's about to cross over. Okay. So I'm going to stay with it, Travis, and I'll keep you advised when it crosses 69.
All right, thanks. Just you be careful yourself. So that he's real close to it right there. Let's go back to radar and get an update. So the power plant just was off to his left. And so we can, you can see he's literally right here. It's coming in. The power plant's literally, he just was passing that.
Yeah, it's literally right here on my left edge.
Yeah, okay. And so here's, so we're looking at conditions that are going to be
It's coming across the road.
Coming across the road. Let's take a look at it right while you can see it. Go full screen again.
We're watching it. He's got it up.
It's right in front of him. So there it is. So it's coming up across. So this tornado in southwestern Pittsburgh County right now. And so that's coming in right here. It's hard to see because, again, this is it right here. That's the tornado. And see, if somebody's driving into it, it's like, stop, 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 stop. People don't know that's, and so these people are kind of putting the brakes lights on. You can see they're like, okay, maybe this isn't a good idea. It's a horrible idea. This is where, if you have our app, you'd be able to see. Notice the winds with the trees on the right side. I'm trying to stay out of the picture so you can see it a little bit. So that's going right in front of him at this particular moment. And hopefully nobody gets blown off the road. You can see the cars have stopped right in that zone. So that is, we're near Kiowa, Oklahoma, which is southwest of McAllister. If you're near McAllister, we need you to be ready to move to a place of safety shortly. Tornado warning is in effect for central and western portions of, in fact, he's backing up right now, it looks like, trying to stay out of it. and some of the people are trying to move. So this is not good because these people are driving into that. And I'm not going to sound off too much, but man, get our app so when you're driving, it'll go off if you run into a tornado warning. Look at the winds coming across right now. Again, I don't know if that's a debris or what that is on the road.
That was there before he got there.
That was? Okay. So he's trying to back up out of it a little bit because that's literally crossing right in front of him. And again, we're going to be praying for the folks that are in that at this particular moment so that they don't get blown off the road. But get our app for the summer if you go on vacation or anything. Those people coming, you see traffic's pretty much stopped on the left side coming back to the south. He's going to move back to the north right now. Let's pick up a radar. Since we see this right now, let's grab back a 2-box if you could. Put Sequoia on the bottom right, and then we'll put the radar and the track on the main part. Okay, so here it is. So you can see where he is located. So it's literally coming across 69 right now where he is located. Kiowa's just barely up here. Yeah, if you can pull us south a little bit, thanks. So this is the tornado, literally coming across 69 right now, what you're seeing. So he's moving north. There's people passing through. So this might be just to the east. We'll see what happens here. And you can see in Kiowa, this is going to be really, really close. And so he's going to have to creep up behind it because it's basically been cutting off to the east. Stacia, if you want to take the other radar and maybe do a storm track, and then we'll punch over when that.
Yep, it's ready.
Okay. So here's the latest storm track of that coming across. So you can see some of the locations. Right now, it looks like it's going to stay just barely south of McAllister. But if you're in southern Pittsburgh County, tornado warning in effect for you at this particular moment. And you can see Pine Top, 554, Alderson, 605, Haleyville, 607, Hartshorn, 608. And so you can see what he's into right now, strong, damaging winds, and a tornado very close to him at this particular moment. Aaron, anything to report? Because I really don't want him talking and driving and have to do a million things.
He's also been getting golf ball or a little bit larger hail with that as well. But definitely really rain-wrapped what would be going on.
Okay, yeah, because that's just right on top of him, literally just to his east now. See, the circulation feature now should be just off to his east, just barely missing Kiowa. And so it's now headed. Stacia, we got that moving east-northeast, or is that?
I have it more east than northeast.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit more east-northeast on this, so just south of Kiowa, near Pittsburgh area. And it's Pittsburgh County and the small community of Pittsburgh. So that's what we're looking at right here. And so those are the communities. This station's keeping that updated. Could he see any debris when he cut across there?
He hasn't said that he has seen any, but he said the inflow wind into the back of that tornado is really strong.
Is it? Okay. Is he trying to inch up right past it then? On 69, is he moving northbound then? Yeah. Yes, okay, northeastbound I guess it'd be. All right, so he's getting, so this is the backside of it. Well, that's what we're seeing right now with that. And it is a sharp indication of a tornado now just near Pittsburgh. So this is a situation near Pittsburgh. And this is in Pittsburgh County. Let's zoom out on this if we could, Stacia, so we can give a perspective so folks know where we're at in at least Pittsburgh County for a second. So this is a tornado warning, active tornado. Here's McAllister. So this is the main circulation feature here. There's an additional one that's over the Army Ammunition Depot that is weaker. This is the strongest one, and that's curving eastbound. So that's coming right across an area from around Kiowa. And then, as we said, near the community of Pittsburgh, moving to the east. So this is a tornado warning confirmed. Sequoia saw it. We saw it pretty much as it kind of slammed through. A lot of rain going on there. I want to mention also the tornado warning for Westville is still going on for Watts and Westville. The majority of the circulation continues to just be right along an area that's not too far from around Watts. We think that's a tornado as well. So let's, if you could, let's double, can you give me another radar up at Watts, and just we'll go back and forth between the two of them for a second. So this is the latest storm track right here that we have. So Hartshorn, you could be there at 610. This is the tornado right now. The small community of Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh County should stay just south of McAllister. But that's what we have right now with what you're seeing. Okay, this is the one that's right at this point, just on the Arkansas state line from Watts and then extending back down to Cincinnati, Arkansas. So this is the circulation feature right in here. There is an indication that that's still a tornado and wind damage still going on with that particular cell as well. And it was a little stronger a few minutes ago just to the northwest of Westville and then also just south of Watts. So that is a tornado warning still moving into Arkansas, and that's just on the south side of Siloam Springs. So around Siloam Springs, be advised for that. There's Lake Francis, Siloam Springs just on the south side or just north of that. And so that's happening there. Okay, let's go back down to the south. And here's the circulation so tight, just Pittsburgh Point. What do you have, Aaron?
He has seen some tree damage along the highway there as he crossed through there. And he's also getting at least tennis ball size hail at times, he said.
Yeah, don't need that. We won't be able to see out his window. At all. So everybody pretty much stopped right now. And,
for the most part, I mean, he's coming in behind it. He's
fortunately not too much damage though, other than trees.
That's all he saw when he crossed the highway. I mean, it's pretty obscured with all the rain. It's kind of hard to see.
Hope nobody blew off the road. Is he heading eastbound, or what's he going to do there?
Yeah, he's going to go in behind it towards Pittsburgh, it looks like.
Okay. That's literally right behind Pittsburgh, or literally right by Pittsburgh at this point. So, again, that'll be tough. Very tight circulation there, Stacia. You have another storm track you want to share with us?
We can, yeah.
Okay.
So this is going to be taking it from Pittsburgh, just on the southeast side, over towards potentially crossing south of Blanco and in between Blanco and Pine Top on the Indian Nation Turnpike. So that's going to be something definitely folks have to pay attention to and be very, very careful in this area. We're going to track it up to the northeast at 45 or east-northeast, really, because it's not so much northeast. It's more of an easterly track, which kind of can make them even stronger. Arch by 602, Bond by 605. Wants you in your safe spot if you live in Blanco. If you live in Pine Top, wants you in your safe spot. Wants you to start getting there if you live around Arch and Bond and Craig and Hartshorn as well. Be paying very close attention in Hartshorn by 612. This should be in town. Adamson by 617. Higgins Trav by 619.
All right, thanks. And then what is the speed of that storm right now? I missed that.
I have it at 45.
At 45, okay. So one more update from out of the Watts area in Siloam Springs. That storm is just continuing to knock on the door across western Arkansas. And so if you are in those areas, just be advised. That's what we have with that particular cell as that's moving just south of Siloam Springs. Tornado, quite possible with that. Literally from Siloam Springs to the south. Tornado possible there. We do know we have a tornado there in McAllister, or south of McAllister in Pittsburgh County. So this one's still wrapped up big time, barely missing Siloam Springs, moving in just north of Fayetteville, but around Taneytown. So that's a tornado. Here's the active area with a tornado here. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in Okmulgee County, and we've had heavy rains, flooding rains in that area, but the biggest thing at this time continues to be what's going on. And you see the heavy, this is going to be some chunky hail too, probably around Savannah. Could you try to see what a one hail thing looks like just before we go back into the... So there's chunks of hail, and then he reported tennis ball size hail. So that's the worst part of it right now. The good news is it's probably going to miss McAllister. Let's go back to velocities if we could and look at that. So that'll be just to the east here. So this is the part of the storm that is the most violent right at this time. So that's just from where pretty much Sequoia is located to the east. So now it's just near Blanco. If you're near Blanco, you need to get to a safe place. Any place around Blanco south, you need to be a safe place. And that means outside windows and walls, no. Center of your home, lowest floor, and protect yourself, get in a tub. If you don't have a place to go that's a safe room or a safe place, you need to do that. This is a very strong tornado right now, it looks like. Again, we cannot see right at the surface because this is off the surface, but when you have something this tight and above the surface like this, we have a very violent setup for a tornado. So that's what we think is happening right in here right now. Sequoia is in again right behind it, just a couple miles. And so we'll probably see what's happening down with this here in just a little bit. And so that you can see it weakened to just a hair, but it's still near Blanco. So any place around Blanco, we want you taking cover. Be prepared to move to a place of safety. This is literally just south of McAllister, so we don't like that either because that's even a bigger concentration of folks. So we got to make sure that you're okay. But this is right along pretty much the highway and just south of the highway coming in on Blanco and the south side. So any place along Highway 63 and East 1570 Road. Those are places where you have to be undercover right now as that's moving in your direction. Sequoia's back there. What is anything else out of Sequoia right now?
Just really torrential rainfall. He does say he has like small debris kind of raining down from the sky, but very strong winds wrapping around that storm. If you can see his video, it's just, these trees are whipping.
Yeah, it's just vicious. Okay, holler at me anytime you have something. Stacia, we have new updated storm track.
I do. I have the latest track here. I still have it at 45 to the northeast. That seems to be the track of the last 15 minutes. So this is in Blanco and crossing over Indian Nations Turnpike. So once you're in that safe spot, hopefully you were there a few minutes ago. So it's in Blanco now, headed towards Arch by 604. Get in that safe spot in Arch and Bond and Craig. Remember, it's the lowest part of your home and the middle part of your home with as many walls as you can get between you and the outside. Craig here by 609, Haleyville by 612, Hartshorn by 614, Centerville 619, closer to 620 for Gowan, Higgins, and Drum. Trav?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, when it's hugging Highway 63, that is not good because you're hitting a lot of housing, a lot of small communities. So that part really stinks as far as what's going on there. Man. So any place down to the south, southern Pittsburgh County. So what do we got? What is Sequoia running up on here? Do we know?
Trees in the road.
Ah, shoot. Okay. Did he leave?
Yeah, it looks like he got out the vehicle to go see. It looks like he's still driving.
Okay.
I know there's a little bit of a delay, so what we're seeing is 20 or 30 seconds off of where he's at.
Well, let's tell him not to go four-wheeling over that at this point. It looks like he wants to lift it and carry it out of the way, so we'll see what happens. Let's go back to, while he's messing with that, this is a tornado again, so he's just, it's just passed right close to where he's at, so he's going to run into a lot of that debris. Check this out. This is unbelievable. So as Stacia mentioned, this is the track of it right now as it comes up across this area. A lot of folks right along this highway area. There's folks all over, but especially right here because you have all the communities kind of hooked up with that. So if you're in that area, you need to be taking cover. You said 40, 45?
I have it at 45.
45. So it's moving pretty quick. So you don't have a whole lot of time to make adjustments for what's going on there. So just be advised. This is, again, tornado. Confirmed tornado on the ground. I don't know if CC, if is there a drop even that far out that I was
right
looking
over
at
Blanco.
it, so it's still right there.
Out of SRX.
So it's still showing up. Okay. So we're still seeing it. So unfortunately, a lot of damage going on in here, and this is going to be a nasty tornado. Pretty strong tornado. We can just tell that from what's going on with the radar and what we're seeing with that as that continues to move to the northeast. We do not have any other active tornado warnings at this particular moment. And Chloe, if you would, give us on Lynx 1 a broader view of the radar if you could. Because also, if you could, Stacia, I just saw what Chloe did. Can you get us the wind and hail indicator on here for a second? And you can see what we're looking at with this. This gives you an idea of the violent part of this, because I mean this is maxing out on our scale. Now again, we're looking up into the storm a little bit. We have massive hail. We have very large hail at this point, and then we also have damaging winds of well over 100 miles an hour associated with this just off the surface. So this has turned into the beast that we thought we'd probably see one or two of those. It hasn't been a tornado outbreak as much as it's just been a couple of tornadoes that have been very, very strong. This one, most likely, is closing in on violent status right now because of how strong it is at this point. So we're not going to estimate wind speeds at this point, but this is just barely going to be southeast of McAllister unless it curves a little bit. That gives you an idea of what we're looking at with this. And then, Stacia, if you want to give us another updated storm track, that'd be great on what's going on for you guys.
Yes, it's ready. So anywhere on 63 east of Blanco over towards Bond and Craig. You got to get in that safe spot now and do it quickly. This storm is moving up towards Arch by 6:04. That's about 3 more minutes from now. But again, right on 63 up to Bond by 6:05, Craig by 6:08, Haleyville by 6:12, Hartshorn. Start to get those things ready to go to get in your safe spot now. You have about 10 minutes, but we want you in your safe spot. 6:13 is when it comes into Hartshorn, and it looks like it's kind of on track to get to Bond and Craig and Dow and the Hartshorn area, so be ready for this. Centerville by 6:17, Gowan by 6:20, Higgins and Drum and Bowers all down the line here in the next about half hour, but we're really focusing in and wanting folks to be safe around Arch, Bond and Craig, anywhere on 63 east of Blanco and over to Hartshorn. Please get in that safe spot now. Lowest level interior part of your home with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a storm that's going to do some damage. It's a very powerful storm right on 63, moving east-northeast at about 45. Trav?
All right. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Again, we're just talking to Aaron, and we're getting Sequoia, so he's trying to get repositioned a little bit. We'll see if they get that cleared. Biggest thing is how strong this is. This is a very, very strong tornado. Aaron and I were just discussing some of the data coming in on the radar. And so we think that this is going to be an exceptionally strong tornado that's going to do a lot of damage, a lot. Stacia mentioned it, but again, there's a lot of damage. This is a debris that's being floated in the air right now. And so we know it's lofted up of trees, branches, probably parts of buildings. So this is a scary situation for the folks down southeast. This is not anywhere near Tulsa. In fact, a lot of our viewing area has fortunately missed out on this. Unfortunately for the folks southeast and far east, this is a terrible location in terms of, again, you can't see it because there's rains coming in on it, but the violence of the tornado itself is going to be very strong. So we've got to have people get to a safe place quickly. Because this is one of those storms that you don't want to just wait this out. This isn't going to be in your best interest at all. This is one of those bad tornadoes. So this is going to continue, and so the community of Hartshorn is in line for this at this moment, right, Stacia? Was that in the middle of that? Could you give me one more storm track on that right now,
yes,
if you would? Because again, Hartshorn has quite a few folks in there, and if you're any place between Hartshorn and there, you've got to find a safer place to be, because this is tracking right across an area that's going to take it through and near Hartshorn. So we want to get the latest and best track on it, but it's going to be missing McAllister. We still have very turbulent, unsettled, stormy conditions there down around Savannah, Brewer area. So there's still some strong damaging wind potential there. But as we look at what's going on, this storm track is going to continue to track right on up to around the Hartshorn. You do have that, so that's just going to be.
Okay. I do have it at Hartshorn by 6:15.
Okay.
Maybe on the north side of Hartshorn, if it kind of lifts more northeast, which it seems like the last few scans have done.
Oof. That'll be, that's kind of going to be rough then for anybody that's up to the northwest. So if you want to give us another quick update.
I can. So this is still Arch and Bond and Craig. You got to be in that safe spot now. Picked up speed a little bit, still tracking at about 45 to 50. So this is coming up towards Dow and Hartshorn by 6:15. Watching that safe spot before then. Centerville by 6:20. Gowan, Drums by 6:24. But again, right on 63, now on the north side of 63 and kind of pulling up to the northeast. This will be from 63 over to 270 here in the next about 10 minutes or so. And again, we'll track it up towards Adamson as well. And as it picks up a little bit, I'm going to actually send it out to 50 miles per hour. So we're going to still keep Hartshorn at about 6:15, a little sooner on the northwest side of town. Centerville by 6:16. Dow also coming up at 6:12. So anywhere in this area from 63, Bond to Craig to Dow to Hartshorn, get in that safe spot now. This is a dangerous situation for you, and we want to make sure you're safe. So on 63 to Bond and Craig and Hartshorn, we're watching that. Also another area of circulation we're watching, not nearly as significant as what's happening now around the Arch area, just north of Arch on 63, but over by Savannah, there is an area of rotation. We're watching just south of Chambers, Savannah area. That's going to lift up to the northeast as well, potentially on the south side of McAllister, but the more serious situation is, of course, what's happening east of Blanco, Trav, on 63. That will take it up to Hartshorn.
Okay, and then also up to the north, we have another storm that has become tornadic, and that one we've been focusing on how strong this one is. There's also a tornado warning up to the north, and so we're going to be watching what's going on here with this cell, and so you can see what's happening right in here. So this has just started to go strong from around Choteau and then to Sportsman Acres. We're paying a lot of attention to south, but there's a circulation feature right in here, and so that's anywhere from around Sportsman Acres and then extending off to the east. Notice where Locust Grove is, so there's arcing areas of strong wind in here. And then also, let's look for CC if you could for a second, and we'll get a little bit more information out of this. So there is a little bit of a concern in here. And then when we look at this warning, this is again near Choteau to the east of Tulsa, and that was one of those storms as it was moving to the east, was just kind of hanging in there pretty strong. Aaron, do you have anybody close to this one now that can look at it?
It's kind of halfway between down.
I can't hear you. Try again.
It's halfway between Dow and Allen right now, so I don't know if either one of those guys will be able to get to it in time.
Okay, can anybody see it from their location at this point? Because I know it's kind of murky in all those places.
They're too far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what we're watching at this point with this particular cell, as that's moving to the east. And so the circulation feature, let's zoom in a little bit closer on the Sportsman Acres area and what we have right there. So this is part of that moving to the east. Stacia, do you have a storm track there for us?
I do. It's northeast at 50. So this will take it to Boatman by 6:08, Salina by 6:11, Kenwood about 6:21, by Tag Flats by 6:25, Bull Hollow 6:26. So here in the next few minutes or so, Boatman and then State Highway 82 from Salina down to Boatman and Locust Grove. Want you in that safe spot. Continuing northeast from there up to Kenwood. That's going to be by 6:21. Spavinaw is also in the track along with Cloeta and Uchee, Lake Uchee, and then Bull Hollow. So Bull Hollow by 6:26. That would be Delaware County. So the tornado warning does include the western side of Delaware County, west of Jay, and also Leech is in the tornado warning. More than likely, though, this stays north of Leech and hopefully north of Rose, but we're going to watch it. Right now, the track is northeast at 50 to 55. Trav.
All right, thanks. So we'll go back down south, but this is a tornado warning storm, circulation, Sportsman Acres. And that is not necessarily a good look that we like to see either on that particular one. Back to the south as well, we're looking at heavy rain, thunderstorm activity going on. Flood warnings now for this area. You can see that highlighted here into that area of blue. Just too much water. The tornado warning continues in effect. And so this is just south of McAllister. So that circulation feature continues to show up just around Craig Bond area and right in here. And so indications are that it's not looking too good at this particular moment for the folks right there. Sequoia's back on the road, right? And so he's back, so he can he won't catch up with this at this point. Circulation feature remains quite strong, but there's also just south of McAllister. Notice the turbulence on the north side too. So we are in a zone where McAllister's getting hammered pretty hard. Let's look at hail for a second too and see where some of the hail chunks. So the biggest hail chunks continue to be near Hartshorn. Fortunately, not as much around McAllister. Tremendous amounts of lightning, though. Tremendous amounts of lightning in this zone. So that's not good. Stacia, let's get another updated storm track, if we could, on that tornado down south.
All right, we'll do it. So right now we're watching, it's right around the Bond area on 63. And that's going to be west, southwest of Dow, west of Craig now, and tracking up to the northeast. So anywhere from Bond and Craig and Arch, you got to be in that safe spot. Also watching the turbulence on the southwest side of McAllister from Savannah up to Chambers. But this will be moving northeast, still at about 45. So this will be crossing over Dow and Adamson and Hartshorn area up to Chile and maybe even Robbers Cave State Park. So we're watching again a lot happening down here. But right now, still the more serious situation is going to be from Bond. At this point in that safe spot, Craig by 6:11, Haleyville by 6:15, along with Hartshorn, Adamson by 6:22, Bowers by 6:30, and then continuing on to Patterson by 6:33. So it looks like it's still very close to State Highway 63 here in Pittsburgh County, west of Hartshorn, west of Craig, pretty much on top of Bond. The latest update for the radar scans brings it into Craig here very, very shortly. And then the next step would be Dow, maybe staying on the north side of Hartshorn Trav just kind of seems to be more northeast rather than east, but that would take it right into Dow, take it across 270 from Dow up to Alderson.
All right, thank you so much. And again, that's the storm south. We're going to go back up north, still strong winds. Almost everything we're getting and seeing from our storm trackers, from our Facebook friends, it pretty much is wind damage, tree damage, power outages, and then the tornado warning continues now east of Choteau. And so we're near Salina now with this. So that's arcing out, and so that circulation feature comes back around the Sportsman Acres. So it is literally looping all the way back and around. And then as you look at what's going on here, there's going to be a lot of winds, there's going to be a lot of tree damage. So the circulation feature is embedded in that. So scary looking clouds and a lot of crazy things happening with that at this particular moment. Also, let's take a look at Shear itself and see what we've got going on here. So that arcing area, this is those strong winds coming across. And so that's going to be 50, 60 mile an hour winds there. And then this whole area, pretty much from Choteau to the east to southeast, near the industrial plant or location, we're talking about pretty much just a lot of wind going on. We don't have specifics. We got a little bit of hail with that as that's coming across. And can we look at our live radar for a second and see what we have with that? So that's just showing the heaviest of the rains right on Sportsman Acres at this moment. And so that's what we're seeing. And then the velocity data from here remains pretty much, again, as I said, it's a circulation that's a little bit tighter across the Sportsman Acres, and it curves back around. This is one of those pinwheel heads again. So what we're seeing with that is that's moving to the northeast. So we want you just to be aware that that storm is going to have wind and some power outages. Jalen, do we have any power outage reports that we can, do we have an updated one that you can punch up for us on Links 1 maybe? So you got it on 2, Links 2? Let's go to Links. So here's the latest on power outage reports in the Tulsa area, between about 5,000 and 10,000 customers. That's quite a few. Between 1,000 and 5,000 up in Washington County, and we're having between 1,000 and 5,000 in Cherokee County, and we're seeing that now in Washington County. Adair County not reporting, but again, just the amount of wind, rain, and everything else, it's just been unbelievable. All right, let's go back to the radar down to the south in Pittsburgh County. Severe thunderstorm with tornado warning down into southern Pittsburgh County. Nothing in Tulsa other than power outages right now. Heavy rain. There's graduation ceremonies at ORU, by the way. And so we're doing okay on that. You got radar?
Oh,
thanks.
It's not showing it.
I was like,
I
saw you working. I was like, nothing's happening, but she's working. So here's what we have. This is South McAllister's right here. A little hard to see under the legend, but that is from McAllister, the north side of town. And then so we have the circulation, strong winds there, but the main circulation is kind of cycling, looks like a little bit. So we have kind of a location just on the south side and southeast sides from Hartshorn, and then just southeast of McAllister. Does Sequoia have very good visual, Aaron? There's another tree?
Yes. He's come up with he's in
Blanco?
Blanco, yeah. He said there's a lot of damage there, trees on the roadways, and that's what he's come up across there.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
You probably have to. Unfortunately, there's going to be so much power outages down there. We can take a shot here for a second, if you would. So again, this is going to be a common site. It's going to be awful hard to get through some of this because that's split. I think that's a split tree right there. I have friends that have split trees down around Haskell, just southeast of Tulsa. We have a lot of folks that have had that around Owasso to Coffeyville. I mean, it's just kind of all over the place right now. So that gives you a good idea. All right, let's go on back and show you the strongest winds here with that tornado warning to the south. We're coming back to the north here to look at the other one in just a minute. But boy, this is a bulging area. Let's go to Links 1 for a minute. I wanted to look at that. So here's the core of it over Hartshorn. And so this is kind of the rotating. Could you put that in a loop for a second? Chloe or whoever was running Links 1 there. So as we look at what's going on, so this is just moving northeastward. Stacia will have another storm track in a minute, but we got to go up north for that other tornado. But there's a huge hail core that just went through Hartshorn. McAllister, you guys probably will clear out in a little bit. We still have a couple cells back down to your southwest that we have to be aware of. All right, let's go back to radar. Links to your radar, Stacia, if you could. And so this is the tornado warning. We've had 3 of these now. So we're going to drop the one to the south. And can you zoom out for a second? And so we have that one at Hartshorn is the main issue. Further south and west, and just zoom out for a second so we can see. Here's some additional storms that are coming up from around Marietta, Durant. So those could clip into Latimer County and Poteau. You guys are next in line. Haskell County, you're next in line. All right, let's go back up north, if we could, to our other tornado-warned storm. Again, severe storms are out west of Tulsa, around Pawnee. Marty's on that one at this point. And then we have the storm that is located around Choteau. So the strongest circulation now east of Sportsman Acres, and how that has moved to the east. So we have winds blowing out one direction. So we're getting a new area of circulation east of Salina. And let's take a look at wind shear, could we? And then I'll have you storm track both of those if you could. So here's a strong line of winds in advance of that. That's all the way out to Rose, and then run in Salina and Boatman and Sportsman Acres. It's just a lot of gusty winds and just turbulent thunderstorm. Not a tornado-specific site for this at this point, but we do have very strong damaging winds cutting across now. And that's moving into just south of Kenwood and then also near Bull Hollow. And so that gives you a pretty good idea from Leech, Rocky Ford areas. So this is, again, kind of more of a rural area, so it's going to be a little harder to see some of this. A lot of beautiful terrain, but it's not great terrain when you're looking for something. But right now, we're not worried about that. Stacia, what do you have for storm tracks?
I have it moving northeast at 45, so this will take it to Hoot Owl by 6:16, continuing on to Kenwood by 4:20. Bull Hollow by 4:24, Lake Uchee 4:30 or 4:34. 6. Everything is in the 6 o'clock hour now. So 6:16 for Hoot Owl, 6:20 for Kenwood, Lake Uchee by 6:30, along with Cloud Creek at 6:35, and Jay by 6:40. I did the whole line, so that leading edge of storms where we have the circulation, but we also have the really strong winds coming out ahead of it. So from Rose back up to Hoot Owl, this is tracking northeast at about 40. That will take it from southeastern parts of Mays County over into Delaware County. So anywhere from Bull Hollow up to Lake Uchee to Jay, you guys are going to get hit with some wind and also some heavy rainfall coming in, Trav. But that's the latest track as it leaves Mays County, gets over into Delaware County.
Oh boy. All right. So some wind gusts of 60 miles an hour or more associated with that one. The ones down around Warner, some strong winds are along that leading edge of that line of thunderstorms too. So you see what's going on now. And the tornado warned one that we did have, that got dropped. And so that's good news for the folks in Arkansas. But along this leading edge right now around Muskogee, this is the second area of rain that's come through. Okmulgee's cleared out finally. The tornado warning continues very active across areas around Hartshorn. And then that's moving to the east, northeast. And so that's heading on up toward Wilburton right now. So this is the one real active tornado. And it continues to be a confirmed tornado. Let's look at CC for a second, see what we have now showing up on this. So this is the threat is still real as far as just on the east, southeast sides of McAllister. McAllister, you're not in the clear, but you're in the clear from the tornado. If you're south, though, this is a very damaging wind event, and that was really wrapped up for a while. And that's moving in right now from Hartshorn right on into Centerville. So you need to be under cover for this. And even if it isn't a tornado right in your area, you're going to have some really strong winds, probably 70, 80 mile an hour winds, maybe more. And so trees going down, make sure you put yourself in a position where trees falling on a house or whatever, you're not in a weaker part of your home. So make sure you're in a reinforced sheltered area of your home. But this is literally in Hartshorn right now, moving through Centerville. And that'll be moving back to the northeast. So still a confirmed tornado. That'll continue to track to the northeast. Most of our tornado activity will be in the southeast part of our area. You can see how big that is, though, how big of a thunderstorm complex and thunderstorm that is. So that's a massive supercell at this time. Stacia, what do you have?
So I'm going to track the strong winds, Trav, and the areas down by Hartshorn and southeast of Alderson. We're going to track that up to the northeast here at about 45. So this will take it into the Chile area, the Bowers area, Adamson, Centerville by 6:20, Adamson by 6:22. So we're tracking in the circulations, very turbulent, the turbulent winds that we have. Drum by 6:26, Patterson by 6:30, Wilburton by 6:36. So we really want you to pay attention in Wilburton. It's coming up here in the next about 20 minutes. Center Point by 6:37 and Robbers Cave State Park. That would be closer to about 6:40. So the tornado warning will continue continue for these areas until 7 o'clock. So that includes Pittsburgh County, Latimer County until 7. And again, tracking that from Hartshorn now up to the northeast Trav at about 45.
Yeah, that's just right there and just sitting right in here and moving just to the north and east. So again, it'd even be a little bit further south probably. So that's so if you're any place around Hartshorn to the south, that's a cyclical nature of these, and that's moving to the northeast, so be advised. Back, we're going to take a look back to the north. We wanted to mention, too, a new warning in effect for Muskogee, eastern Muskogee County, Cherokee County. So this is that main line that's kind of pulling on through. The storm that had been severe out to the west is still going strong. It's pretty weird. It went from Oklahoma City and has continued to move to the north. It's the weirdest storm on the backside. It's just running up and down the dry line area. But what we've been watching pretty much is where the moisture is deeper and where the severe weather is definitely a lot more. And so let's go on into eastern portions of Mayes County and get a look at what's going on with our tornado warned area here, and we'll get a storm track on that. This is the wind again associated with that is now pushed out past Kenwood, and so the circulation is quite evident right in here from Kenwood to around the Old Uchi area and then extending to Bull Hollow. So this is where the circulation is the strongest at this particular moment, and this is where the most turbulent air is located. So if we're going to have a tornado at this point, it'd be right in here. Some CC on this if you could, and see what's happening with that. So we don't see anything at this point that's super bad. But again, this is a tornado warning east of us, Lake Hudson area, around Salina. You're on the south and west side, so you're basically through the worst part. Stacia, you got the storm track. What do you have for us?
All right, so we're going to track that area, Trav, you're talking about up towards Lake Uchi or Old Uchi by 622, Bull Hollow by 624, Lake Uchi and the community by 630, along with Jay at 634, Brush Creek by 635, and Sycamore by 640. So this tornado warning includes, again, the southwestern side of Delaware County. It's not extended over into Jay. A tornado can occur very quickly in these scenarios here, but this is what we're dealing with as the storm system is now pushing out of, or at least this storm pushing out of Mayes County, south of the Spavinaw area. Very heavy rain, some hail potential here northwest of Rose, but the more damaging impacts are going to come in from the wind, and this is really strong winds now in Kenwood headed over towards Bull Hollow. So that in and of itself, whether it's a tornado or not, can do some damage. We want you to be in that centermost part of your home if you live around Kenwood and Bull Hollow, because that is some strong wind coming in. So we have still our tornado warning for Delaware County, the southwestern side of Delaware County, until 6:30. We'll see if that is continued. But then as we look down the line, we have heavy rain from Sportsman Acres down to Choteau to Fort Gibson to Wagner, continuing on towards the Muskogee area, the east side down to Warner, and then in Trav, we still have our tornado warning down into Latimer County now, and we're really watching for the Wilburton area as the storm is going to get closer to Wilburton in the next about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, and you know, it's amazing. These storms are just blowing and going, so much energy, and this is a very tight, unfortunately, tight area of circulation. So we still have a very strong tornado that's pretty much just going strong now east of Hartshorn. That will continue east. This is the worst by far. We do have a severe thunderstorm too. We haven't talked about Pawnee County. I think we'll go up Pawnee County if we could and look at the severe thunderstorm that's up in that area. And just briefly look at this. Brandon's been on that for a while. Is Brandon available to talk to for a second? Hey, Brandon, what do you have on this storm real quick that's moving across western Pawnee County and Osage County?
Yeah, Travis, well, while we were in Morrison about 10 minutes ago, we had 41-mile-an-hour winds measured on the anemometer and peak tide fell. That's about it with this. Back to you.
Okay, structure looks just so-so. You haven't seen anything with the structure to make you concerned?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, all right, thanks, appreciate you. So once again, that storm continues to, that's the one that's in Pawnee County. Let's go back to radar, I should show you. That's west of Tulsa, and we have a couple cells that are developing around Cleveland at this point, and then also down around Cushing. Can we put that in motion for a second just to see how these are going? So these are drifting northeastward associated with kind of this cluster of storms. So that's been one severe, mainly for hail. And so you can see what's going on here, that we're going to keep tracking with any of these cells that are developing out into that zone. So we have John out there looking at it at this point, but I don't see anything. John, I'm going to just come to you real quick. I see that you're looking at that off in the distance. Real quick update from you from the profile of what it looks like. Is it still developing as very hard towers? What do you have? Maybe, John? I see it.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. What do you have?
I'm looking. I'm looking straight west right now, and it's you can start to see the towers. This is the cell that's out to the west of Manford, the Cushing area, and it is moving more to the northeast. It'll probably miss Tulsa County as it looks right now altogether and go up into Osage County. Back to you.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. All right, so coming back down, so we've had some pictures coming out of Tahlequah. We've got Weber's Falls. We've got a couple of storms. So Weber's Falls now has a storm that's rotating. So this one is under a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is, as we look at this is just south of 10 Killer Lake. Here's Paradise Hill. 10 Killer Lake is right up here. And so this is circulation feature. It's picking up east of Warner. If you're east of Warner, getting into one of those situations again that looks just very similar to what we've had in the past. And these become tornadoes. So Weber's Falls, Gore, Notchetown, Paradise Hill.
They just issued on it.
They just issued tornado warning? Okay. So tornado warning now officially in effect for this cell to the south and to the east. This is going to continue to track northeast. Stacia, I'll have you do another storm track in a minute, but that continues to track along and to the east into portions. Really, as we're looking at western Sequoia County, so it's got one county just to go through, and then it's out of here, but this is tightened up dramatically. And so all along these edges where we haven't had anything touching the atmosphere, which is all east, that's where the worst is located. So we do have a lot of pictures coming in. As soon as you give us a storm track on this, I'm going to get a couple pictures coming in out of Chloe and Jalen have put together for us.
Okay, so this track here puts it in Gore in the next couple of minutes. So if you live in Gore, in your safe spot now, centermost part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors, but that'd be for Gore now, and then continuing up to Aqua Park by 6:32, Box by 6:36, Lake 10 Killer by 6:40, Dwight Mission by 6:43, Cookson, Marble City, Pettit Bay, Wildcat Point, all by 6:45. So again, that's pretty much on the west side of Gore, tracking up across Highway 10 to Notchetown, Paradise Hill, the Box area, northeast trav. Pretty quick at this point, about 50-55. We'll see if it slows down. That's what a lot of the circulations tonight have done.
They really have, and that's tightening up very quickly. So you're going to have a tornado near Weber's Falls pretty fast. Let's go back down to McAllister, and then let's go on up to the north. Here's the McAllister storm. I say McAllister, Hartshorn. And so circulation now is off to the east. Sequoia's been coming up behind it. Hey, Aaron, anything on Sequoia, and has he seen any other damage and stuff from out of that?
Just those. I mean, he's just a lot of tree damage and a little bit of other. They're still trying to kind of find a way around the tree at this point. But
yeah, it's just going to be tough.
Yeah.
Hardly any travel is going to happen any place where that tornado went. So thanks. So as that moves across the area, so the circulation feature continues to be strongest just east of Hartshorn right now. So you can see around Damon, Wilburton areas. If you're in Wilburton, you need to be taking cover. It's near Bowers. So, I mean, this is a tight circulation feature coming across this area. So that has not let up at all across this location. So if you're any place here, notice what's going on from Gower and then Gowan and then to Bowers. So it's right in here. And so that circulation feature coming right on up toward Wilburton. Stacia, if you can give me another quick storm track, and then we'll get up north too.
Yeah, Trav, I have it in Wilburton here by 6:35. Patterson, Bowers, we want you in your safe spot now. And then this would continue into Wilburton to Center Point, but Wilburton by 6:35, Center Point right then at that point too. Panola by 6:42, Red Oak by 6:52, LaQuire, Lodi, all on the track. That's closer to 6:56, but definitely in Bowers and Wilburton. You want to get in that safe spot now. Take those tornado precautions as this is coming in.
All right, thanks. And we're going to jump on up to the north, and we're going to go on up to Mays County near Salina, and then back on over to Uchi and heading over toward Jay. Latest on this, the circulation feature, you can pretty much make out where that is. So it's right in here near Spavinaw Lake. Go to And so that's moving further to the east. So that has moved away from Salina now. And so that circulation feature is continuing to move near Uchi and will continue to track to the north and to the east. We don't see a tight circulation with this, the tornado warning. Don't know if it'll be allowed to drop. We haven't seen anything, but it's going to be a close call on this one. Still there, gusty winds associated with that. So if you're in that area, do be advised. I want to go to Lynx 1 real quick. Hey guys, I'm going to go to Lynx 1, and how many pictures do we have here? We have 2. We have 2. Okay, this is out of Sapulpa, the Way Church. Cody sent this to us, and so that broke their windshield, or broke their window, and broke into. You can see that between the winds and the hail, we're getting a lot of hail damage as well. Okay, next picture, and then also some tree damage here from Tahlequah coming in. All right, did I see some roofing on something? Did you guys have a picture?
We don't know who took the photo, so we can't.
We can't use a picture yet? Okay, all right. But there was some roof. Where was that at?
Fort Gibson.
Fort Gibson. Okay, Fort Gibson got pretty rough deal there. All right. And we're getting a lot of reports out of Tahlequah, Fort Gibson too. All right, let's go back to radar and share some information with you on that at this point. So this is the area that we'll continue to watch to the north with Mays. Really, we're moving out of Mays County, as we said, and Hudson area, Lake Hudson area, now to the east from Spavinaw. Circulation features there, much weaker, but it's there. So do you have a storm track on that by chance?
I can, yeah, get one really
We'll just
quickly.
do that before we go on to another location.
I just looked at how fast it's moved, and it's moved about 11 miles in 15 minutes, so that still keeps it at about 40, 45 tops. So that will take it up towards Jay and across central Delaware County. This will be in Brush Creek by 6:40, Jay by 6:40, Sycamore by 6:45, along with Maysville by 6:54, 6:55 for Southwest City, and also about for the Dodge area as well.
Okay, and that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch for. Let's look down to the south on the next tornado warning. And as we see along this line, so there we go. So this is a tornado. Again, right in here, confirmed tornado, Gore. And so we are in a position where this is moving rapidly to the northeast. So we have a tornado, strong indications of a strong tornado at this point from Gore. And so Weber's Falls, Gore area. Let's zoom in a little bit closer if we could on city streets for me if we could. Thanks. And so what we're looking for is ahead, Notchtown, 10 Killer State Park. If you're in these areas, you need to take cover right now. This is not a good situation. Confirmed tornado with this. So it's not a good situation at all. From Gore to the east, you already have the tornado, and that's moving toward Black Gum. So this is western Sequoia County, and that is a very, very potent area with strong winds. And we've had, let's see if we could.
There's a definite CC drop.
Yeah, and so that means that's a sign there's a tornado. Debris lofted in the air, so we've got a tornado going through here. So there's a lot of damage with this, most likely. As that continues to track to the northeast, east-northeast station, you got a storm track.
I do. This
one
is northeast at 50. So this will take it towards Aqua Park, Paradise Hill by 6:35. So get in that safe spot. Notchtown, it's in town now. It's there. But for Paradise Hill and Black Gum and Box, this is all coming in by 6:37, 6:38. That's about 5 more minutes from now. If you live around Evening Shade and Cookson, that's going to be closer to around 6:40, 6:45. Marble City, Flute Springs, Dry Creek, Barber, all about 6:50. 10 Killer and Brunch and Greasy by 6:54, closer to 7 o'clock for Rocky Mountain and Stony Point. But again, Paradise Hill, Black Gum Box, Evening Shade, getting that safe spot now. So this is pretty much on Highway 100 from Notchtown extending over to Black Gum. That's going to be kind of the track that it takes. Also Redbird Smith, if you are not in your safe spot, get there now. Even though the circulation may pass just northwest of you, it's still going to be some strong winds coming in, and we want you to be safe there. But that is a confirmed tornado warning now for Sequoia County until 7 o'clock, and that will extend up towards Lake 10 Killer because the movement of this is to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. That one is moving a little faster. Down to the south, we're continuing to watch the tornado down by Wilburton Trap. That's getting closer to town. Looks like it's now south of Bowers on the southwest side of Wilburton.
All right, so we have multiple tornadoes issues right now. So this is Wilburton. Anybody near Wilburton, you've got to be in cover. This is a very big tornado. It's been a very big tornado for a long time now, and that continues to track across an area that is going to be difficult to see with the rain and all that. And you got...
I will say Sequoia's video, he's got some damage there.
You got to talk on a... You got to push them.
Sequoia has damage from the Blanco area on his video. You can see damaged structure and people and trees and...
Okay, so he's in that town there?
Yeah.
All right. Just quick RIM 33, if you guys could, with Sequoia. I think he's got, so there's a house that's been hit. So again, you can see there's a lot of damage there. I would imagine there's probably some trees that have been shaved off. Obviously, it's pouring rain for these folks. Again, roof pretty much gone in some of these areas. So we got to hope and pray for folks down southeast, because that's been the hardest hit, but we still got a lot of weather down in southeastern Oklahoma to contend with for a while. That looks like a John Deere tractor right in here. Okay, let's go back to radar and take care of what's going on. So this is, again, Wilburton. We've got the tornado just to your south and west. Circulation feature right here. That continues to track to the northeast. Stacia, do you have an update?
I do. So this will take it into Wilburton here by 6:39. That's 5 more minutes. Get in that safe spot now if you live around Wilburton, and then continuing to Center Point by 6:41, Panola by 6:47, Red Oak and Lodi by 7 o'clock, and Denman by 7:03. But definitely at this point more concerned for Wilburton and those folks getting into their safe spot along with Center Point. And if anybody's at Robbers Cave State Park, hopefully they are also taking shelter because that's really strong wind. And you know, something worth noting, Travis, folks in Wilburton have to be in the centermost part of their home on the lowest level. These storms have already done a lot of damage and they'll continue to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally right on them at this point. So again, hoping and praying for these guys, because this is a bad situation for the folks down here. So that's a tornado, and we're getting all kinds of wind damage reports from out of Pryor Industrial Park, and we did it as well up at Coffeyville. So we had 70-mile-an-hour winds and power outages there. Chloe, can we have a power update too coming in on what's going on with the power? And we're looking at, again, highest probability is right over Wilburton right at this point. So this is the core of it as it moves to the northeast. And there's a circulation feature. Here's Wilburton. And so you can see what's happening right in here, right over town. And so if you're just to the east, northeast, hopefully you're in cover right now if you are in Wilburton. And then that means Red Oak as well, up to Kinta. This is a huge just a big rotating storm is all we can say. And it's producing wind damage and tornadoes probably along the way as it continues to move that way. Let's go on up to Weber's Falls if we could and take a look at that real quick. And so the tornado warning is extended as well. So that is now moving across just south of Lake Tenkiller. And so it's east of Gore. And right now just would be from Tenkiller back to the south. And it's tightest right in this area, right in there. So there's a couple locations, but right at Tenkiller State Park. Stacia, I think you mentioned that just a little bit ago. And so it's headed toward evening shade. And that will continue to move to the east. Stacia, you got another update on that?
I can. So this will be moving to the east-northeast from Black Gum and Box and south of Tenkiller Lake and taking it up into Adair County. So here for Black Gum, it's pretty much in town now. And then for evening shade by 6:42, along with the south side of Tenkiller Lake. Cookson will be closer to about 6:48. Flute Springs, Dry Creek, all 6:52. Flute Springs is the northern part of Sequoia County. And then we're also talking about communities in Adair County, like around Bunch. That'd be by 6:57. And also Greasy closer to about 7 o'clock. So this is still a confirmed tornado warning. The circulation that we're watching is just right on top of Black Gum now, headed to evening shade and Tenkiller Lake, the south side of Tenkiller Lake, and pretty much the southeast side, I should say. But this is moving northeast at about 45 to 50. This will be crossing over Highway 82 north of Black Gum and then continuing on towards evening shade, southeastern sides of Cherokee County. New radar scan coming in. It still looks very evident in terms of that circulation just north of Black Gum, and Trav, that will continue on into the Adair County vicinity within the next 30 minutes. And by Adair County vicinity, we're talking southwest side of Adair County around the Bunch area.
Okay, I appreciate it. And Dell is running right into this at this point. You can see where Dell is located now near Marble City. And so he's going to be real close. Dell, if you got to look at this, what are you seeing?
Travis, right now we cannot see anything indicating a tornado on the ground. We're trying, you know how it is down here, very beautiful but very tree-lined. But we've got a vantage point up here on a hill, and we cannot see any kind of significant lowering here at all. So we're going to keep an eye on it, and we'll get back to you as soon as we see something.
All right, thanks, appreciate it. So again, that storm continues to track to the east-northeast. Station's just on a storm track on that, and you see where that's located back to the, let's go up north for a minute and see how that circulation feature is doing. So now around the J area, we do have continuing to be a severe thunderstorm warning here around J. We dropped the tornado warning associated with that, but that is continuing to be heavy rain, thunder, lightning. That's moving into northwest Arkansas. So there's tons of rain and there's some hail with this. There was some significant hail, but that has gone down a little bit as this has weakened. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for you if you're in central portions and southern portions of Delaware County. Here's the gusty winds, but those winds have also kind of come down considerably, so that's welcome news as far as that's concerned. And then the other storms, they're up in northwest Arkansas. Back into our areas, we scroll a little bit further south. We continue with warnings in multiple areas. So the warnings are still going on across the pretty much anywhere east of Wagner, and then that extends back on through all of Cherokee County, pretty much. So no tornado warnings north, just the severe thunderstorms that go along this whole leading edge, and then we have occasional indentations along that line, and then we have the tornado warning that's in Wilburton. That'll most likely have to be extended now. We have Bob, who's just to the north of that. Bob's been in heavy rain, thunder. I've been watching his video for a while, so he's just getting hit with that. But that's, again, circulation feature, the strongest, just around Wilburton and to the north and to the east of that, heading toward the Panola area. We have aerial flood warnings, so there's just massive amounts of water that have fallen in this area. And so we've got a lot of issues and a lot of power outages. And did we get a new updated power map? We do. Let's take a quick look at that if we could and see what's happening. So these numbers are filling in. So between 5,000 and 10,000 customers around Tulsa, 1,000 to 5,000 around Muskogee, 1,000 to 5,000 again around Cherokee County. I haven't heard out of Adair County as of yet. So far, Delaware County, not too much, but down to south, Pittsburgh County, Latimer County, these numbers should go up pretty big time just because of the amount of damage that's happening down here to the south. And there's kind of like a little gap, and let's hope we keep it that way, because Hughes County earlier had some pretty nasty storms and a tornado. But right at this point, we're looking at conditions that are favorable, a little bit more for some additional power outages in southeastern Oklahoma. And that would include Sequoia County, where those storms are moving. So that's one of the things we're going to keep an eye on. All right, that's the latest up there. And also in southern Kansas, now Montgomery County has 1,000 to 5,000 customers. Again, these aren't people, these are customers, which can add up to 2 people or more, depending upon the customer. All right, radar, if we could, Stacia.
Oh, yep.
Yep. And then, so here's the circulation with a new tornado warning. Now, this is not a confirmed tornado at this point because it's harder to see. We haven't seen it on the ground. We don't have a Sequoia right in that specific area. Bob is literally just near Stigler, and he'll be closing in on this in just a moment. But it's still a strong indication of circulation. And it's, I'm sure there's some damage in Wilburton right now. Praying that it's not much, but that came just moving on in. Stacia, once again, it looks like it's slowing down.
I know.
They're just pretty amazing how fast they slow down.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give us an update on that?
Yep. So we'll take this northeast from Panola now. It's here pretty much in town at this point, to Red Oak by 6:53, Denman by 6:57, Cedar by 7 o'clock along with Hughes and Norris, Panther by 7:06, and then Walls by 7:07 along with McCurtain. So again, right on Panola now, and this has stayed very close. This is actually another tornado that cycled, and then another one produced on the kind of on the south edge of it. So this is a separate one coming up through Wilburton, but 270 has been like the main zone here through the Wilburton area and then continuing up to the northeast. So as we track it at about 35 to 40, we'll take it over to Red Oak by 6:53. We want you in your safe spot if you live around Red Oak and Lodi to Cedar to Norris, LaQuire, the Panther area. So this will be a tornado warning until 7:30 for Latimer County, and then that continues up into the southern parts of of Haskell County. I almost said Wilburton, of Haskell County. Kinta, though, is staying on the northern edge of this. So this is mostly going to be impacting the northern parts of Latimer County, north of 270. But from Panola over to Lodi and Red Oak, we want you in that safe spot as it moves up to the north and east. From there, we're also, as we mentioned, tracking the one up by now east of Gore, east of Blackham, east of Box, and that's on the south side. It's moved northeast now, Trav, into southeastern Cherokee County. So it looks like it's right on the county line, if not a mile or two just north of it.
Yeah, that doesn't look too good yet. I was really hoping that would weaken, but it hasn't. It seems to be still staying strong in that particular zone. Dell is looking. I wonder if Dell. Is Dell? Can he talk to me for a second? Look, is he looking to the northwest? Okay.
You can't see it right now, but we have a lowering just off to our left. It's not on the ground yet, but it's really getting wrapped up tight here. I'm trying to get you a view, but these trees are in the way. So we are sitting here basically right underneath the circulation that's literally just off to our west. If we can get you a view here in a minute, we will, but we've got an eye on it. There's nothing on the ground yet, but it is definitely wrapping up right here, Trev. Back to you.
All right, I see that. You got one to the north, too. So, again, and you can see the trees Dell's talking about in this area. So there's quite a bit going on. And there's a police officer right there. And so probably warning everybody about tornadoes. Again, that's very low. You can tell what's going on right there with that lowering in that area. So we have the circulation feature right in here, and then Dell's literally driving into this, and he has something going on right in here. So this whole leading edge, and especially right in here, just southeast of Cookson and just to Dell's northwest by a couple miles, 4 miles or so. That's where strong circulation is located. Are you going to move him north a little bit on that? What do you want to do?
Yeah, that's the plan, is to try to get him north. He's kind of off on some county-type roads now, so we'll have to kind of meander through those. But I do see that northwest of Flute Springs there's a pretty wound-up area that's starting to develop.
That's going to be the main impact area right there. But he's got... looks like condensation coming up into that line. Dell, one more time. So what we're looking at right there, I know you're stopped at a stop sign or something. So just off to the left side of your screen, what do you have there? Dell, you there?
Travis, we're getting very rapid rotation now. Matter of fact, with the upward scud moving, I say we're going to have probably tornado genesis here within the next, 2 minutes. Wow. It's really wrapped up tight. So we're going to be right here. We're going to drift just a little bit further south so we get better visibility, and then we're going to try to get right back north on it. So we'll be back with you in just a sec.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, appreciate it. You can tell emergency crews and first responders are out there. All right, thanks, Dell, appreciate it. So again, along that leading edge, that's where we find it. And station, so we've got a couple spots. So that's pretty much what here and here. And so this is part of that tornado that is kind of really locked in. If you want to give us a, what do you got? Go back to Dell.
Go to see. There's a CC drop northwest of Flute Springs, so like a pretty evident one. Yeah. Northeast to Evening Shade.
Yep. So that's the tornado right in there. It looks like that's most likely part of that tornado. So that's continuing right in that zone. Let's focus for a minute. I mean, you can see what's going on. That whole area is pretty crazy. Dell, let's go back to Dell then. Dell, go ahead.
Yeah, Travis, it's getting ready to touch down here. We're getting very, very, very strong inflow just right inside. We got wrapping rain bands right in front of us. So I think it is just directly right in front of us here. We're going to keep drifting back towards it, but we have to stay out of that. But yeah, we have a tornado on the ground. I feel very certain at this point.
All right, you looking east? Which way are you looking? South?
Let's see here. Yes, it would be back to the. Yeah, we are looking due east right now, Travis.
Due east. Okay. All right. Wow. All right. So that just developed right on.
Yeah, we had the wrapping rain that immediately enveloped it. We had a view up for just a second. So we're gonna
we're going to actually circle back around it and then try to get back in position. This road is not really working well for what we need to do, but we are going to be in position here again here shortly. We'll be back to you.
All right, thanks. So again, very, very turbulent area. Let's go back to radar then. So I just want to point out how turbulent this is. So this is part of the tornado right in here. So I just updated from around Cookson area. That's headed up to Lyons. Stacia, if you want to do, let's get a quick storm track on that, and then we got to go south and see what's going on with that storm. But Dell's also got some problems right there by Marble City.
Yep, and this is headed over towards Lyons and Blanche and Stillwell. So this will take it over to Rocky Mountain by 6:55, but Lyons also around 6:55 as well. Moving northeast at 54, 55 miles per hour. Stony Point by 7, Stillwell by 7:02, and then continuing on from there towards Fairfield and Evansville and Dutch Mills, which is over into Arkansas. Stillwell, though, by 7:02. So we're going to watch this closely for you. Lyons wants you in that safe spot along with Blanche and Rocky Mountain. Trav?
Okay. Again, the line is very turbulent on the east side of Tahlequah, and what we might do is just go along this leading edge. Excuse me for a minute. And so this is what we're seeing at this point, what's going on right in here. So you have this. I mean, it's just so much energy. And so near Pettit Bay and right around Carter's Landing area. So the south side of the lake right now getting hammered pretty hard, Lake 10 Killer. And then that extends back to Bunch, and then it goes back to Marble City, where Dell is located. So it's just a similar story coming up just one after another right in there. Let's move north along this line up to Tahlequah. And so as you're looking right around Tahlequah, there's strong winds right in here. So this is moving on across the area. And then a little further north, this is all severe thunderstorm warned areas. So heavy downpours of rain in Tahlequah right now. And then that extends back on up. You can see Chewy, and you can see what's going on around Concord, and then extending back further to the north. So it gets more into a heavy rain and less severe with this part. But as we go, this is a severe storm, but it's less severe. So we're looking at heavy rain, some hail, and some winds of 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. So that's what's going to be something that we're going to have to keep eye on. That's going into northwest Arkansas. But by far and away, Cherokee County, again, just a massive amount of water with this. And then that circulation feature, now you can see what it looks like right here. And that is just what is causing a lot of concern and angst in this particular area. And so this would be it right in here. Let's try a CC drop if we could, or a CC debris. Oh, yeah. So we've got a tornado in here. So if you are in any place in this area, from just southeast of Barber, Dry Creek area, probably just had a tornado. Highway at 100 area you see there. Sanders Flat Road, this is a tornado right now. And so it's happening. Not going to hardly see it. Don't know if you see it at all with all the rain and low clouds and scud like Dal was showing us. But that is literally just coming straight across on over to Bunch Road. So that's an active tornado warning at this time with an active tornado. We have debris associated with that at this point, and that's continuing to show up just not too far from around Bunch. And so that's the problem at this particular moment. Tornado warning basically for southeastern Cherokee County, southwestern Adair County. And so it's moving out of Cherokee County ever so slowly. But that's a tornado right now near Lyons and south of Rocky Mountain. So if you're in these areas, you need to take cover. Stacia, do you have an update?
They also issued on the circulation just northwest of that.
I was looking at this. Okay, so that's the other one, Carter's Landing. So that circulation, we can look at the debris too on that, because I saw some of the debris associated. There was here, and then also there was some that was backed up, but that's kind of in the beam. So it's a little harder to see. Can you try, is that... yeah, that looks more. Is that SRX?
That was IN. This is INX.
INX, yeah.
This is SRX.
Okay, so that beam is getting a little bit destroyed in there. All right, so either way, both of these are very strong, severe storms. And we've had a few tornadoes. So there's a tornado right here. And from Carter's Landing to the east, northeast, there's another one as well. So if you are in these areas, we do need you to be aware of what's going on. Let's take a closer look right at Carter's Landing right now in Tailhope and see what's going on. So this is Rocky Mountain. So this is a tornado, most likely right here, Carter's Landing. So that's developed and has gotten stronger. Let's come in a little closer to city street level and take a look at what's going on. All right, so here's Tailhook, and then you see the circulation feature over the 10-killer area east of Carter's Landing, moving toward Rocky Mountain. So there's 2 circulation features there. And then Dell had that circulation feature. There's a little bit further to the south. So this is southern Adair County, still getting hammered with that. And then we have the tornado warning continuing well further south, but there's still active tornado warnings and 3 tornado warnings at this point for the storms that are in the southeast. So if you are in these locations, this has tightened up a tremendous amount. So this is a tornado now east of Carter's Landing, and this is going to track to the east. So any place around Rocky Mountain, really I would just say almost anything east of this stuff is not good. It means you need to be in a safe place really quick and need to be there for a while, because this is not moving super fast, as Stacia was mentioning. But this circulation feature is tightened up considerably, and that goes on all the way down to the south a little bit. John, what is John looking at? Do you know? Is that? Can't really tell. Has he got anything going on?
There's a lower, kind of a lower base. It looks like just the outflow. I mean, you can see over the top of that cloud feature as well. So
I was just looking up at some of our stuff. Bob's in the middle of some of that heavy rainfall too on that south storm, right? And then Dell, let's slide a little bit southeast and see where Dell is located. So tornado warning right now east of Carter's Landing, right at Rocky Mountain, and then we have what's going on right here at Cherry Tree to Greasy. And then Dell's a little bit further south. Dell have anything for us?
He's still kind of en route. It kind of overtook him, and he's on those kind of back roads. So it kind of.
I see him there. Okay, so he's kind of got a mess going on at that point. So this is a very nasty little nasty area. So let's zoom out just a little bit more. And part of that is a tornado warning coming in from out of the. You can see all the flashing. So we have a confirmed tornado on the one that's coming up near Stillwell. And so if you are in southern Adair County, really need you to watch out. Really, that could take it into central Adair County for these tornadoes. So there's 2 of them right now, one southwest of Stillwell and one east of Carter's Landing, or east of Carter's Landing. And so both of those, and then we have the tornado warning back to the south that has been associated with Marble City. And then we come back further south, and we still have the tornado warning that's been showing up. I mean, they're going to have to delete a couple of these because they're kind of getting old, but the center now of a circulation feature is just east of Kinta, and that was part of what was a stronger part of the tornado that did move up across portions of Pittsburgh County. And so that's why I'm going to take just a quick look and see if that's evolved very much, but it has weakened considerably, which is good news. We still have a tornado warning on that, but that is moving northeast, and it looks like they're going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning on that, and I see why. That's still circulating, but it doesn't look quite as intense. Still has a lot of hail associated with it, but that is moving northeast. All right, so Stacia, as we look at that, can you broaden out one time? So we have the hail. I'm going to go a little bit further if you could. So this gives us an idea, and let's see Tulsa a little bit if you could. Okay, so we have one cell. John is watching just west of Tulsa, and there's not much going on with that, but John has it right now. John, just a quick update from you. What do you have for us on this cell that's just west of Tulsa? Is that growing or holding steady state to you?
It seems to be growing just a little bit, Travis. This is the cell that's near Manford, and it has the rain-free base, but it's not. I can't tell if anything is rotating or anything like that with it. It's kind of moving toward the northeast. Looks like it'll come across the Keystone Dam, maybe up into portions of Pawnee County. Back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And then also Brandon's further out west. So you see John. Let's go up to Brandon on radar here for a minute and look. And so Brandon's been on this severe thunderstorm for like a long time. So all the active weather is here for our folks down southeast. And then Brandon's been on this cell, which looks like it's finally starting to weaken a little bit. Brandon, just quick update from you one more time. Is that cell pretty much done for?
Yeah, Travis, from our vantage point here in on 60. That looks to be the case near Burbank. It's on a weakening trend. It's probably holding steady, but it's definitely on a downward trend.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. Let's go to Links 1 for just 1 second. Hey, what do you have? Is that Chloe? What do you have on Links 1 with Tahlequah from Haley? Is that just a tree that's bending over?
It's a video. Let it play. Is it playing through?
Yep.
Oh, there it goes.
Tree fell over? Yeah. Yep. On security. Okay, so we've heard a lot of reports from out of that area. So that's there's going to be a lot of damage reports coming in. So you kind of see what happened there. So they had that on their security camera, and winds get really strong there for a minute. And we had a rotating area move across Tahlequah. So there's a good chance that could have been part of a tornado. All right, back to radar. And our tornado warnings continue to be very active along the leading edge of this. So we have several tornado warnings. We'll come back, start on the north side and station. We'll do storm tracks as we go, I guess, along this leading edge. Then hopefully we'll get to talk to Bob. So we have the one that's near Wahilo. My friend always tells me I never pronounce it right, so I'll just have to go with that. Circulation is, though, right close to where he lives. So he's, I'm sure, paying attention to the weather. So south of Spade Mountain, just west of Stony Point. And so that circulation feature is there. And that is one of them. And then there's another one just to the south here, not as strong, it looks like, but it's around Cherry Tree, Blanche Cherry Tree area. And that's moving across southern portions of Adair County right now. And so that continues to track in that direction. And then you can see that arcing area that continues further south. But Stacia, what do you have on this line?
This is moving fast, Trav. This is at 55 to 60 miles per hour to the northeast. So this is going to fly through Adair County. But unfortunately, it does come with the dangers of, again, a potential tornado here. So just to the west of Stillwell now, Stony Point by 7 o'clock, and then continuing up from there to England, to Barron, to Adderley, and Westville. We're tracking the circulation that's pretty much going to come into Stony Point here in the next about minute or so. Spade Mountain also pretty much now. England by 7:03, Peavine by 7:06, Barron and Adderley and Strawberry Spring by 7:10, Going Snake, mentioning Going Snake again tonight, 7:10, and Piney also at 7:10. So this one is tracking northeast, will probably stay northwest of Stillwell, but for the Stillwell area, we're watching the circulation that's down by Blanche. So you're not out of the woods in Stillwell. You still have the circulation between Cherry Tree and Blanche to come through, and that's coming into Stillwell now, Trav.
That is.
So it's right there in town.
All right, you guys in Stillwell, once you take cover, it's not worth the risk. So that is just south side of Zion. And so that's literally right on you right now. So if you're in Stillwell, take cover, get into the middle part of your home, get away from those outside windows and walls, because there's going to be some at least 60-mile-an-hour winds with this, if not more damaging winds moving across Stillwell. So again, if you're in Stillwell, and any place north or south, we want you to take cover. Has Dell been able to detect anything else out of that down south line a little bit? So still, most of it is still around Stillwell. As that moves to, and you can see how jagged this is. Let's take a look at Shear if we could. And then right along this leading edge, there's going to be some very turbulent air rolling right through Stillwell right now. That's why we want you to be undercover. This line continues all the way down to the south. If you could, let's slide a little bit to the south right along. You see how strong that is around Bell now, and that goes all the way back down to the south. Bell to Dell, wherever Dell is down in this area. There's Dell near Brushy. So that's part of that line that came through with the strong winds, and that goes all the way down now to near Blackjack, between Seven Oaks and Blackjack, and just east of Salisaw. So that's part of that system. Now these are all going to be moving out as we go through tonight, and so we won't have much to worry about overnight. Tulsa's basically in the clear, so we don't have anything that's happened today other than the hail and the wind and heavy rain, just basic, that is continuing. Tornado warning still to the south. You can see from Kinta to Stigler. Bob is in the middle of that. We haven't talked to Bob. Bob, if you have a minute, can you talk to us about what's going on down in your area? You're right near it.
Yep, we're on the east side of Stigler on Highway 9. Just torrential rain right here, a lot of lightning. We're still on the area where if that rotation continues, it's going to come up, should go a little bit east of Stigler here on 9. We're watching for it, but got to remind people this is going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to see it until it's too late. Back to you, Travis.
Yeah, and that's kind of a sad thing to have to say, but boy, is a very truthful thing. So again, Bob's right on it, and I don't see anything dropping out at this point. But we do have the Stillwell one, which is in Stillwell. You guys are in Stillwell right now with a very strong wind event, if not a tornado. So between the two of you guys, it continues to be very, very strong. So that is tight. We have two tight circulation features. We could have some, yeah, that could be very close. So it's in Stillwell right now. Tornado quite possible in Stillwell at this moment. And there's also a little bit of a couplet just on the south, or just east of Zion. So those are the areas that are having the highest probability of that happening at this particular moment. And so the tornado warning's continuing. We're going to keep that tornado warning going till 7:15. We're sitting at 7:03 right now. So that's the tornado warning is also extended by the National Weather Service for that same area. So please be in a safe place right now with what's going on, because that circulation right at Stillwell, continuing to track to the northeast, secondary area east of Salem. And with that, so that means Fairfield, Piney, Dutch Mills, you all guys are all in the track of this. We have the other tornado warning on the north side. This does not look as quite as dangerous as the other one. Let's take a quick look at wind shear if we could. So it's weaker in this area. And again, you can kind of follow along on our legend. So that when you're getting into this, you're getting into moderate, you start getting into strong winds. And so some of those stronger winds are right over Stillwell right at this moment. And then you see a little bit of a curvature feature right in here. So that's what we don't want to see over Stillwell, and that's what we're seeing. So we're going to have some trees down, tree limbs down, and some wind damage. Looks like that's showing up. Some winds of, what is that, 70, 80 miles an hour, something like that in that area. Okay, 70, a little less than 80. So that's enough wind that it's going to be causing some problems. If there isn't a tornado, still going to potentially lose more power out of some of these locations. So we're getting a lot of turbulent causes here with this storm track taking it on over toward Dutch Mills. And Stacia, can you give us another storm track on this one?
I do, or I will.
Yeah,
so this is taking it from pretty much Stillwell now to Fairfield, continue on to Dutch Mills. Trav mentioned Dutch Mills and Piney coming up next. 7:11 for Dutch Mills, Morrow by 7:14, Clyde by 7:16, and then for Lincoln by 7:17. So this is Peavine here at 7:07, and now it's passed through Stillwell now. So that part we're concerned about is now north of Stillwell, headed up to Peavine. It's in Fairfield as well, but Peavine folks and Piney, you guys really need to take those precautions. Dutch Mills over in Arkansas by 7:11. In the next half hour, so in 30 minutes, it'll be in Lincoln and Summers, and that's over into Arkansas as well. Trav?
All right, and most of our data is showing that this line of storms is pretty much the last of the bad. There was some indication, and I haven't seen it on radar yet, but there's some indication that one more group of thunderstorms could reform around probably about 8 o'clock tonight, down around Hughes County, and then go up Highway 69. So we'll see if that happens or not. So that's the last thing anybody wants to see. But if you are in near Stillwell, we want you to be aware. You guys have some more pictures that you have? Two of them? Okay, what's this coming up? Serious? Seriously, serious. From Fort Gibson, a lot of tree damage. That's where that circulation went over with. Could very possibly have been the tornado. We had CC drop out in that area, so we do believe it to have been a tornado. So if it had been in that area, again, not good. Okay, what else do we have here? This is in downtown Fort Gibson. Oh boy.
Photo you saw earlier.
Okay, so we're sharing it now. We got the name Ryan. Thanks, Ryan, for letting us see that. Boy, I tell you, that's not a good scene at all. So damaging to the downtown area. Last thing we want to see associated with that. All right, so with that severe weather, that was before Stillwell. We're still worried about you, and also a little bit further to the south. Broader view showing the storm that's in Stillwell has an active tornado confirmed. And then along this line, we still have strong winds, and it looks like just west of Fort Smith, starting to see an indentation as well here, which could lead to another possible tornado. The tornado warning has been dropped down at Stigler. So our biggest concern now would be probably just west of the Fort Smith area a little bit. So Bob's near that activity, though. Bob, if you could give us one more update from your location between Keota and Stigler. What do you have for us there?
Keota. Right now, winds aren't too bad. We were getting about 20 miles an hour while we were stationary. We're trying to get in front of this area that shows quite a bit of turbulence, and it looks like it's a little bit southwest of Keota right now. So we're trying to get in front of it. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. So we're going to go, and you can see right now that leading edge around the Keota area, and then to Tucker, Muldrow. So we're keeping an eye on what's going on here. And so we're going to watch just to the west of Fort Smith, anything weird because of that storm system. Right now, that leading edge has made it almost all the way pushed out to the Arkansas border. And then you can see where Stillwell is located. And we still have an active severe storm with a potential tornado right in here, having moved just north and east of Stillwell at this point. We can look for CC for a second. Then I'm going to have you do a storm track if you would. So that's continued to be tighter around Peavine. So this would be the circulation. So we have a little bit, not much. That's okay, good sign. Stacia, what do you have for storm track?
So it's moving northeast, Trav, at about 55 to 60, and it's really close to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line there in far eastern Adair County. But this track is going to take it from Piney now, and we really want folks in Piney to be in that safe spot, and then continuing on to Dutch Mills and Lincoln. That's going to be in Lincoln by 7:16, Cane Hill by 7:17, Hubbard by 7:21, Prairie Grove 7:22. So if you know anybody around Dutch Mills over up to Summers and Lincoln, give them a call, let them know what's going on. They might not be aware. The flashing tornado polygon, talked a lot about this tonight. That is a confirmed tornado warning, meaning there is evidence that there is a tornado on the ground, whether it was seen or debris being lofted into the air. We've already had what we call a CC drop, and that indicates debris being lofted into the air from maybe a tornado, and so that means we're going to put a confirmed tornado warning on it, and that is what's happened here just northeast of Stillwell. So that will track over into Arkansas. The movement is pretty fast, 55, 60 miles per hour. So we're watching that really closely. That's kind of our last, at least at this point, ongoing tornado warning. But there's still an area, and Trav talked about this, down in southeast Oklahoma, eastern Sequoia County, LaFleur County, Haskell County, Latimer. This is all a zone that could still see something wrap up here as these storms come through. So very heavy rainfall, and then on the leading edge we may get some indentations, and that's where we can find those little spin ups. There's some really heavy rain and potential hail just to the west of Poto, so that's going to be moving east through Panama, Poto to Worcester. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm there with strong winds, hail, very heavy rain. Bob is watching that from Keota. He's tracking east with it. Back into the Tulsa metro, it's very quiet. Trav talked about the cell that John is watching out on the west side of town now. That's going to track up towards Skiatook Lake, and so that cell's going to have some rain with it, but that's worth watching. At this point, our more serious weather remains to the east of Tulsa, and it's in our far eastern counties along the Oklahoma-Arkansas line. So heavy rain across Adair County with our tornado warning still around the Peavine, Piney area. They'll be moving into Arkansas soon. Heavy rain then continues down into southern Adair County through central Sequoia County, and the strongest storms, besides the ones that are tornado warned up in Adair County, are now down into LaFleur County. So the strongest part of this is going to be just to the west of Poto with hail, a lot of lightning, and very strong winds. And anything can spin up on this leading edge. So you have the inflow coming in from the southeast, and then as these storms are moving eastward from there, that's going to again maybe create a few notches on that leading edge that is definitely worth watching. And for southeast Oklahoma, there's flash flood warnings now, really south central Oklahoma, Trav, from Colgate back towards Ardmore. That is a zone that's had a lot of rain. We've had a few areas in eastern Oklahoma that have really picked up some rainfall amounts. I mean, it's just piled on them tonight in some spots, and so flooding could be a problem, especially low-lying areas and flood-prone spots as the heavy rain continues in some areas.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. And yes, and the tornado watch, has that been trimmed down? We haven't had a chance to really look at that at this point. But with this leading edge of the thunderstorms, is still the dry line hasn't changed a whole lot. So that's why you can see this moisture almost stopping just east of Oklahoma City. So it's very interesting what's going on there. We've had some strong wind gusts too as well. Let's go to Lynx 1 for a second. And so here's some maximum wind gusts that have shown up. this gives you an idea that it's not good. We mentioned evening shade a little bit ago. 80-mile-an-hour winds, you do a tremendous amount of damage. Once you get to 70, 58 is considered severe wind, which, again, when trees are loaded, it's just like that starts snapping branches off. You get to 70, you start seeing a lot of damage. 80 is really bad because you get to about 3 to 4 5-inch diameter size branches busting off. And so you can see that up into the Tulsa area, maximum wind gust was 54, but we did have a 65, wasn't it, at the airport earlier?
Yes.
You said? And then we also had 62 up at Copan, I think, 50 to 60, 66 to Talala. So again, there's a lot of wind damage, and there's going to be a lot of trees getting picked up over the next day or two. Memorial Day weekend coming up. So a lot of things happening there. We'll see how the water, we talked about rainfall and how much flooding going on. So those are things that we're still watching as well, but that gives you an idea. Back on radar for our tornado for the extreme eastern parts. We're just about ready to see that moving off into Arkansas, and it's been a tornado warning here for quite a while. And we'll take a look too at the sheer path in a minute. But this is, again, now just across over to Arkansas, just almost. So around Piney, we're still getting, unfortunately, some debris lofted in the air, which is still an indication that there's a tornado, and that's sucking up things at this point. And that's the last thing anybody wants. So it's very hard to see, and here's beautiful country. Unfortunately, just difficult for anybody that's there to see anything coming in their direction. So hopefully they're paying attention here. And that tornado warning now will be expanded and extended as we go on into. Could make it to Fayetteville. If you have friends over in Fayetteville, they need to be aware, because this doesn't seem to want to quit. And over in Fayetteville, the atmosphere is just like it is, just pretty much has been in southeastern Oklahoma. Here's the shear that we were looking at with this particular storm. Really picked up. Stacia put this together here. And so it really picked up once it got over 10 Killer Lake from around Gore, Weber's Falls area. Then it just started blowing up and getting stronger. And so that's what you're seeing here as we're cycling it about every 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes, and then that's pushing it off to the east. So the Kama Head area has been going strong, and that's where the tornado warning continues to hang in there. And so you can also see that this is bulging out, this is rolling in. Prairie Grove, a lot of folks live there. So this is pretty much Lincoln. A lot of folks are in Lincoln, Arkansas. Apple capital, I think, of Arkansas. Anyway, that is also, unfortunately at this time, dangerous, because that's right in the track of the tornado. So if you have friends that are in this area, some folks pick us up and watch us from Arkansas because all the storms are coming in from out of Oklahoma. So if you're in areas of Fayetteville, anywhere around Prairie Grove to Lincoln, be advised, because this is still looking strong and it's still tight enough. And is there still CC on this that I might have you do one last storm track on it just for folks to give an idea. So there's still CC drops, so there's still a bit of a tornado debris signature right here on the state line. We will stop following it here in a little bit, but could you give us one more storm track, Stacia, on this particular cell?
Yes, and this one I made sure to include Fayetteville in the track. If you know someone over into Arkansas, Lincoln, Prairie Grove, Fayetteville area, give them a call, tell them what's going on if they're not, if they haven't heard about this or they're not paying attention. But Lincoln 717, Prairie Grove by 723, Fayetteville by 733, Tonatown by 735, and then Lowell by 743. Trav, but that is tracking up towards Fayetteville, and if it gets there, it'd be about 730, 733.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, this is looking kind of scary for the folks over there, because this is a very significant storm. I'm on, can you do try INX if you would. Are you on SRX?
That was SRX.
Okay, try INX. Okay, so what I was looking at here is that this circulation feature right in here, so this is just moving out of our, pretty much out of our area, but this is wound up. And then again, I mean, Fayetteville, there's so many people compared to what there used to be. Of course, I'm kind of ancient, so I was around here probably when cavemen were in the Ozarks. But the biggest thing is that this is a rotating wall cloud right in here. This is huge, and that's coming in right on Lincoln at this point. I don't see this ending anytime real soon based on what's going on over there. So that means this is going to be hoping and praying for the folks over there, because there's a lot of people that will be affected directly by that. We have people affected by this. There's been kind of a little bit more of a rural area, but this gets very complicated when you really get compact with the number of folks that are in this zone. So again, that's what we're talking about. So that's the end of our tornado warning coverage for this particular storm. We'll take a view of everything else, and then as we approach, I haven't talked to anybody, but we're at 7:17. We'll continue here. We might take a commercial break here in just a moment or two to regain what we're going to be doing here, because we're talking about down around McAllister, a lot of flooding going on, the severe weather now, primarily Sequoia County, and then extending back down into northern Lafleur County. Potential for tornadoes still exists any place along here, especially up to the north. But this is a very salty, intense line. Bob is close to it right now. Hey, Bob, if you would, give us an update on that storm you're running close to. What do you have for us?
Yeah, Travis, there's not a lot of wind, which is good. I think the rotation that was occurring out of this storm that produced the tornadoes really dissipated. We've dropped down to 64. Basically, it's a heavy rain event at this time. We did have some lightning strikes almost hit the substation for GRDA up by Stigler, which would have put the power out there. And that lightning's been the biggest issue here in the last little bit. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for chasing and chasing and chasing. And then let's look. You can see a hail core, so that's what we're warning on right now. Northern Lafleur County. I don't have time on that. Do you have time if you can click on me?
A time.
So it goes till 7:45. So again, we are sitting at 7:18, almost coming up on 7:19. So that is part of it. There's still a little bit of circulation, though. You can see where Bob is around the Kyoto area. And so this is still concerning. What's going on here at Calhoun? You're around the Calhoun area. That's not looking too good at this moment. So that is a rotating area. So if you're near Panama, this is the next one in the line. This is officially a severe thunderstorm warning, but this wrapped up here again. I didn't see it before a few rounds. Is this tightened up at all? Can we loop that for the last 15 minutes or so? And it's staying about steady state, I guess, because it's still rotating right in that area. So that's been coming out. That's the one that came out of the southwest from near McAllister. So that's still strong and still doing its thing. So it's got a lot of hail associated with it and a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have flood warnings. I don't even know how much flood warnings. Did you take a look at rainfall? I don't think we've looked at rainfall. This is a new aerial flood advisory. We've got tons of water down here. And as we say, turn around, don't drown. But it looks like our tornado risk for us has gone down considerably. And so we're in a lot better shape for us. Hope and praying for the folks in Northwest Arkansas that does not get any stronger. Notice our storms back to the north and west. We've had Brandon's followed that storm. Val has followed that storm. Again, it just depends upon where you've been. John's been on the cells. Alan, so we were following dry line an awful lot. A lot of our storm trackers there prepared, but it ended up being a lot stronger south and east for what's going on. I'm going to talk to John one last time. John, quick update from you. That pretty much is a non-existent type of storm. Is that what you got going on?
It's still pretty strong. It's moved into Osage County now, where there's not any roads to get to from here. But it looks like it's putting down quite a bit of heavy rain right now. And occasionally you'll see a lightning bolt, but not being classified as severe. So back to you.
Okay. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very, very much. Let's take a look at, you can see that cell up to the north that John was talking about. He's in Sand Springs. That's moved up north. So that's going to be a little bit of lightning, but not much happening with that particular cell. We might, let's get a picture out of Bartlesville too, guys, if you could. And then you can see these cells that are up around Pawhuska and west of Bartlesville. So those are still hanging out in Osage County, and that is part of the dry line. Been talking about forever, but those are what we're going to keep an eye on. And then let's look to the west. I think we're looking south there. I'm trying to think of that hill that's down there. I can't think of the name of the hill. Let's go back to the right if we can, and we're going to look and see if we can check out where that thunderstorm might be. Again, it's green. Things are green. Things are nice looking. Looks mighty fine. Nobody's complaining about that. Here's part of that. Thunderstorms that are in Osage County. They don't look too impressive. Downtown Bartlesville, they're in the lower left, but you don't see too much. Okay, well, we'll keep it that way. We'll just have a picture over downtown Bartlesville, I guess, and call it good. All right, so anything up in Osage County at this point? Rain, few thunderstorms, not severe. Hopefully it stays that way. That's our goal. As far as what's going on with the other cells, you can see that's pretty much happening right up there. We do have that severe storm up into Kansas. This is the one that developed south of Oklahoma City. It's just been going north, just been doing its thing, keeps going north. But back to the east, we've had a lot of rain. And then our storms are now just getting ready to get out of here. Let's take a look at rainfall amounts if we could on links 1. There. So here's a look. Tulsa didn't get a ton of rain. We got a lot of wind, got a lot of tree damage, and then we ended up with potentially flooding rains all through Hughes County, down in northwestern McIntosh County. A lot of water in portions of Wagner County and around Muskogee, about an inch. And then get near Tahlequah, north, a lot of water. Hopefully that doesn't drain the Illinois River too much, because we've got basically Memorial Day coming up, and that's kind of the official kickoff of floating season on the Illinois River. So kayaking down the river. So that hopefully won't be affecting us too much. Back to the south, there is a few areas of rain, if you can, there, that we've had a ton of rain down, as you can see, from around McAllister back south and west. So that's been a lot of water, a lot of flooding. So these are all flood warnings in effect. And then let's go out toward Oklahoma City for 1 second. Just look at that storm. That gives you kind of the path. And let's keep bringing the map south, and so we can look up to, the map going map south. And I want to just show you that was a storm that went by Oklahoma City, and then we just watched that move north, keep going. And so that continued across western Pawnee County and western Osage County, and then going on up into eastern K County. So that storm going a little bit different than all these other storms. All right, Stacia, if you would, give us an update on the latest.
All right, so power outages, Trav. There is a lot across our area, and with the storms that came through, I don't think that's any surprise to us, but just to look at some of the counties, we have Tulsa County still with about 6,700 customers without power. Washington County's had a big boost, up to 3,000 customers in Washington County alone. Over in Rogers County, that's about 1,100. Over in Mays County, that's about 800. A lot of that over by Spavinaw, Sportsman Acres, about 700 customers in that general area alone. Over in Cherokee County, it's about 2,500. And then Adair County numbers haven't updated on our map yet. It does take a second, but there's about 3,000 in Adair County without power now. Down to the south, Pittsburgh County is sitting at about 2,500 customers. Latimer County has about 2,800 without power. So there's a ton of power outages tonight. And just looking statewide at power outages, most, if not all of them, are on our side of the state with the storms that came through. So a lot of folks without power, a lot of storm damage, ton of wind damage reports tonight, Trav, from small limbs to big limbs to roofs to outbuildings. There's a ton of damage.
I think our news people are scattered to the four winds. Did you have anything to add real quick?
Dow's up in Stillwell, and he says there is a little bit of damage up there.
Could he tell if that was tornado damage? Or?
He didn't specify. We can ask him and see what he says. But
okay.
I think
if you can, and then can you come back to radar real quick? And I want to we're going to leave here and go back to our programming a minute. I just want to point out it's confirmed tornado now heading into Fayetteville. So let's go in there just for 1 second. So we do have debris signature at Lincoln, and that tornado is now near Prairie Grove. And shear's really strong, just southeast of Lincoln. And so this is now a confirmed tornado. Anytime you see that blinking, that's a sign of it. Here's there was the debris. So that's debris aloft in the air. So we do have a tornado headed on up into Farmington and possibly toward Fayetteville, Arkansas. So hopes and prayers for everybody over there as well, because that is still very, very active. We could see additional showers and storms. Anything else, Aaron?
1 second, Bob.
Does Dale have anything to ask?
He said it was fairly localized, but he's got power poles down there.
All right, let's talk to him for 1 second before we go. Hey, Dale, quick update from you. What do you have there in Stillwell?
Travis, we do have damage here in Stillwell. We don't know the extent yet, but it's localized enough that it could possibly be tornadic. We've got power poles down, trees down, and we've got something going on up ahead of us. We can't tell what it is.
Okay. All right. Well, let's hope this same system does not go all the way to Fayetteville, Arkansas. That's for sure. So there's a gas leak in Stillwell right now, Chloe. So what they said to Dell is that there is a gas leak in Stillwell. So sometimes that is associated with tornadic damage. All right. So that's a look at what's going on. Storms have moved out. Tulsa, We're okay. We've got a few cells, as we said. Alan, some of our guys are still going to keep an eye on what's going on. And there is a chance of more additional thunderstorms tonight. Some of those could be severe, again, in southeastern Oklahoma. There's a cool front coming in, then things quiet down. We have a complete update. Of course, don't forget our newscast at 9 o'clock and then again at 10. And all the time, anytime, we're at newson6.com. So thank you for watching. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.